We sit, we stand, we do it all here at MLBB. What a fun, I mean, game.
We're a fun bunch.
This is such a fun bunch. You guys are obviously fun, but this game is so fun. It's so great to dive into it. I love the, you know, coming from Apex, right? I mean, we're so focused on the game and where the game goes, how it evolves, how it grows. We are fans of that. We want the best for that. This game, just the sky is the limit. Obviously, so big around the world, and so many great communities are involved in it. Games like that, if you're a fan coming in and saying it's EWC 26, I want to check out MLBB. Maybe it's my first time checking out this game. That is one of the reasons why you say, wow, this is fireworks, and I can just jump on this right away, maybe play alongside, grab your phone, grab your tablet, jump in, bang, bang, let's do it. I love it. Become a bang banger.
Yeah,
A bang banger.
Alongside us.
Let's go, man. I'm having a blast. I know you guys are as well. Let us know in the chat if you're having fun as well. Any co-streamers also. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this event. Flying Cloud will be where we set up the stage for our second matchup. It was all pro esports until the very end. And I guess that's my biggest question to start with the second draft. Yep. Did it go right and you executed wrong? Do you try to keep up that playbook and say, listen, there's little ways on the Lord fights, on these little moments where we could have won that game, so let's not deviate.
No, if I'm honestly, if I'm Yangon, I would really get a big takeaway from that game. Even if I didn't, even if I won,
Yep.
even if
Right.
I won, I wouldn't want to put myself in the same position because you two. And I think that's enough to show you that it's not going to work against the lineup that Pro Esports could potentially put out. But
Looks to change.
yeah, well, you're still seeing respect from Pro Esports nonetheless. They would rather not have them pick up the Fredrin again.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are other tanks. I mean, not that I want to see it, right? I want to see the assassins.
Yeah.
But also, I do want to say, like, for pro esports, in terms of answering what Rain Day is saying, it's kind of like the only mistake they did was not ending the game.
Right.
Everything else was perfect, right? Where personally for me, I would just say, you know what? Blue and Phobius, you guys don't matter. Dive into the turret. If you die, you die. But let me end the game, because that's, I would say, one of their mistakes. They should have just been brave enough to sacrifice some of their members and then ending the game. But again, going up against a Moscow as well as before, it's kind of difficult to end the game. But now, the Freya does get banned out. Hirara is still open. Same as multiple other heroes like the Eudora, the Zushin. Quite a lot is still there.
I mean, I think the good thing that's happened here, oh boy, we probably did not expect this. But you know what, it kind of gives you an insight, doesn't it, Brigida, into like how comfortable DP probably felt.
Wow,
That
sorry, I
Valorant.
saw it.
Finally.
They probably were like, that's kind of how we've been winning. That's where we feel comfortable, so we should just prioritize that.
Yeah, I feel like it's a finally moment here for PP because a lot of their playstyle really revolved around having a really reliable that hands over the Hirara to end the Eudora, but I
Still have
think
Fanny.
this is something they should have expected,
Yeah.
right? The fact that they went for the Beleric means that they should have pretty much expected this, and at least they can draft around this hero again, which worked out for them.
Yeah. And they don't actually have to change anything. They get DP more comfortable. They get Coily back on the Fanny if they want. They can start looking at other lanes, try to secure maybe their mid. Yeah, they want to do that.
I'm
can
just
see the
thinking
Eudora.
here, like, they're letting go of the Eudora. Do they want to go for tight jungle again? Because there is still a few heroes that's pretty viable, but no, they go for Yi Sun-shin instead and the Ruby. Really, for now, I don't think Yi Sun-shin has won a game yet.
No.
So, I don't know how to feel about this one, especially this early. Right, you're showing your hand quite early here.
Yeah.
Because even the Ruby, and it's not like you're seeing a dive comp per se from Yango just yet, but it seems like Pro Esports have built on their catch, have built on their capability to just
It looks like for pro esports here, they just want to build a castle around Yi Sun-shin, right? Have a lot of utility and then let him free hit.
Well, think about how long that game was, right?
Oh, yes.
The ability to scale, having an answer for late game. Yi Sun-shin
What?
does suffer early, but late, that's where he's going to shine, right?
And Hirara, not like a Ling or a Claude, can dive in super fast. She can still dive in, don't get me wrong, but not the same way. And now having the Barats, where I think that's a pretty good answer to what Pro Esports have already shown, because when Barats gets the max stack of the big guy, he does have some resilience, meaning that he doesn't care too much line for the team and waiting for your opportunity to go in. I gotta say YG is drafting pretty sound, and Pro Esports does seem like they're showing new-ish things here.
Yeah, I agree. It's also making me wonder because I think the probability of us seeing a double fighter lineup in Pro Esports is pretty much very high.
Yeah.
But for YG, on the other hand, who are showing a Hirara right now, I'm wondering, and a Barrett's too, I'm wondering if they're planning to even consider that round as well. Because if they do, then that's going to make things, I guess, that's going to allow them to play around the Hirara, yes.
The
But the
static
range,
noise
I
is
think, is
gone
going
now,
to be a
right?
problem.
Melissa.
Ah.
I feel like Melissa would work well against the fortress that Pro Esports is building.
Yeah. As of the moment, they still have that option. They can pick it up.
They banned out the Carmilla. Interesting. We haven't seen a Carmilla just yet, so maybe they got some information about what's going on with Yangon Galacticos here. Right now, they can pick up their gold lane if they want, because they don't have the gold lane as well as Roamer. And I feel like showing either or doesn't exactly expose the draft too much. Because it's not like, oh, you show Melissa, I'm going to pick up something like a Farsight to kill you. There's multiple ways to deal with a pick like that.
And you know that the Yi Sun-shin is going to the jungle anyway, so there's less things to worry about. It's, at this point, really just a potential...
What if Yi Sun-shin go?
Really?
Oh.
I don't like it. Hey,
But-
who knows?
Oh.
Ixia. Okay,
Unique hero.
Another new pick again.
Okay,
We're going deep here.
if they're going double fighter, then the other fighter has to be a backline.
Yeah, like a Lapu, Benedetta,
Yeah.
Yuzong.
There has to be someone to reach that Ixia because, well, it can
I
also
think
be the
CC
mage.
is okay. I think CC is okay.
Yeah.
If you want to put CC gold, but Ruby EXP against Barats may not be a good matchup there.
Or if they don't want to do that, then maybe the mid lane too can compensate for the range, for the reach.
Eve probably is the safest.
Yeah. We don't see much Farsas currently.
Just tell me if it
so,
returns.
We see one loss,
Yeah.
but we seen one.
So let's see. Oh,
All right, they pick up the Vexana as well as the Uranus. I feel like
I
Vexana,
like this.
has one win.
But
Yeah.
do you remember how I was mentioning that she is pretty tough against Eudora? In my limited experience.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But I'm just
Can you
saying
hear
it's
me?
not- It's like a matchup that does okay, which it means you're not going to get behind and you might be able to pressure her out so
wait.
she doesn't get ahead.
Another element to the fortress. Just add a Lord as well, right? This is a clear fortress for Yi Sun-shin. This is a, I don't know, walking battalion? Walking? Not all of them walk even.
It's a strong vanguard for sure. Last pick coming in from YG.
it's all for Coily now.
Synonymous with Myanmar at this point and trying
the
to do another
Matilda.
historic run. The Matilda. Wow.
So
Another unique hero.
a lot of defense coming in from Pro Esports and Yangon Galacticos. They have a lot of ways to approach the fight. I'm gonna tell you, Brigida, I do not know how to approach this draft.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look at this like a fan. This seems like a fun game to watch.
Yes, it does. I think it's just very specific for Yangon. They can go very specific with their targets, but Pro can go a little more heavy on team fights for this game.
Well, I'm the pro analyst. I know exactly what's going to happen. Vexana's going to beat Eudora in mid lane. I can't believe you guys don't know it. My Grandmaster rank games, I already figured that out. Okay, let's send it to two guys who have a better idea of what might take place here. Game 2, trying to tie it up. Nice to Mirko. What's going on?
Hey, we appreciate that, Rain Day. You know, I see you climbing the ranks there, but let's go ahead and jump into this one. It's me and Mirko to bring you the action right now. Again, it's interesting drafts across the board. Another unique pick. Yangon Galacticos, last game paid off with patience because they turned the game over on its head, got the victory. Now, Pro Esports, I like it, man. This is all playing for your Yi Sun-shin. Maybe that's what it's going to take, Mirko, to get him a win because, yes, the YSS hasn't really won anything.
Oh,
Nope. Been used twice already. P already has to use a Revitalize early as well. At least there's one thing, right? YG technically only have one frontliner. So if Pro want to go front to back, they technically don't need to deal with too many tanks. The thing is, it's a barrage with the help of Matilda, though.
I was gonna say,
We get to see Ixia and
it's
gold.
one thing to have one frontliner who can just go anywhere. You know, that's with the help of the Matilda. And even so, If
Damn.
I recall correctly,
Ixian gold, man.
Matilda can also do some interesting things with an Ixia pick, man. You know, drop down that full barrage and Sauron through. So I feel like for Yangon Galacticos, the upper hand here, aside from just Sanji. Okay.
In pro scene, yeah.
That was all right. Burn the flicker. One of the upper hands that I was going to
I
say.
haven't seen a single time in the pro scene.
Still, despite the purify from Felix.
So that's an upper hand, getting the first blood, but it's also just, again, mobility options that they have to play around with this composition. Taking a quick look at the emblems, you can see where they're going with this. Again, the Matilda is going to have a whole bunch of mobility to work with, and this being Flying Cloud also kind of brings everybody back to the team fights really quickly. The Barrett's being the one tanky guy, you can see him. You know, he's got the tenacity, he's got concussive blast, he's on the tank emblems. Ying knows his job for this one.
Koza's going to be able to take that gold crab away from Sanji. Obviously already won that lane earlier, but Sanji can just walk back up in Flying Clouds very easily. That's the thing. Doesn't matter if you really bully your opponents here this early on with the Flying Clouds map. Oh, big chop by Ying, spits him out as well, gets a stun and look at the peel from the rest of the team. Felix able to stop that from happening, the pick off on Coily, but he's a bit too low to participate around this turtle fight.
Yeah, I really like that sound effect there, Miko. That was a good one. Now for the turtle, fighting it off. Not sure if they're going to get in range. Gets the turtle secure.
Okay, circling Eagle. Oh, not on Sa. He was already a free kill, I'm guessing, for Blink. YG go up 1,000.
Go up 1,000 gold because they've got a couple kills in their favor. A turtle, a little bit of extra gold off these gold platings too. So this is all really starting well.
She's pretty weak without her ult.
And I think that's why even our panel was kind of mentioning this with the composition that Pro Esports brought to the table. You know, playing around your YSS, you've got enough bodies, I mean, even an extra one with the Eternal Guard to protect you and give you space. But if you're not able to go ahead and utilize that and let Coily get farmed up here, scale up, it's going to be really difficult for him. I mean, look what Han is doing to Coily's jungle.
Hey, if he can win on a utility jungle in this meta, imagine what he does on a Hirara.
I wonder how he feels after going from a Fredra to a Rara.
Hey, to be fair, I think Han's just chill with it, man. Like, I don't know how many heroes he has in his pool, you know? Like, we've seen him on a Fanny as well, and then the Fredrin, and now it's going to be the gank onto Kuzen. Onto the bottom lane. Oh my god, the full barrage as well.
Oh, damn.
Win. Kuzen's still able to stay alive for a bit, though. Good
But on the back line.
He's able to flick around and gets the guiding win. Out away from the roots of P.
Able to get away off of that, too. I mean,
Matilda's saving Ixia. Damn.
Makes it work. Again, they said this is going to be a fun composition to see in motion. Well, there it is. You do something like that. Looking at the replay brought to us by STC. Brings it a little bit too far. You know? Still able to cap out a kill onto the turret, and then good flicker usage there.
Sanji's just
Stay
flying.
alive by Sanji, and then guiding wins on out from Blink.
That's a tilter, bro.
That is.
After losing that close 30-minute game, this is usually what happens, you know, after you lose
I wouldn't really say I'm
game,
Ixia, man. I play her sometimes. That's it.
We saw the Burmese fans earlier.
Yeah.
Up on stage. I got my sound effects approved, by the way, by the king.
the king yourself.
The young man from the Philippines.
Yo, shout out to the king, man.
Shout out, man.
We'll see you really soon. And now for this second turtle. Up here, Pro Esports has control of it, but they wait for Coily to get in range here. Little poke back and forth right now. Both
I'm
teams
enjoying
here
that
playing
ball
on that front side.
throw.
There's the mount shot.
Very much nowadays.
comes around. The red tree is good for Coily. Dives onto Han, untargetable for a bit. Able to escape with the help of the flask of the Oasis. So it ends up being a big win for Pro finally. XP and Turtle.
Yeah, that's something they needed. At least get the objective secured. You don't want to let this scaling happen even further for YG. Up 2,000 gold at this point. That's a Sky Piercer also picked up for Han. They're going to go ahead and just keep Kozen back here. You know, one of the things, too, speaking of this, hold on, Circling Eagle.
Oh, stun. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I was going to do the caca, but...
Well, one of the Thunderdome. We need a Thunder effect, man. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know if Leo's going to approve that one,
No,
but
that one's not.
he'll come up with something better. But
I just
that
play it
is the
sometimes,
interaction that you can
randomly
expect.
here
One
and
of
there.
many that Yangon Galacticos can go ahead and play around. And so for Pro Esports, you know, that's one of the hard things about it is like, what way is YG going to approach our fight? You know, or they more so just kind of have this universal, straightforward approach. We saw it where they're able to go ahead and bully off Yangon Galacticos off of an objective, but even so,
They are
if
using
ends
that
up being the
Matilda
case,
Ixia
once
combo
the Lords
very
come to play, the approach is
nicely
gonna be
though.
different.
So Pro are just gonna take it slow, but YG scaled pretty well as well with the Ixia, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're just gonna have to find out again. A 2,000 gold lead for YG. We've seen massive gold leads turn around
Like
in
the last
very, very good games, like yesterday, Falcons
Yeah.
meta against IG.
Like guys,
They held like an
video.
8,000 gold lead.
I
IG
don't
were able to
know,
come
man.
back through
I
forcing
don't like
Falcons
playing
meta to make
him
mistakes.
that much.
Seems to be the case, you know, whatever team makes these mistakes kind of gets punished on them. The teams so far that have been competing throughout MSC, they all do that really well. Once they see
Brody
an
falls
overstep
off
from
in
the opposing
late
team,
game
they're able to go ahead and punish it.
and
Now
against
this
tanky
is
comp.
also just the nature of the compositions you have, you know, with Eudora. I mean, there's a reason why the Eudora is picked up so much. One of the top picks right now in that hero pool.
No,
Last
it's
turtle,
not
though,
racism,
Again,
man.
playing around that stun that you have, the mobility that Matilda brings, YG will wait for their own moment.
Goes in. Oh, the top missed. I think he's going to be pulled back as well. Oh, great taunt to read the flicker too. But it won't be a kill. They're just buying time right now for Coily to get his hands on it. But
Ooh, Han.
walks up. Great CC from the circling eagle of Blink. Just
Ooh.
steal it away now, Han. Locking him down for Sanji to get a few shots on that full barrage. PP with a walk up, a taunt that doesn't land. And it's the combo, but it's a Belleric.
He should be able to get away from this, right? Hold on.
Mobilize.
Huh?
Revitalize. Taunt.
Damn.
Oh, he picks up the kill with a basic attack through the CC chain.
Belric did not
Stats this
survive.
right now. Can we take a look at that? I mean, I know he picked up the Sky Piercer a couple kills ago. Let's take a look at the replay here. This looks like it would be so good for Pro Esports, but Blink with that Matilda coming through on the circling eagle, and then Han able to swoop on, get that, and then capitalize a kill. You know, this is one of the things you got to watch out for. We've seen it before where Hirara gets like max stacks on the Sky Piercer, and next thing you know, you're gone. You know, and so Pro Esports, even if they want to buckle in a little bit for this, it might be one of those cases where you don't want to wait too long, just because of the scaling that's happening here with YG. Now, bringing it further, you can see, okay, couple stacks, so 2 kills off of that when he picked up that Sky Piercer, but it's that threat now, that threat of just kind of almost lining up the kills too easily for YG to capitalize on.
Even then, when they're trying to buy some time for Coily to get his hands on a neutral objective, it's just so difficult because they don't really have CC on Ying, on Felix. So all he can do is really just stand up front and hope that YG get intimidated by the aura of a Uranus.
All right now too, look at this pressure.
Han.
Again, no CC from Felix, he can't chain it. So I can drop down as much CC as he wants to.
Yeah.
But as long as it's not going to be followed up by a Mountain Shocker, an I'm Offended, or a Don't Run Wolf King, Han's going to be good, bro.
Yeah, Han's got a lot of space to work with, just by himself, basically.
Han.
Yeah, and Han can do this. Han can do this. As this Lord comes up, they get in position. Again, some of the ultimates were used in the previous fight. But
The restream is not lagging now, right?
Esports stalls this out. Whoa, whoa. Oh, Mount Shocker used.
Oh,
Is it your net or my net?
1v4. Oh, spins him out. Gets
Ooh.
him. I'm Offended coming through as well. Response over, goes in, flicker through, but Han's able to
Ooh,
get the kill.
Han
Now
got
goes
sa.
back in.
Ooh, double kill.
A double for Han. As he
Straight for the backline.
completely.
Oh, man. Sorry, I'm Felix is going to survive. P as well, but 2 members going down.
Why is he
for
just
Pro
dominating?
Esports, and Yangon Galacticos will make their way to
Hirara
secure
is
this
just
Lord.
eating the
They'll certainly
backlines
heal here.
without any
Coily
problem.
back again. There's still an attempt, it looks like, from Pro Esports.
How do they want to play this one? Kozin is down. Coily doesn't have enough damage. Han gonna go in. Wait a second, Han. Oh, he baits him everybody into the full barrage. PP.
Ooh.
A flicker in from
Whoa.
CC. And Han with
Nice
the
ult
now as he
right,
walks back
Ixia.
up again, and he picks up the godlike YG up with 5,000 over Pro.
That was such a good bait from Han to go ahead and utilize that. They know they have a full barrage in the hands of Sanji. And so just line up Pro Esports into it. And you know they want the Lord. I mean, look at this replay here. Again, Han popping that winner crown.
What a bait.
And just follow in through the full barrage. And then comes in, help clean up. After getting the Lord, that's a whole lot of value for YG off of that fight. And now Lord in the mid lane. They're knocking on this tier 2.
Again.
Full barrage. Oh my god! Kuzin just got bleeped out of the game.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, basically. Lord charges in. Oh! Okay, Purify used. There's the shields. They're going to pop in mid and bot. Asanji is still down there right now. Down Kozin for 10 seconds. Pro Esports just has to let these turrets get whittled down here. Hans walking in that too far forward. If you're Pro Esports, you're gonna get stuck.
Now it's lagging.
Or you're gonna get Circling Eagled, or you're gonna get Daytona's Welcome. Like, this is what I'm talking about. There was so many options that YG can play around with, and that's what's gotten themselves almost this 9,000 gold lead.
And it just seems like the Yi Sun Shin might not be it in the meta, bro.
Yeah.
Like, he's done... it's not Coily's fault. It's a pick. He's done nothing in this game, right? Farming up.
Oh,
ow. Finds him, as we were talking about.
Ooh, nice.
Ying, what a play on the barrage. And now it's Han on Kozin. Trying to find the kills.
Ooh.
Lands, and it's a basic attack.
I think it's GG.
Han, a double. Now on Felix. Can he get it? His hands on the 80 stacks of the Sky Piercer. Han with a triple.
It's GG.
To send Yangon
217
Galacticos
total domination,
to
man.
the knockout stage of MSC at EWC 2026.
what a dominant
Total
game
domination by YG.
for Yangon Galacticos after an endurance test in game one. They just came in to this one with a different game plan, and my oh my, did they execute
They
it
didn't
well.
even give
Talk
Pro
about
Esports to
draft
a chance to fight back,
for
man.
this one, and just execution. Again, Yangon Galacticos, familiar names across the board for the most of us here that have watched international MLBB, and they are a team that just does
It was
it
a
so
clean
well
sweep.
in so many different ways. And they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in the knockout stage, man. Again, that mobility that Matilda brought to this, and I mean, to make an Ixia work, Mirko it's insanity, but it's the insanity that I'm really liking with our meta.
No front line except for Ying, but that was already enough. And again, we saw those moments come through again. Nice
Yeah.
Full barrage, pulled back.
Total
by the
freaking
guy.
domination, man.
So many times here was just them corralling onto Ying, but then forgetting the plot. Everybody else having the time to deal damage, to pick up on those stacks. And once Han got the first 20 stacks, it almost seemed like it was over.
Yeah. Han did again. This Hirara, there's a reason why it's 70% win rate.
Why?
Plus, 70% plus. Because you do things like this, man. I mean, Han was what, 10-0-2 by the end of this? You know, multiple stacks. But also the Eudora. Like, if you get Eudora and Hirara right now, it's almost like, okay, what are we going to do against that? Because even when you thought you were able to get away, look at that. Boom, stunned. You have nowhere to go. Han can just kind of swoop in, clean up that kill. And, you know, sorry, I'm Felix. He's sorry, but Han's not. He goes and gets that triple. So it's just phenomenal execution here. We're going to have to throw it over on stage, of course, with Milosh for our interview.
Hello, my friends, and yes, congratulations, they advance on. It's Yangon Galacticos. What a performance we had, especially that game one. What a long bout. Sanji, thank you very much for joining me on here. That game one was incredible, a 30-minute back and forth between you and your opponents at Pro Esports. I want to ask you, why did you pick the Fredrin to be on your lineup? Because it's mostly been kind of redundant at this point. What was the plan behind it?
Sanji အရင်ဆုံးတော့ဂုဏ်ယူကြောင်းပြောလိုပါတယ်ပထမဦးဆုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီ Pro Esports ပေါ့နော်ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်ဟာလာဒီလောက်မိနစ်30ကြာခဲ့
Momo is still cooking.
ရှေ့ကြာဆုံးပွဲပဲဒီမှာ Fredden ကိုဘာဖြစ်လို့ရွေးခဲ့တယ်လဲဒီအနောက်ကဒီ view ဟာပါလဲ
Fredden ဘာလို့ရွေးခဲ့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ ਨੇ ပို့ပြီးတော့အဆင်ပြေမှထင်လို့ပါကျွန်တော်တို့ player ဟန်လဲသူ Fredden မှာ confidence အများကြီးရှိရဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် Fredden ကို pick ခဲ့ရပါ
The reason that I picked Fredden was this one will be match for us and one of our teammate Han experienced a lot with this Fredden.
It worked out really well for you. Now, this was the longest game we've had so far here at MSC, but how do you
The
bring
next
it back?
game's
Because
gonna
there
be
was so much
interesting.
back and forth in that game.
Onyx
How do you
versus
bring
Aurora.
it back given the pressure that there is in this game on you?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီပွဲဟာပထမပေါ့နော်အကြဆုံးပွဲဖြစ်ခဲ့တယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီလိုအရှုံးကနေပြန်ပြီးတော့အနိုင်ရအောင်ဘလို့မြန်းပြန်လုပ်ခဲ့လဲ
ဘယ်လိုပြန်လုပ်လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့တယောက်ကိုတယောက်ယုံကြည်ပြီးတော့ပဲ
I think there will be some break
We trust
before
each
the Onyx
other,
versus Aurora
and
game.
then we fight back together.
And it was honestly a beauty to witness. Now, you're the only, I guess, Yes, you're the only Sanji that's qualified, the first one and the only one so far that is qualified to the knockout stage. We've all seen the Spider-Man meme between all of you here. What does that mean to you?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီစန်ကြီးတွေရှိတဲ့အထက်မှာပထမအဆုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီ qualify ဖြစ်ခဲ့ပြီးပြီအဲ့ဒါဘလို့ရှိပါလဲ
ဘယ်လိုရှိပါလဲဆိုတော့အရင်ပြောပါတယ်
I'm so happy
Should be, definitely. And on top of that, you're the Myanmar representative. What does that mean to you also as a representative of the region?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ data အတွင်းမှာစန်ကြီးတွေရှိတဲ့အထက်မှာဒါမြန်မာတည်းကပထမဆုံးတစ်ယောက်ဖြစ်လာတာအဲ့တော့ဘလို့ပြောချင်ပါလဲ
ဘယ်လိုပြောချင်လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကအခုနှစ်ပွဲနိုင်သွားပြီးတော့အရင်တက်သွားတာဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ရင်တက်သွားတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးပါပဲအဲ့လောက်ပါပဲ
I would like to say that we have won 2 games already and then so I'm the first one who is in the next match
It's a great thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans that are watching you right now and also
translator
for all
for
the
a
teams that
translator
will be facing
for
off
a
against in the
translator
knockouts?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ knockout team မှာပေါ့နော်အစစ်မှာပါတွေ
2-3 translators lining up
ကြည့်နေတဲ့ fans တွေပေါ့နော်သူတို့ရောဗာမြန်ပြောချင်ပါလဲ
နောက်တွေ့မဲ့ knockout stage မှာလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးရှင်မြန်သွားပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဆက်လက်အားပေးပါအောင်လို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်
I would like to say in the next match on the knockout stage and keep supporting us thank you
Thank you very much, Sanji. Once again, qualified into the knockout stage, it's Yangon Galacticos. Congratulations to you, Sanji. Thank you very much, Coco, for joining us on our interview. We'll send it back to our desk. Have a little chat.
Thank you so much, Yangon Galacticos. Make it through, and $100,000 at bare minimum for them as they advance to the knockout stages. That's going to be a fun one, but we'll see who waits to join them as we have another one coming up in just a moment. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Randy. I'm joined by Brigida and LaFell. Brigida, that was a game. Very different than game one.
Very different.
But
Very.
the same result for YG.
Yes, I'm happy to see and hear from Sanji because I can still remember your joke about rumor has it still goes on.
It's still going on. It was that funny. She's still thinking about it.
Yeah, I still think of it. And it's great. It's a great showing. I think whatever we were thinking in game number 1 about YG and them probably
Just the line
struggling
of
or having a
translator.
slight misunderstanding or
Everybody
being
saying
behind
different
of the
things.
meta, I could just disregard all of it now. At this point, I'm just thinking it's mind games. I told LaFell I think
Chaos.
it's just mind games.
Yeah, it might be, LaFell.
Yeah.
Fantastic analysis. Thank you.
Anyways, honestly, like, it's nice to see Hein going on that assassin again. Because on that Predator, I think even he was like, Coach, no more. First time, last time. And then the Barats though. Let's talk about the Barats though. Oh, it was so good.
It's close to a quack. It's close.
It's close. Hey, you know what? Technically, it's a giant chicken, right?
Oh,
Because it's a dinosaur.
yes.
Dinosaurs are giant chicken, and chicken are like ducks.
Is that how it goes?
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't
he always does
realize.
his research. I would
Wow,
also
that must be proven. That's got to be proven at this point.
Because the T-Rex
Distant
is,
ancestor.
Okay, Celestial.
because the T-Rex,
T-Rex and the
doesn't
chicken.
have skills. It
Okay.
has feathers.
Oh, well,
gonna
we
keep
just
going.
wow, we just figured something out. And at this point, you can hear the crowd excited. I think that's a Kelra excitement as Onyx takes the stage. He's mogging is a word that was used to describe him, and certainly I would agree. This one, though, maybe mogged in game. YG 17-2, a 12-minute game. A big important thing about this, guys, that we have to consider, that's a short game. That's going to help them get a higher seed in terms of picking. And, you know, if they... Obviously, however, guys, I think it's
The
also
first game
balanced
is-
out by the first game being 30 minutes from now.
I don't think it's gonna help as much.
One of the shortest and also the longest, so it's moot.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I feel like something to consider is that you don't want to be like number 3, number
which
4
one?
in the selection, right? Because number 4, you don't have
Which one
a
are you
choice,
talking about, Isa?
Right? Number 1, number 2, I feel like you still have some solid choices. But then number 3 and number 4, you will have like champions for sure there.
Yeah, but that's if it comes down to the shortest single game time.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if there's no tie,
Yeah.
With that 30-minute game, with that 30-minute, I don't know.
there might be 3 or 4 after that one. I'm like looking at it, 30, 20, 47. That's like 22
Wow.
minute average. That's not so great. However, that is an indication that maybe these upper bracket games, we're going to see another one here. You saw Onyx, you see Aurora about to take the stage. That is going to be another tight contest with two metas, two ideas, two strategies that maybe lean towards longer games themselves, Brigitte.
Yeah, we've had long series. The first one, game
That's what she said.
This one, not
That's what she
necessarily
said.
game 3, but you know it feels like we had a game 3.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Honestly, like, this is gonna be such a good game.
기자 유키
Watching the green room
지금
on the
근데
sofa.
Need some lunch? Come on.
Or together with
Seemed
the
pretty evident.
No,
No?
no, green room,
Oh, okay.
lunch. That's gonna be good.
With Aurora, though, can you, I mean, it might be 9 minutes.
What? You can't.
어쩔
With like a Raphael Amid again, maybe, who knows?
Oh, I saw someone. Did you see that?
You know what I want here, guys? You know what I want at the video? I'm just going to say it. It's personal preference, ice cream.
Oh, it's so good, bro.
If there's any way we could like have access to ice cream,
바이
I mean, that would cheer me up.
Speaking of ice cream, Aurora Avalanche, though, I don't know how Ani can deal with that because Aurora, they finished the game so fast. Like, what do you have to look out for? Rafa mid again?
That's right. Something like that. Something crazier. He said they weren't done. There's still more.
Yeah.
Brigitte, but what could there be? I mean, we've seen these meta changes.
Calm down, bro. Calm down.
It feels like in the sets, they're happening very slowly. The one pick is trying to counter this other pick. We're really getting to that point in this tournament so far that chess is being played.
He ain't
working
stopping.
on just your approach to the game.
Even
not
if you
really
sue him.
understanding the pieces.
For me though, I feel like it's mostly really on Rosa that we're seeing all these surprises. I mean, ever since it's always been Rosa. So if they actually
The Selena.
go for an upgrade and show us something new in a different role as well, then that's gonna make things a lot more difficult for Onyx. Shoutouts, I see Coach Chip right now.
A fighter in the mid?
Let's break down a little bit, guys. I think maybe a learning lesson there. If you are pro, you do get to go ahead and play again, and that is a benefit for you. You don't have to worry about being out of the tournament yet. But
Yes.
I keep going back to that Belleric first pick and leaving Harara and Eudora to YG.
Yeah.
I feel like although it was a comfort pick,
Yep.
that was probably letting too much go. And in hindsight, it seems like it was.
Yeah, I really feel like that Eudora is very pivotal to deal with all these assassins. Like, do it with me, do it with me.
No, yeah, you can go.
No, I was doing this and then you follow. You gotta commit now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, there you go. So I feel like Eudora really has to be respected, even first pick. Like, you may not have a good Eudora game by having a lot of fighters as well as assassins jump onto you, but you kind of don't want to fight against Eudora. I feel like that's the biggest problem. Not that you don't have it, but more like your opponent has it.
Yeah, and imagine they were 2-free. They brought out an Iksha.
How come everything turns into a dance move with you two?
Yeah, I'm suddenly starting to become a choreographer. After
You
all
are.
these
You're
series.
both learning
This
very
is a
well.
weird brother-sister situationship, you know?
Yeah. Situation. Hold on. All right. Well, I think it's time to move on to today's schedule. We're getting wacky up here on the panel, as we like to do here at EWC. Yangon Galacticos take a 2-0. This was the game Brig was talking about earlier, saying, I think this is the one that can go 3 games. It kind of did.
It kind of did.
It kind of did. But the one before actually went 3 games, and that was Selangor Red Giants and GK Esports. Will we see another surprise here? I think many people are thinking it could be quick with Aurora Gaming and how they surprised Team Liquid PH. But if you know Onyx and you know Kelvin,
No,
and
boy,
that
don't
squad,
you
plus
know.
their fandom here at EWC in France, rooting them on, I doubt that is going to be a game that they give up very easily.
I can hear the screams. You could see it written on all their papers.
Turn it around,
Kelvin-
There's another
Hello.
fan right there.
It's time to turn it around.
who will be seated here in just a bit.
Yeah, he might have access to the stage. Oh no. Oh no. We're going to change out our panel pretty soon as well. Make sure if you have your idea of who you think is going to win in this Onyx and Aurora matchup, or even Team Liquid PH versus Entity 7 later on in the day, get your pick'ems in. You have the chance to earn $300,000 of your share of prizing just by participating. And what's the worst that can happen? You're wrong? It sucks to be wrong.
Bare
That's
रहनु
c'est
भयो
la
नि
vie, right? We're in France. You can be wrong about some
अर्कै
things.
ठुलो ठाउँमा
At
बारे
least you
राख्नु अस्ति राखेको चाहिँ राखेको
participated. Coming up after this, we're going to change out our panel. We've got Onyx and Aurora, another upper bracket match. It's going to be a brawl, and I know a game that's pretty good at brawling. Street Fighter. Oh yeah, and they're doing something with mlbb. Check that out.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. Its
अन्डा बाहिरको कुरा अरे
chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, high
he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here at EWC 26. We've got MSC action all day long, 2 series down, 2 to go. And this one's another upper bracket match, which guarantees the winner of a spot in the final 8 and also $100,000, something that you can be very happy about leaving Paris, France with. For the loser, they're still alive, and they will face off in an elimination match later. But, of course, I'm joined by 2 amazing panelists to talk about all the storylines that will be developing. Renmar, and this time, Gideon, my man, off the desk, joining us on panel. I'm gonna start with you. How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling really good. You know, these past couple of days have been really interesting, seeing some of the highs for some of these teams, the lows at the same time. So I really got a good scale to what's been going on, at least on the ground, for a lot of these players.
Renmar, too, this has been a game where we've seen developments across the scene, these 2 series. Yeah. I mean, that first game between YG and Pro, 30 minutes, longest game of the tournament. We've seen some mistakes. We've seen some great drafts. A lot to talk about.
Oh yeah, definitely. And still the meta is so wide open. Like a lot of
Austin
people
Davis
were
dan
wondering, hey, can we get,
Barnes,
like the global ban and picks? We don't need it in this meta. There's so many options, so many permutations to consider, and at the same time, it translates to some really great action as well. It's not just all about the picks, it's all about the drafts. Teams are balling out this MSC.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly a tournament that to me has given us a little bit of a surprise, Gideon. But it's continued to kind of balance out, in my opinion. Have you felt that we've like caught our footing here, or do you feel like there's a little bit more to go?
I think there's a lot more to go, actually, because especially when you're casting your first couple of days, you're expecting a lot of these teams to come in with their comfort picks first, put their best foot forwards, make sure they get the games that they're looking to win, and then solidify their lead. However, I think we've seen that as of right now, the meta is way more open, as Renmar mentioned, and a lot of the draft starters, they're not linear anymore, and I think that's the biggest problem. A lot of these teams here today are still adapting from the day before. We've already seen 2 different variations as we've seen the past couple of 3 games. It's great.
Adapt to the adaptation and just keep going. We'll see what mutation of this meta shows up. And speaking of what mutation shows up, because that's benefiting certain teams that are ahead of the curve. If you are ahead of the curve in terms of your win, the upper bracket is not settled once you get there. It's settled how you get there. So if you are one of the teams like we just saw, Yangon Galacticos, making it to our upper bracket, you're going to have a total time that it took to win your games. That total time will be compared against the other 4 teams that make it 2-0 without losing a game. And the fastest total game winning time will have the first pick of the other 4 teams that qualify, having had a loss 2-1 in our elimination matches, who they want to play in the knockout stages. So essentially, you get the fastest time, you win the fastest, you're going to have your first pick of who you want to play in your quarterfinal. The lowest time is going to be given their quarterfinal in the 4th position, which Renmar means there's another layer of drama, spice here in France for MSC.
Yeah, and it fits the meta so well because teams are encouraged to go faster. Teams are encouraged to not really wait for a certain point for their winning condition. They want to get their winning condition as early as Turtle 1, as early as the first few kills in the first 3 to 4
When open, my fans exude elegance.
Every bullet of mine is a gift for you.
Granger, Granger.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Tuned to perfection.
Unstable network.
Locked and loaded. Crescendo!
First blood.
Symphony of Doom.
Ally has been slain.
Staccato!
Ally has been slain. You have
Bro.
slain an enemy. You have been slain. An ally has been
The
slain.
music won't stop. Neither will my revenge.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
A dissonant chord. Staccato! Crescendo!
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. You have been slain.
Not a bad time. No. Encore.
Where are they popping out from, main?
Shut down. An enemy has
The
been slain.
encore.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Staccato! I shall give the enemy their eternal repose. Staccato! Symphony of Doom.
Enemy killing. You have slain an enemy.
The curtain falls.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
It's just a short break between another match, so no ranked matches.
The music won't stop. Neither will my revenge. Let bullets fly. Symphony of Doom.
You have slain an enemy. Rampage.
Crescendo. Your death is music to my ears. Symphony of Doom. Crescendo.
An ally has been slain.
Symphony of Doom. Crescendo.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Our turret is under attack.
The vibrato of your soul was exquisite.
She flickered out too.
Staccato. Staccato.
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain. Destroy the turret. An ally has been slain.
Wait for the encore. Crescendo.
An enemy has been slain.
Symphony of Doom.
Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Just enjoy your requiem.
Crescendo. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Crescendo. Symphony of Doom. Staccato.
An enemy has
Staccato.
been slain.
Not
You
a
have
bad
been
tone.
slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been
The
slain.
music won't stop. Neither will my revenge.
An enemy has been slain. An ally
Crescendo.
has been slain.
Symphony of Doom.
You have slain an enemy.
The vibrato of your soul was exquisite. Crescendo.
An ally has been slain.
Symphony of Doom.
You have slain an enemy.
Crescendo.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Killing spree. Mega kill.
Crescendo.
Unstoppable.
The curtain falls. Crescendo.
Shut down. Monster kill. Double kill.
I don't think I'll play rank. I think I will just watch the MSC. Let's see if we have time. If we have enough time, we will play rank after this.
I'll compose the greatest sonata of death for them.
An enemy has been slain.
Symphony of Doom. Crescendo. Symphony of Doom.
Bro.
Shut down.
Let's see how much time we have.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Our turret is under attack. Turret has been destroyed. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our base is under attack.
Pick in game right now. 5 winners, 10,000 diamonds each. Scan that QR code. Events live until July 27th. Good points they're getting in as well. I mean, talking about that Atlas and that Valentina conversation. Also, I think it's just a matter of how far do you go into the assassin pool, because we started off with Hirara and Ling, and then we started getting Hirara Ling bans, and now we've gone into sometimes Marcel's, which has a 100% win rate after being let through 5 times. To the Fannies being
Well, the match is already about to start, so no ranks, I guess.
every single time. So Gideon, I think, still trying to figure it out on that backside of the assassin bans too.
Well, I think the backside of the assassin bans, it really just boils down to whether or not Hirara is in play or not. I think Yi Shin into the Ling has been a matchup that a lot of these junglers have faced off before in previous metas, that it becomes somewhat a little bit more comfortable. And honestly, the matchup hasn't really changed in terms of item progression or even power spikes.
But is it tempo? Is that the problem?
I'm glad you mentioned this. I'm looking at Remar. Both of us agree. It's all about tempo. That's why everybody is looking to pull yourself together on that flicker, just to make sure you're just 1 second faster, just 1 moment quicker to catch you off guard.
I could be in the club, though, that is asking, may we no longer see Claudes in the YSSs. I don't know, it's just not doing it for me in this meta. The YSS feels cursed. The Claude has less than a 30% win rate right now with multiple picks, and there are 2 very talented gold laners in this matchup. You have Kellera, you have Siggy Boob. I know they can do a fantastic job with the Claude, but I feel like in this meta is such a dangerous spot for him right now. Hell, even Onyx was able to bring back a Granger and make that work. I'd rather see that right now instead of the Claude.
Well, these early bans are going to set the tone, and what they've done is answer at least one question. Marcel not allowed. Neither is Atlas or Hirara or Zushin or Paquito, which has been kind of a flex potential gold lane or EXP laner that's picked up in that second phase most often. Atlas a first pick, so is Marcel, and obviously Hirara. So it leaves some things open, Gideon. What's your thought?
This is an interesting opener, because I think from the get-go, I think that J-Way has already figured out, hey, we want to make sure that we can, start to alter some of these matchups. As much as Midnight is saying, you know what, the Beleric Atlas trade, CW is telling them, you know what, let's take it 1 step further, right? We're going to get rid of Hirara. Now, do you want Ling or Freya? This time they go for Fanny, but that just means that it's less likely for them to go for the double fighters.
So let's see now where Onyx will be putting the pressure on. They don't need to pick the Ling right away. That could show up with a red 3. Just don't consider the long time to carries anymore. No more long farming. Go fast as well. Something maybe to make it comfortable at the center of the map. I mean, we've seen some surprise Selena, surprise early Chose as well from both Vitality and Onyx in the past. I wouldn't. Whoa, they picked it up right away. They didn't need to wait, and then they went ahead and picked up the Eudora. I thought they'd want to pick up maybe one of their roamers already.
You don't want to play with your food, because I think what may end up happening is they're worried about 2 bans or 2 picks from Aurora that would force them to have to change something in the EXP lane or roam before it gets banned out. And so they're prioritizing having the Ling just to be safe.
You're killing it. You're killing it, Raina. You're absolutely right. And now instantly we see from Aurora's side, right? They're still going to try and fight for that tempo. And a lot of it is really going to boil down to how fast you can actually clear that mid wave. Now we have Selena, probably going to have Season Hunter as well to kind of speed up the leash. So not only are they going to get that Fanny like extra fast coming out of that jungle looking for a gank, but at the same time, at least with the Selena, you have that vision of where they're going to move without having to commit too much.
Yeah, this is MSC 2026, not 2025, right? It's Kelra in Onyx going up against Fanny and Selena. I saw this last year already. That was the matchup that was getting referred to in the interview with Kelra, wherein it was Aurora then who were able to surprise Onyx Philippines that time. Were they ready for this to show up already? Because it feels like you're just getting reminded of the ghosts of your pasts.
Yep.
There we go. I like
This
that coming
MSC,
out early, Badang. So what I expected
the pick
that
of
might come out
strategy is
earlier, well, I thought it would be the Cho, this Badang with all the dive.
being
Of
followed
course, we saw
more
how
than
great the Badang was up
the
against
other
the Fanny
strategies.
when it was picked up by Vitality against Falcons PH.
Assassins are being
So
prioritized.
much has already been shown just from the intentions in the banning phase, right? Again, we've seen a lot of red sides not actually go for the Paquito ban, and not to mention that Midnight is taking the authority of saying, you know what, I will be the one who bans on Marcel. I will give you that free ban on the off chance just to make you go for this Eudora. Because he went for the Fanny straight away without hesitation.
Yeah. So now you have to look at the gold laners. Cho gets banned out by Onyx. You still want to consider the Moskov, the Brody, both still in play here. Both great against the Fanny, but then this Uranus, I think, is putting a big question mark for Onyx in terms of their overall damage profile, especially early on if they want to fight for the major objectives, because you have the Uranus there. Aurora, rightfully so, take out the Brody. I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a Moskov ban later on, so you're really dwindling down the picks that Kelra could pick up. That would be great against a lineup of Aurora.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here, and I think even for Onyx, they understand that even if they do end up having to play against the Belleric, they can either ban it out now or look for something that utilizes Concussive Blast to kind of help them clear that wave. Because so far, based on what we've seen, Selena's kind of by herself right now, and the only other thing they have to worry about is single target lockdown.
Yeah, we saw one great combo from Vitality, the Badang, and the Melissa that is also still in play here for Onyx if ever they want to pick it up. Because you know you're up against a Selena that would want to get close. Once that arrow gets hit on the Melissa, if ever the rest of the team is going to collapse and they have the Badang with it, we saw that a team that's just rolling through with a Fanny up against a Melissa might not be enough. They will leave that open. They take out the Esmeralda instead.
I feel like they're trying to set up for potentially Harith here, right? They know that the EXP lane is kind of out in the open, and more importantly, they've got the Uranus as well. They just want to make sure that it doesn't overlap. I do want to see this Melissa, though. I am interested whether they want to go for red for Melissa or they're going to wait up to the very end once they got the final confirmation.
Could be until the very end. They could also be thinking of damage profiles and considering, are we crazy enough to pack a Granger up against a Fanny? We do need someone with a Sky Piercer, if ever, to start giving difficulties for that Uranus. But can you even start snowballing kills around that, considering that there is a Fanny? That might be one of the conversations that Onyx is having right now.
It's early game stuff, but like, I'm thinking about the late game as well. Because at this point, now Melissa doesn't really have much contention anymore. I don't think there's actually a quote-unquote winning matchup. Thanks to, you know, CW getting rid of both Freya alongside with the Paquito, forcing Aurora to kind of play, you know what, we gotta start team fighting. But majority of the heroes don't scale, and there's the Harith.
They needed that to match up with the
And
Melissa
Harith
guitar as well. Very good at the initiation. We'll see if they have enough peel.
Who will be Onyx EXP?
Of Onyx. What are they going to bring to round out this lineup?
I think maybe an Alice would be their last best bet. Alice versus Uranus in lane, and then you also have the AoEs to mess up with the Harith. If ever, wherever the Minoan Fury is, that's where you drop your Throne of Ruin, so that
I think
team fighting is a little bit
they
more awkward.
they're picking Melissa for the zoning potential, not for the specific hero, but for the zoning potential that she has with models.
Troubled but not countered.
Yeah, I think there's also an argument for, you know, even Phoveus to a certain degree, right? Do you want to have a strong side lane or a weak side lane or something that is contestable?
They can poke from the distance.
Go for something contestable, right?
Interesting.
They want to fight. They want to
using the models.
have it all in this package within Sora.
Wow. Honestly, looking at the lineup, you could cover up the names and it would be hard to tell who's who. Except so far, Melissa has just been great so far in this tournament that it's hard for me to lean away from the Onyx draft. Maybe it's really just because of the Melissa's record right now that I'm favoring theirs a little bit more. But don't get me wrong, Aurora has answers.
Well, this is going to be a matchup between the jungle and really between all the roles here, whether it's Kyrie or TNZ or whether you got Kelra and Siggy Boom. It's a matchup of even coaches and minds and maybe just the leading edge.
The games are pretty uncertain in this MWC. We are seeing some different picks.
One of them will take their first blow today. One will move on into the knockout stage. Let's get it started and send it over to your casters.
Thank you so much, panel. Here we go. This is the most anticipated match of the day. It's the battle for knockout stage. One whole match. Could be 3 full games of this incredible matchup to send us one team to the top 8, the last one.
I mean, Aurora has just shot into the limelight, and now they're going up against another huge, fierce opponent, Onyx. Another favorite for this event. Can Aurora take them down, or will Onyx show that they are still champions in their own right?
TNZ early on already. Trying to go
Tormentor resign. Who Tormentor?
First blood over to Kyrie. Maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew.
That was very much TNZ-esque, but not the TNZ you would expect here
Kyrie
after
collected
that
the first
match
blood
against
too.
TLPH, where we saw such a clean TNZ. Getting a bit too feisty early on could work, could also bite you back in the butt. Emblems, though, we're going to take a look at the checkups here. Bargain Hunter already. The
Yep, Ling got the kill with Fanny.
It's also the Wilderness Blessing here for Rosa instead of what we've seen from Moreno, the Bargain Hunter, or even the Season Hunter for a lot of different Selenas.
Keyboy doing really well with these walls, though. Even that earlier catching TNZ, the wall just came out of nowhere, able to stop him. And Kyrie immediately capitalized on it. We just saw it once again to slow down Pagu, to, if you're going to come into our jungle, be ready to possibly be taken out. And that is what Onyx has already shown Aurora.
We got to take a look at the bigger picture as well, though, for Aurora. They have the 2 lethal ignitions. One burst, one good arrow could send Onyx back a lot, but I think Onyx just have the counters.
Oh.
Missile arrow.
Speaking of
Keyboy.
arrows, a lot of damage on a Keyboy. Brings him down to about 20%, but Kyrie maybe looking for the re-engage here. TNC's there as well.
Oh.
Wants to dive in, not going to fully commit. Aurora's learned their lesson. They're going to kind of take things slow.
No purple buff just yet for Kai. He's going to be delayed quite a bit here. TNC should be able to get it before Kyrie. And you can already see Rosa here trying to maybe force out a retribution, but knows that it's a bit too risky to go all in.
Ooh. Still.
Takes the purple. Very well done, but Lunar taking a lot of damage. Loopy able to get the kill. TNZ wants to engage out.
Ooh, Fanny.
Fanny can't be stopped. Gets the kill on a Loopy, but now Pagu in a little bit of danger under the tower.
Kyrie looking for kill.
Does come down.
Ooh, Pagu. Ooh. Damn. Damn. Pagu survived that.
And you can see instantly a massive mistake, I'd say. In those blades, he couldn't catch all 3, and even couldn't catch 2. Caught 1, and that was about it. We take a look at the skirmish again. Early on, it was TNZ going in a bit too aggressive. Now the bottom lane, live view. All right, TNZ doesn't go for the kill. But then it starts off with the purple buff being stolen away here. Keyboy as well wanted to go for the pick, but this is why the Minotaur is so good at making him miscalculate. You can see a bit of frustration there for Keyboy. The heals from the Minotaur, it gets bigger as you get lower.
All right, so each team has now
They didn't expect the heal
mistakes and recovered from it. Gold at a standstill.
From the bull.
And it's still first turtle. We're almost 4 minutes in, and the first turtle has not been taken. Blade does get locked in for TNZ. Going to be able to see a little bit more damage for this turtle.
The thing is, Strex, and I think for a lot of the viewers, man, we are so used to seeing tank jungles that they usually just don't retreat for their buffs. For Assassins, I think their buffs, purple mainly, is more important than these turtles. So, as Kai, I think you gotta be a little bit more concerned about your purple buff. You need to take it away. If it's getting threatened, retreat. It's all good. Aurora, though, with those 2 kills up top, will be able to pick up the neutral objective for free. And now it's back to a level playing field. Oh, what an arrow there. Crazy angle.
Siggy Boom and Kelra have been going head-to-head. The range on Kelra is almost matched, honestly. Siggy Boom's, even with being outranged by the metals, he's still able to kind of keep up in this.
Lunar way to dip.
Down on the top side.
Oh, Fanny too.
This Tempest of Blaze does come down. They're able to collapse onto him. Loopy gets the kill. TNZ's got to get out of town. Over to safety. Another kill into the Book of Onyx.
Onyx are just playing it so slow, trying to read out Lunar's movements, and so far they've done a good job at doing that. Abyssal Arrow lands again for Rosa. Just a bit of poke onto Keyboy, but it's all about that right now, Onyx. They know there's only one lane right now that they can really punish, right? In the mid lane, it's just the Minotaur and the Selena way too good at escaping. The TNZ got that one, I believe TNZ did with the Retribution. Kyrie's Retri was still off, and now he goes for yet another invade. TNZ. Sans
Ooh,
nice
Sans.
knock up, a lot of damage. Sans goes down. Aurora able to find pick after pick in there, constantly just testing the waters, pushing in, looking for any target. Arrow comes low. Kelra in a little bit of trouble at a tower. The go away does come out. Rosa doesn't have another arrow to fire off, and Pagu can't connect.
No wonder we've heard shouts for Aurora being #1 with another team. And scrims, dude. They're so good at taking these awkward fights. Onyx built a composition that wants to go in, that wants to just dive straight. And it's really good at countering the assassin jungle as well with the Eudora and the Melissa. But if Aurora find a way to split Onyx up and take these individual 1v1s everywhere across the map, it just gets so awkward for Onyx composition to react to it.
And it's all about the positioning for Aurora right now. Even Pagu coming in, keeping vision. We talked about splitting them up, and then we have Rosa in the river shooting out these arrows. One does connect onto Loopy. TNZ decides not to get involved. Pagu making his way up as well.
Ooh, another Abyssal Arrow connected.
Keyboy in a lot of trouble. Will fall. Rosa now going to reposition. They claim the turtle pit, and Kyrie has no way in. TNZ wants to find a target. Kyrie's forced to Finch poise. And now Onyx is backed off to the jungle.
Rosa on the Selena. An absolute beast. We saw them knock Onyx Philippines down to the lower brackets of the group stage just last year in Msc 2025, and it was also with Rosa on the Selena. Loopy in mid.
A lot of damage. Loopy trying to defend. Big Minoan's Fury on
Ooh.
multiple members.
Straight to the back line.
Kyrie able to find TNZ. Loopy very low, but still survives. But Rosa gets a kill on Sans. Rosa looking for more. Looking for another air to shoot out. Decides not to do it as Pagu and Rosa back off. It's TNZ for Sans. Onyx wins out on that
Yep,
one.
they are.
Crazy skirmish. Kai's recall gets cancelled. Now Lunar wants to go for the cut.
Aurora is taking the risk, but
Not a safe spot, does have
they are
full
profiting
energy.
out
Should
of
really
it
get away
too.
from this to safety, but the tower will fall on that top side.
Again, it's Aurora just making these moves proactively around the map. Yeah, they went in under that tier 1. It was a bit of a mistake, but it was a risk that they were willing to take to push their lead even further. They didn't lose too much. You gotta remember right now that even if TNZ dies, Lunar, or even Siggy Boom, they're not gonna give out any bounties. It's all about Rosa. He needs to stay alive, but the others can die. They can pull out these gambles. And Onyx are still behind. A whopping 3,000 gold behind. Kelra's not given space to actually farm out, and it's because of these arrows again from Rosa.
Not only that, but even when Onyx able to get a kill, they find TNZ earlier. Aurora's movement on the map has been so crucial. They find both offlane towers. They're consistently hunting for this mid lane tower. They aren't only evening out or winning the skirmishes, they're winning on map play. Just truly have become a whole new into this MSC.
It's all about defending the mid lane right now for Onyx. Damage control, trying to get space for Kelra to farm out. Haas Claws built up by Kai. The Flask of the Oasis as well. The Oriswell secured by Kai, his own. But he's
Muni
still
tokra
falling
sokra
behind a
जीवन
whole
राखेर
level
बोल्न
down of TNZ.
मुन्नी बढी
Onyx gonna
tokra
look
sokra
for a
जीवन
big
राखेर
set, but
लाने
even then it's going to be very, very tough for them because Aurora have ways to deal with it. You get a stun on Sigiboom, Rosa, TNZ. Then you're going to get AoE'd by Pagu. There's the healing as well that just keeps them alive.
Kind of want to see the items on where Kyrie is in terms of gold compared to TNZ.
Just 700 gold behind.
Not too far behind. Definitely still capable. Loopy as well, holding his own, actually ahead of Lunar right now. That could be the big play. Keyboy sets something up, and those two can output the damage. Not to mention, Kelra has been free farming, hasn't taken any deaths. It's definitely not GG's for Onyx just yet.
Nope. They can definitely scale with the Ling and the Melissa. They will have enough damage later on to actually pull out a comeback. But Aurora, they're pretty good. They've got pretty good scaling as well with the Harith. Even the Selena when it comes to map control. If they continue to pushing these turrets, take away these tier 1s, Onyx will be choked down even more. They're going to be forced to suffocate inside of their own base. And that's what Aurora are trying to do right now with a massive lead on Rosa and Sigibuma conceal into the mid lane. And an arrow that lands.
Does land. Loopy kind of walked into that one though, but TNZ to the backside. Looking for an angle, gonna walk into Keyboy. The wall does not
Muni ko
come out.
nabijos
He's able to
भयो
safely
बताइए
move. Loopy force a dash away.
त्यो बाक्सा मुनिपट्टि नभिजोस् भनेर
Positioned back into their jungle as Aurora takes over the Lord Pit. Watch for Loopy and Sands, looking for an angle in as well. Kyrie forced up to the top side to try to defend the tower. This could be the play for Aurora to burst down this Lord. Jancy will get caught by the fist crack. A lot of damage. Everyone piles on top of him. But he's still able to get away. Onyx now in a little bit of trouble. Sans on the backside, taken out by Siggy Boom. Zmon's forces dropped, and now Loopy was shredded down as well. Rosa finding that kill for himself. As Kelra tries to pop off. Doesn't have to go away. Caught in the midst. Kyrie able to find Siggy Boom. TNC finds Kelra. It is hell in the land of Dawn as Keyboy tries to get away. But Aurora comes out on top once again. TNC goes back to base, and the Lord is still up.
They're just too good in this meta. Oh my god. The healing coming in from Pagu with the Minotaur and TNZ with the cleanest cables to get away from Kai, who's hunting him down with the Finch Boys, even with a purple buff. And you can see that delay from TNZ got Kyrie into such an awkward spot because he already used so much of his energy to use the Finch Boys to try to chase TNZ down. Then Aurora through that skirmish, really just utilizing a sustain out. Oh, these guys.
Live game, thought we were still in the replay person.
These fights have been phenomenal. Great steal by Kai though. We're seeing the glimpses of that M3 Ling Kyrie that really shocked the world with his crazy pattern. Again, reacting to the moves. Shout out to Seer there, shout out to him. Biggest Aurora fan in the building.
I like to see it. Both junglers right now, TNZ, able to get out of the fight earlier, getting hit by the fist crack. No purple buff, this is true. Maybe we get the anime battle right here. Kyrie, TNZ does not have vision on him. Gonna go back to safety. Kyrie's not gonna force it. He just, I mean, they know. Either one can probably, oh wait, no, TNZ's like, let's do it. Back in the mid side, a little bit of damage. They're able to take the tower.
An intense game of mlbb with the Lord still up top. Aurora taking things slow. Abyssal Arrow lands onto Kelra. Not gonna bait out any of those battle spells just yet. Kyrie sent into the bottom lane again. 2 holy shields. Oh, it's down right in the 12th minute.
Very well done. Loopy takes a lot of damage, forces dash back. Pagu comes in with big Nolan's Fury.
Ooh, Loopy died.
TNZ finds Loopy into the backside. Kelra and Keyboy also taking a lot of damage as Siggy Boom drops in.
Keyboy. Sans is low. Kyrie.
Looking for an angle, and as Kelra gets free shots from the backside, the Lord has broken through. Aurora sides to back.
अब चला connected to मिलता.
As the rest of the team moves back, waiting for the next wave. There's no mid side. They're waiting for the minions to drop. Onyx has lost an inhibitor as another wave comes crashing down the mid.
These arrows are landing like it's a point-click stun. Sans!
TNZ takes him out. Kelra forces the dash back. They've broken through. Still 2 towers on the backside. But Aurora doesn't want to let up just yet. Lunar backs off. Rosa keeping an angle, waiting for those arrows to come through.
And this is what I was talking about, man. Aurora, they have the scaling when it comes to map control. They get these turrets. Another arrow lands on Kelra. Mans has no damage on minions right now, and the Abyssal Arrow will just constantly keep on coming. As they're going to have to react to Pagu Lunar up front. And then the arrows. Look, P.
Onsports does drop. Siggy Boom wants to go in.
The arrow
puts out a lot of damage on a Loopy. Another arrow drops, and Keyboy drops as well. Siggy Boom with a double kill. TNZ under the tower. Sans has no way to escape. It's Kyrie against the world, along with Kelra. The damage is just too much. Rose into the back line. He wants Kelra. The goal away comes out. He dashes back. Aurora not done just yet. They got one more inhibitor, and Siggy Boom finds Kelra. Aurora
GG. Aurora won.
Take out Onyx and take game number 1.
Rosa on the scene. An absolute masterclass from Aurora Gaming. We've heard the shouts. We've heard the rumors of how strong they were in scrims. And they're doing it, they're pulling it off on stage. Clearly the number 1 thus far.
Aurora Gaming just looks better and better every game we see them play.
Dude, it looked like Rosa was playing with Eudora's second skill with the range of Selena.
It's definitely disgusting at this point, and every one of them, we've got Rosa. Siggy Boom played an amazing game up against the goal. gold standard.
Yeah.
TNZ, even after taking deaths early on,
Yeah.
was able to pull through and still be a menace.
Midnight, Parating, Handa. We're going to throw it back again. Oh, towards us. Towards us. Maybe a few words from our boys. What do you think about the early game, though, right? A few mistakes. TNZ went in a bit too aggressively onto those waves, onto the creep up top. They took a fight on this one. But then everything just fell in place.
Aurora continues to surprise us. And I think after this match, we can no longer be surprised. We just have to know that Aurora is the real deal at this point. They are aiming for not just the top 8 finish, they're aiming for a finals right now. Still 2 games to go, though. Onyx played a good start, honestly. Keyboy was able to do well in a few moments. Everyone kind of had their moments.
वो कहीं बिरल ना उठा बिरल ना उठा
here, just hanging out, knowing that even if I don't get the kill, I am a nuisance with
कितनी ये रहने वाले
Is it crazy
उते
to say,
कुना रह
but
देंगे
this team gives me vibes that I haven't seen in a long time. Prime Onyx Philippines on M6 vibes, no?
Okay. No, I see. Like M6 Onyx Philippines when Kelro was on the team, finally gets the world championship. I think Aurora Turkey, though, still has like so much of their own identity.
They do.
They really do.
Rafael Amid.
Rafael, that's what I'm saying. They're still able to pull some of these crazy picks. It's the same Aurora that I feel like we've always been seeing.
Aurora is winning. That's what's happening.
That's crazy to say, right? Because all this time, it always just feels like Aurora, they've been good. They've been kind of like creating the meta here and there. They were the ones that started the Harley as well at M7. But they were always so close yet so far from being a top team. By top, I mean top 2. Because clearly, I think in the world, they're always going to be rated as like a top 4, top 8 kind of team. They will always be the ones to make it to knockout stage. But now they look elite.
I'm speechless, honestly, by it, because I think a lot of us came to this day wondering, was the other day just a fluke?
No.
I mean, we heard good things about Aurora, but can they keep it up, right? Can they take out not just a Filipino region dominance, but also a Indonesian dominant team? And they have now defeated both.
I mean, I'm stoked to see it, man. I always love to see these new regions, you know, pop off. Earlier, Yangon Galacticos, off of a disappointing M7 run, doing a really good job, and now making it to the knockout stage already, being one of the first 4 teams to qualify into that top 8. Now Aurora going through, I think, the hardest first 2 matches you could expect from a team in the group stage. Going up against TLPH in their first match, and then having to meet up against Onyx ID. Speaking of Onyx, though.
Speaking of Onyx, I think we have a guest. We have a guy, a dude.
You know him?
I've heard of him.
You know him?
I don't think I've ever done an interview with him before.
That's cool.
Oh, there he is.
My guy, King Kong. How you doing,
hello,
bro?
Guys, hello. What's up? What's up?
What's up?
King Kong, first question, man.
Aurora is winning. Aurora.
Ask you this question, right? You see the meta
Onyx
right
is losing.
now. You see all these assassins. You see the Selena in mid. How
The first
sad
match
is
ended,
that you're not here, dude? Because it really feels
and
like it's your
Aurora
meta.
won.
Very, very sad.
Had to bring that up first.
I got to bring that up first. Playing assassins.
What would you have done in the meta, though? Like, would you have dominated this scene?
I don't know. I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. Any tips for, you know, the sister team, the brother team, Onyx? You know, did you watch that game? How we feeling about it? What went wrong?
Oh yeah, I watched.
Give us your
Game
viewpoint.
1. Advice: maybe just be aware of Aurora's early game dominance, especially the first minute of the game. Earlier, I think they were aware, but it's just that Rosa's Selena, mind-blowing.
It is mind-blowing. You know, you played with a very, very good
Aurora
Selena as well, one
is
of the best in the
dominating
world. Any
Onyx.
advice to deal with a Selena for Onyx, or maybe just for Onyx?
Advice for Selena, maybe. Let me think. 1 second. I think just ban it.
Just ban it? Just straight up?
Just ban it.
Just ban it.
Makes a lot of sense.
No advices, just ban it.
Just ban it. Okay, that's the advice for CW and Yeb. Let's see if they actually take that into game number 2. But now I want to ask your thoughts on Aurora Gaming, because they have looked phenomenal right now, right? They beat TLPH.
Very
#1.
phenomenal. Yeah.
Very phenomenal.
King Kong
And
retired,
now
right?
They're on course to actually getting a 2-0 win against Onyx ID. So thoughts on Aurora?
Thoughts on Aurora? Actually, our preparation for the next season, every time we have a scrim versus Aurora, our scrims convinced me that as of now, TNZ, best jungler, TNZ.
Whoa.
Mechanically.
Best jungler.
Best jungler. All right.
Better
man.
than
Yeah.
What about you? Yeah. Would you
Better than me.
Wow.
Better than me. Yeah, if I will base on our scrims, because we don't do scrims with Team Liquid, Team Falcon. So for me, yeah, TNZ.
All right then, man. Thank you so much, King Kong. It's always a pleasure to have you on the mic, man. Always great, always charismatic.
Thank you so much. Thank you
nice
so much.
hair, by the way. Good Oreo hair. You call it out.
Thank you so much, Sir Mirko.
Thank you so much, King Kong. And with that, Trex, I believe we're gonna throw it over to a segment.
Yeah, Brigida's got some confessions.
What confessions?
Let's see.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Brigida's confession.
This is Confessions with Brigida. Brigida, I have been told that you are the nicest member of talent, so I've got to go easy on you. Is that just a... Is it all just a bit of a... Is it fake, or are you actually?
I don't think so, or it's probably because I'm a bit quiet, honestly.
Okay.
So they probably associate with being nice, but at the same time, I think I'm nice. I think I'm
You seem nice to me. I've known you for 3 days, and you seem lovely, which makes this even harder. Okay, I need to use my hand for this one. What does this mean to you?
This means a little, like when you try to use body language, right? You say, oh yeah, it's a little, it's a little.
But does it not have reference to something in particular?
Yes, it does. It does. It's, I think, referencing a birthday greeting photo I made with someone. So I was making a pose. That's the reference, Chris.
But what did the... I don't understand why... What did this have to do with anything?
Same question. I don't know how it got so big. It was just a birthday greeting. Right?
Right.
Right.
Right.
Right.
So I hear.
So was the damn photo.
I heard Khalid has a new name for his ultimate as well.
What is going on? Where are these questions coming from? No, he did not change his ultimate name. It's still Raging Sandstorm.
Check it again. Make sure you got it right.
Raging Sandstorm.
Okay. Who's your favorite minion?
This is so... Okay, my favorite minion right now... it's
See,
Bob.
I don't know them. You're going to have to explain.
Bob. Or maybe Henry. Or James. Since the new movie just came out, guys. Please check it out. Wow.
We're not promoting movies. Okay? We're not doing that.
Okay.
It's not what we do. I heard you're a big BTS fan.
No. I'm not. I like girl groups. I like Twice. I like La Seraphim. I like aespa. I like ITZY. I like Eugene's.
Says that you look like Momo?
Do I?
I
Probably haven't checked.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's an honor to be considered someone who looks like her. She is my bias. So I probably try, or my makeup is probably inspired from her.
I mean,
You like the
it's
girl
not really
groups
my
too,
makeup to
Risha?
make me look like somebody.
I can do it.
What kind of thing do you think I would? What would work?
Maybe eyeliner?
The eyeliner, yeah.
Eyeliner?
That's for the next one.
We'll try.
We'll do that for the next one. Do you normally open the MLBB chat on stream?
No. No. I don't. I don't. Whoever made these questions, I am going for you, I swear.
You will have your chance at revenge. Don't you worry.
Okay.
You will have your chance.
Thank you.
Brigida, thank you so much. Are you still gonna be the nicest member of talent after that, or?
I still am.
Good.
We always stay good. We always stay nice. Nothing can change that.
Good. Keep it that way.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it. They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! Welcome back to the series of this day, Aurora Gaming in the lead.
Second game.
Onyx, 1-0, dominant and undeniable. The force
Can
of
Onyx
nature
come back
that
though?
is the Northern Lights continue to shine bright. Let's see though, if Coach Yeb and Coach CW will have something ready and in store to answer what has been a very problematic Aurora for the teams that have faced them. They look too damn good. Renmar and Gideon still here to call over the draft.
The baseline of what everybody's expectations have been shifted. I am sure the pick'ems are going insane right now, and not to mention that this map reveal might actually be extremely important to what the next plan might be coming from Aurora. We get
Dangerous
grass
grass.
this time round, and luckily it wasn't the flying clouds. But maybe we might have something new.
Yeah, for sure. If it was the cloud, then I think it would not have boded well for Onyx, because I think some of the more unique picks in the metagame does arise out of Flying Cloud because of how fast you can quickly come back into the fight and into the map. So I feel like maybe it's really just because I have a lot of doubts about the hero. I think it is warranted to deprioritize the Eudora, because when you rush it too early, you end up going up against a Uranus that you won't have enough damage for, or you're lacking reach, and the problem for Onyx, they didn't have enough damage for Lunars.
Assassins
Look,
and
of course,
especially the burst heroes.
a little difficult to get through, but that early game actually went exactly how Onyx wanted to go. But this time around, the adaptations are starting to come on in. They're still going to get rid of the Paquito, but of course, they're putting Selena as a priority here on blue side.
Yep, that is a very worthy ban. I think Rosa's impact in the previous game was undeniable.
I think Eudora will be prioritized here.
The trap placements were perfect. Constant vision reading. And I think maybe that's why Onyx just couldn't get a footing in the game 2-3 minutes into the game.
Hilda is not being picked that much.
After that, it feels like their map movements were just red.
Well, our passive is there, but she's not being prioritized.
Make better decisions at a faster rate, and Aurora will always able to assist, well, or at least assess exactly where they need to be. Oh, hey, top side, we've got 3 traps there. We just saw Fanny Abaddon. We got to immediately start moving over to the left side and start stealing away resources. But this time round, at least for Onyx, a lot of respect is put on Aurora. Getting rid of not only Selena, they make sure that Fanny is out of contention.
This means the Ling and Hirara trade is in effect.
Ooh.
And Aurora will keep it.
Ling and Hirara will be
Is
picked.
it going to be Onyx? Are you going to get the Ling, or are you going to get the Hirara? Because you know Aurora will get the other. It's the Hirara for Onyx.
Yeah, knowing Kyrie, I think Hirara makes a lot of sense, especially considering that they're working a lot on the early stages.
Ling and Belirik maybe.
Aurora. But then we jump back, right? What is going to be the next open? Because now that we see the Atlas go away, a lot of teams have thought maybe, all right, if we go the Eudora,
or Ling and Eudora.
We've already discussed how we don't exactly want to kind of lean into it just yet. Maybe wait for Red 3, maybe arguably even Red 4. But Belirik has
Belirik and Eudora.
every single time.
I'm okay with the Belirik. I'm going to pause on my dogging on Eudora
I think
for now.
they have strategy to deal with Hirara, so they are opening it for the enemy.
Really early on, something that demands a really good
They are field testing, you know, whether they pick Hirara or Ling.
So that you force out some early, faster scaling heroes from Aurora. You can save your roam pick for later and adjust it in the second phase. You still have quite a wealth of options depending on which way you're going through. Uranus is the pickup, one of my wish lists.
Uranus
all right.
See if they'll keep that up.
Let's see if the second part of it is going to complete themselves, because we've seen a lot of blue sides reveal their lanes early, but this time they're making sure that they have a little bit of everything, right? We've got our EXP already set, we've already made sure that we
Ciao,
at least have
Rome.
single target lockdown in case that Ling shows up here on red 3.
EXP
I think that
Uranus.
Aurora needs to make some difficult decisions here because Tianzi isn't going to get an assassin. Then what does the team kind of pivot towards to? And I think it has to be Sigabum at this
Ling
point.
being picked.
Still gonna be the Ling. Comes in at red 3. You're now gonna be looking at the priorities for the gold lane and the
I mean,
EXP
for
lane
single
Aurora,
pickups,
unless they're
it
looking
might
to
work.
shift that Beleric into the
If
EXP lane and be
Zhao
surprised
kicks
when
someone,
Rogue
Hirara can finish
pick
them.
that we aren't expecting it later on. Meanwhile, for Onyx, pretty honest already, you know that Cho is going to be going into the center of the map. And then you're waiting for their mid and their gold laner.
Oh, really great ban here.
Good ban.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Esmeralda on the side of Onyx side just to kind of, you know, free up some space here and make sure at least Lutfi is going to have a much better matchup to try and control this lane. They knew that Paquito was kind of out of the question, and thankfully Freya got banned out for the side of Aurora. Now,
Esme ban
we come back
and
to Aurora
Vexana
one more
ban
time.
too.
Is it
Oh,
going to be heavy? Maybe even a Lilia? I feel like, unfortunately, Lilia now, her HP is just way too low against these assassins, against these burst mages. It might not be worth it.
Wonder if anyone's cooking up something unique here. So far, though, we can still expect the usual options in gold to pop up. You could even think about maybe Aurora is still considering the Harith, knowing that you wouldn't expect something like Glue to show up. The Vexana in its range plus its AoE would have been detrimental for a Harith. Maybe if you take away a minute, no?
Brody
Okay,
ban.
take out a Brody. So you still have Moskov, Harith available. Claude, maybe I'll have to reel back a little bit into what I said about Claude earlier. He still might be viable here.
I think it's something that Onyx might have to pick up because I'm feeling like Aurora is trying to set up for another Harith matchup into Melissa. That might be what they're trying to repeat here for Midnight side. I am interested though. Onyx,
Badass ban.
getting rid of the Brods, get rid of the sandbags, and now all that's left is going to be the Alice and the EXP. We're still looking for a means to not
Claude.
only engage upon your opponents, but not to mention that there's like a decent
Moscow
amount of iframes. We don't get the Harith, but at least
might
the Claude
get
gets
picked.
locked in for Aurora.
Yeah. If Aurora will make this work, they play Claude, they play Ling, they play Eudora. I think they need a little bit more tankiness and then a little bit more sustain would be great. Meanwhile, for Onyx, at least you get an honest matchup in the gold, you know, and you can field any of the usual picks. They do have dives, so if you want to go for something like the Itcha as we saw earlier, wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could go wrong here. I'm thinking whether Valentina might be worth it just to steal the Wrath of the Dryads, but really, it's kind of tough overall, right? Because you're still not going to be able to get the correct battle spells out of certain targets, and I think Eudora never is going to take Purify ever, especially with the meta, the way the meta is shaping.
Moskov
Moskov, as you called it, has already been locked in to deal
Moskov
with
and
the assassin
Valentina.
instead of the Melissa matchup, so now we get the Hilda at the very end to round things out, and I'm liking this a lot. I really thought the Hilda might end up onto Onyx side, but with their opener, there was just kind of no way.
All right, you get two aggressive roamers that field around the map, and hell,
Just
the
for
Aurora
a
draft,
glimpse.
they were blitzing right through it. Gideon, last
Sit
thoughts
near a
about the
cute girl.
lineups.
Last thoughts about the lineups. I'm going to say that this is a lot more even than I thought
Oh,
it was going
Hilda,
to be, but
pick
most
two.
importantly, Luna on this Hilda is going to have to do a lot of work, especially in the early stages of the game. That Uranus has full control. So, you know what's strong side, you know what's a weak side. Maybe that might be enough, but that mid, that's number one.
Who predicted Hilda? Dark Editor predicted Hilda.
They already took down Liquid. Will they take down Onyx in a sweep as well? This is game number 2. Will Onyx force game number 3? Drex, Mirko, let's go.
A back-to-back win, a back-to-back clean sweep from TLPH to Onyx would certainly put them up there when it comes to greatest performances for a team in a group stage. But we'll find out here. Onyx have some solid answers as well. And just like Gideon pointed out, it is much more even here this time around.
Yeah, this seems like a much more straightforward draft from both teams. It's honest, it's simple. The game plan is there. There's nothing cheeky. There's no crazy Selena. There's no weird healers on the field. I'm excited to see how Lunar decides to rotate. How much is he going to harass from the CXP lane?
All right, quick check on the emblems again. It's going to be the Bargain Hunter this time for
Hilda is in EXP, not in Rome.
The damage on Hassan's first blood.
Oh,
Tianzi in a little bit of trouble. Keyboy
damn that damage from Mirara.
of his own. Jungler for mid lane. Feels like a win for Onyx, and now Kyrie's looking for more. Dashes in the mid side, gets some good damage on a Rosa. Pagu as well, but Kyrie can't get the finish. But still,
They may have to go back after this.
Maybe we can. He's on Hirara. Look at that.
But Keyboy gets the kill. Deja vu to game number 1. It's Onyx who strike here early on.
Both kill got picked by Keyboy though.
Pick up on TNZ. And just like in game number 1, it seems like
that damage is freaking insane.
Or are going to be forced to climb back in this game already. No purple buff on the Ling, but everything still is relatively calm, right? Some pretty good picks here and there. Just that.
I mean, overall, they're going to go back and forth. It's the same thing we saw last time. Like you said, last time it was 2-2 in the first 3 minutes. Gold sitting at a standstill. TNZ, just like last time, takes a death right at the beginning of the match. Can he recover like he did last time? Kyrie, though, it's sad that those kills had to go into the pocket of Keyboy. 2-0 and 0 would have looked a lot better in Kyrie's hands, but still, a win is a win in the book of Onyx right now. Turtle is up.
Tempo-wise, Aurora have been able to keep up with Onyx, and the thing is, with Rosa staying alive earlier in that skirmish, he'll be able to get level 4 before Sans. Sans has gone to the XP lane, soaked in the entire wave, and still isn't 4 just yet. He'll get 4 very soon, but that means Tienzi will almost a steal. What a crazy SOD to be sending there. Sans steals the Wrath of the Dryad. Lunar again with a tempo in the bottom lane. Onyx on the turtle.
Yeah, Lunar's gonna have to try to make his way up. Tienzi looking for a possible steal here. Lunar is gonna try to open things up.
Kyrie got the turtle.
Blaze does come down right next to Kyrie. Kyrie takes a bit of damage, forces the top side.
Rosa died. TNZ died. Pagu died too. Kyrie died. Lunar flickered. Oh! Oh! Damn! They don't want to let him go.
This time on turtle number 1, they learned from their mistakes. It was an insane utilization.
They don't want to let anyone go.
To react to Pagu with the Wrath of the Dry Flicker combo. Then he outplays the situation, gets away, and baits everybody into this skirmish. Kyrie with the retribution and the play. And now it's Onyx who are leading with tempo and goal. Great reaction though from Sigiboo. He did rotate quicker. Kelra was right behind him, trying to rotate over, and that's why Sigiboo couldn't stay for a bit longer for Lunar to deal enough damage over on Keyboy, and then the dive happened.
Yeah, at this point, Onyx has taken a decent lead. Still no kills into the pocket of Kyrie, but Loopy being 2-0 and 2 on this Uranus can be a problem. Yes, they have the they have the stun with Rosa, but still it doesn't feel like enough to deal with a well-fed Uranus. And Loopy's going to start harassing into this jungle. He's going to start becoming a problem for TNZ, a problem for Rosa.
Despite that win for Onyx, the lead is still pretty much non-existent. Just a 1,000 goalie between the two. TNZ still level in XP against Kyrie despite dying 2 times. And it all comes down to who utilizes the Wrath of the Dryad better. Sans has been on it 24/7, always after getting that level 4, stealing.
The fights get spicy after the Lord.
Kyrie with a jump up top.
Ooh.
Sigiboo might not be able to get away from this. Use the BMI.
Sigiboo survived.
Just to try to ward him off. Keyboy is there as well. The disengage is clean from Aurora.
That's a massive win for Onyx. They were able to bait out the Purify, a Blazing Duet, and the Tempest of Blades with the Retribution as well. This should be free for Onyx, but it's always awkward. Rosa.
Boy, trying to get the knock up. Will go in. Gets the kick, but it goes the wrong way. Well played by Rosa, but another utility gone. Flicker off the map for Rosa. Loopy now harassing them away. They know they can't fight for the turtle. But Onyx doesn't just want the turtle, they want a little bit more. A lot of damage onto Pagu. Wrath of Dryad does come out from Sans.
Pagu died. Escape yourself, stack 1.
Loopy continues to zone Sigiboom and Rosa away.
A stack on the Sky Piercer for Kyrie. He wants a bit more now as Sans rotates over to mid, but that is a Hilda. Lunar is still going to be able to survive right now as
Oh, they are going for
perhaps no.
Hilda.
Lunar gets away. The SOD thrown into the bottom lane, but TNZ is still able to clear it out. Purple buff gonna be threatened now. Onyx know what they need to take, but they will play it slow.
Sans
takes a lot of damage.
Sans died.
Gets the kill, and now Aurora's gonna just. I mean, at this point, they just want their purple. You guys are in our territory. They don't want to fight. They're just trying to gain some ground on the map.
And this is where you get to see Rosa and Sans be a lot more vulnerable than in previous metas against tanks. If you walk up too aggressive, which is both their tendencies, you are going to be punished. This isn't the tank meta where you can actually just stay up front and then just escape. This is the assassin meta. You get caught, you're dead. Keyboy setting up for something.
Oh, Keyboy hit. TNZ died. Second stack for Kyrie.
The mid side though, Lupi taking a little bit of
Ooh,
shots.
Kyrie died.
Kyrie goes down, Sigiboom able to get the kill.
SOD connected.
Tries to move in, but Kelro with an SOD into the back line, forcing them onto the base.
Ooh,
Lupi
Ludwig
flickers in,
going in.
and Rosa goes down.
It's
Kelro
okay.
getting the kill, and now Lunar's in a bad spot. Keyboy looking for the knockup. Pagu also hiding under the tower. Onyx are moving on to that tier 3 in the boss side as they push Aurora back once again.
Damn, they're playing aggressive.
God, it's so beautiful to watch. Chaotic MLBB, but amazing nonetheless. Aurora trying to respond over by being proactive after TNZ got picked off, but then again, it's Onyx improvising their way into a teamfight win, just playing and threading the needles over these turrets, finding those skirmishes, and literally just brute forcing their way into a teamfight win.
And that's what it's been for so many games. We saw it in the last series, SRG able to brute force their way in, and now Onyx showing that they can go toe-to-toe, play the same type of game as the others. Last turtle on the map. Aurora,
Yep, Onyx just don't want to let the aggressiveness down.
Nope, I think they're gonna have to give this away unless TMZ finds a miraculous steal, but on Cho, on the hands of Keyboy, I don't think you're gonna try to actually walk up there. There's been a couple of times already where he's been caught by the Jikun Dome. Keyboy just has a way with the Cho whenever he's up against an assassin. And that's why TNZ, the man who's been popping off all throughout MSC, is now 0-3 against Onyx ID in game number 2.
It's all in.
Yeah, Aurora can't really
I mean, in assassin meta, that's to be expected, right?
come to them and look for the bait. They have to
If you miss the engage, you are done for.
A little bit too deep to where they can respond and envelop the enemy. Onyx on the
Either
other
you
hand,
go all in or
catch a
just don't go in at all.
Time and time again, Loopy gonna take a couple shots, should be okay. Doesn't have the consecration right now, but still not a huge problem. Oh,
Ooh.
into the backside, TNZ with the Tempest of Blades does land down onto Kelvin. Kelvin's able to backstab, a lot of damage back onto Lunar. Kyrie, the dragon jump in, a nice way the dragon. TNZ goes down.
Link got caught in the kick.
Onyx responds quicker, and there's Keyboy. Lands
Ooh,
on
Pagu.
Zoning
Pagu
the
died.
team back, they're able to get another kill. Double for Sans. As Onyx advances, Holy Defense goes
Ooh, they're going in.
once again,
Keyboy.
setting up the fight for his team.
Keyboy died
What a
from the
place
starting
to be
damage.
able to still get a shutdown, but Keyboy goes in with the Jikundo, baits out the flicker from Rosa, but finds the
A
Jikundo.
lot of action going on.
So at the end of the day, it's still a forced error. They're still able to utilize all of their resources well enough to punish Aurora and their awkward movements. It really comes down to these members playing as individuals.
Look, he's just standing there.
It's been a lot of 1v1s across the map in game number 1, but now Onyx have
And
read
not getting damaged at all, man.
to adapt to the circumstances that Aurora have
Even if
put
he
them
gets
in, and
damaged, he's
Aurora,
just healing there.
they're the ones who are struggling to even find a structure right now. That's going to be their first structure in the game. Turret tier 1 down below, but Tienzi's a level
Keyboy is
down on
kicked
Kai,
though.
about to be 2.
It's on point.
Keyboy in this bush.
He's
Sigiboo
catching
needs to
that
be
link.
careful. May get caught out here. And I feel like so much is on the shoulders of Sigiboom right now with the game that TNZ has had. He's just not able to fully pop off. He has been a target for so long. Sigiboom, on the other hand, still has the ability
Keyboy
to
knows
scale
where
up.
Ling is.
But to be able to do that, you need Pagu.
They might go for
You need to be able to
Ling.
set something up for
Maybe
the
not.
team.
I'm surprised Onyx aren't just blitzing the Lord right now, knowing that Kyrie is 3 whole levels ahead of TNZ, and they have Moskov to play out in the side lane. But they're gonna take it slow. Aurora are the ones holding the
Kyrie is
Lord.
already level 14,
Kelra up
15.
This is a bad move.
Oh, Keyboy kick. Rosa. Rosa died.
Able to get the kill. Now Pagu also caught in between 3 members as Lupi. In the
Ooh,
backside, zones
another
the ball
kill.
back. Kelra up in the top side, chipping away at this tower. Wars is trying to defend the base. Now look at the damage on his
Damn, kill does damage.
Tempest of Blades comes down, but it's just not enough. Songs into the backside. Lunar, Aurora are scattered as Onyx
They are not letting go of the pressure, man.
But they gotta wait for another wave. It's Lunar, 4 seconds on the clock for Rosa, 8 for Pagu. Can they bide enough time? Can they hold the defense? Onyx knocking at the door, another wave of minions comes out. Pagu's there as well. Doesn't have her on the
It's not
draw.
connected. Oh!
Look at the damage from Rosa. Aurora Gaming live to
Killer
go
survived
another
due
day
to
as
the
Lunar dashes in, gets pushed back. And
spell.
Onyx has to run away
Purify.
with this one.
That was a bit of greed from Onyx. They got everything. Yes, good plays by Aurora, but Onyx stayed too long when the Lord was up as well. They could have backed off, went straight for the Lord, but instead they tried to double down on the end and they got caught. That's the thing. That's the beauty of this meta. Doesn't really matter if you're 8,000 gold ahead. One mistake can set you back, and it almost did. What is that damage? It's a whole 1,000 gold difference in the mid lane, yet Rosa was able to burst down these squishy members of Onyx. Oh, Aurora really wished for TNZ to be up right there, dude. That would have been the dream. For the burst to come through, TNZ to respawn just on time, getting the pitch poised. But even then, Onyx still have an 8,000 gold lead. They have that far lane control, and they're going to try to burst this
Dinar.
Lord. Even if Pagu had the
Keeping
round
an eye.
that split second there, he was still waiting on cooldown. All it took was a couple more seconds. That could have gone horribly, horribly worse for Onyx. And I think this is why they've been taking it slow. This is why they've been careful at their approach in these fights, because at any moment, the combo play is there. We're down to 12.5 minutes, and Aurora still has some ways to respond.
So now we got to talk about the wave clear. Honestly, not too good for Aurora. In a way, usually when you have a Ling, you can actually split these minions apart. You can stagger the waves just by clearing the side
Look at
lane,
that
but with a
south
Moscow
positioning.
on Onyx hands. With a 9,000 gold lead as well, don't really think that's going to happen. Onyx are going to be able to handle all 3 waves. So Aurora, they might have to lose all their base turrets if they want to survive in the game.
All right, Aurora going to be able to defend down the mid. They clear the tower, but a Lord is coming down the top as Onyx moves on to the boss side wave. They want to try to crack another inhibitor. Keyboy dashes in with a G Kundo. A big stun from Rosa. The ult doesn't quite connect. Kyrie able to phase out.
Have
Aurora
for all.
the tower. They move on to the top Lord, and Onyx get
Lord
nothing in that
melted.
push.
Wow. Still a stellar defense. I really thought that the base turrets would go down with that Lord, knowing that they have so much tempo in the Moskov as well. But Aurora, they've already used the Rector Keyboy. Gets the kick.
That's already connected, right?
A lot of damage on Loopy. Loopy tries to dive in. He's forced to flicker out.
But he won't go.
Gets nice damage on Pagu.
Kyrie got Pagu. Kelra. Ooh, Siggy Boom. Can he? Ooh, he did.
But not before he gets the shutdown.
2 whole shutdowns for Siggy Boom. They lose out on their 2 base turrets in the sides. But my goodness, did everything fall right on top of Aurora. That was perfect. Keyboy missed the way the dragon. He didn't get the right target, didn't get the right angle. But look at this crazy move by TNZ. I mean, a tad bit of luck, obviously. The fact that the piercing spears didn't get him. Oh my God. That was a clencher for sure, even for Siggy Boom here, who had to walk past, following through the BMI. Back last second, 2 members down.
Now Aurora is the one to see.
Now on the defense, Aurora back in the game. Trex, 10,000 gold leads in this meta. It doesn't really feel like the normal 10K.
It doesn't at all.
Ling is not popping up though. 053.
Getting their second structure of the game at 15 minutes in and hanging on a prayer right now. But showing that at any moment they can still outplay, and Onyx has to respect it.
And now it's back to that slow build. It was Winter Crown earlier for Siggy Boom. He sells it, gets the win in nature, knows just how much there is of a threat from
It was
Onyx when it comes to
8,000 gold
physical
lead.
damage.
Now
Keyboard
it's
scaled up completely.
to
Kyrie
5,000, 4,900.
a menace.
The lead is
Shut down, but still a menace. Not as many stacks
closely,
on the Sky Piercer, but that
closing.
survivability of his. Now Aurora,
the Keyboy,
do they read it out? Do they do housekeeping properly, right? Pagu's done it.
Ooh,
but it's
ooh,
already
ooh, ooh, Rosa.
He's already looking for the kick. Rosa flickers.
Ooh.
Stops him.
SOD.
But it's an SOD from Kelra. Able to still find him.
Kelra might die though.
Kelra's in trouble. Able to wind up nature. Very clean.
Or he?
Sidestep, but he's still pushed against the wall. And he finally goes down.
That's not worth it. Kelra for Rosa is not worth it.
Luffy.
Trouble.
Lunar died.
Kyrie able to pick him up. It's two members down inside of Aurora. Pagu, Siggy Boom trying to defend. Sans moves on.
Pagu died too.
Goes down. A double kill for Kyrie. TNZ,
3 down.
where are you? They need you. You gotta get back to base. Up top, Siggy Boom clearing out the
Now
wave.
they are
Final
stuck
baser of the game gonna be
in
following
the base.
Keyboy.
Ooh!
A lot of damage.
Kick.
He will get that. Keyboy finally gets the kick. And it's Siggy Boom.
Only
6 seconds on the clock for
Claude
Rosa.
left.
Siggy Boom may not be able to do this alone. He doesn't have the blazing duet. He
Oh,
doesn't have the damage.
Rosa.
He's trying to defend. The base is low. He's cleared it.
Rosa cleared. Damn, Kyrie! Kyrie survived! It's GG. I think. Oh! Damn! Damn, that was hectic.
Rosa keeps everybody on the edge of their seats. Onyx still though holding on, utilizing the leads and pushing through with the iframes to dodge from those stuns. Kyrie said it in an interview. This is our meta. And to level this series 1-1 in a battle from a promotion to knockout stage. Yeah, that's exactly
They might not
what we needed.
give
That's exactly
Hirara to Kyrie
what we anticipated. My
in the
goodness.
third game though.
What a good game of MLBB. What a good series. We still got one more to go at this point.
I want 4 more of those.
Yeah, just give me the best of 7 at this point. Let's just keep it going.
Oh, man. That was just beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful MLBB, man.
From both sides, even Aurora defending for that long. Trading off. Rosa comes back up. Siggy Boom hangs on. But Onyx did not want to they didn't want to turn around. This is all or nothing right here. We're either finishing this or we're losing this.
There were no breaks. They took it out, right? There was a nitro button and they definitely put it on. The gear from 1 to 6 as well after that first turtle. And it was Aurora playing on the back foot for such a long time. It's impressive, honestly, how they were able to turn things around for just a bit. Especially here.
This fight though.
Hero plays after hero plays for Aurora to stay in the game.
That game was only, what, 18 minutes, something like that? It felt like a 25-minute game.
Dude.
It felt like that game had me on the edge of my seat throughout the whole thing. And I mean, so many great plays. Siggy Boom here, able to save the base. This is when they had a slight entry back in, but here's the end. Rosa up, Kyrie gets the immortality, Winter Crown's back, able to get to safety, iframes out of the shot, Keyboy Loopy re-engage, and iframes the Forked Lightning once again.
The SOD
The SOD landed.
To the panel to dissect this game and break it all down.
Man, that was a fun one. Onyx tie it back up, and we go again. Best of 5s coming up soon, but best of 3s for now. So we turn it into a best of 1 to tell us what the story will be, who's moving on, and for a match that has about
This match should have been best of 5, man.
versus if you lose, $40,000 on the line.
Oh boy.
That's kind of the way it should go, huh, Rimar?
Yeah, I love the show that we are getting. Yeah, clearly that was a one-sided on the game, but Aurora on the defense. But Keyboy went into this game with a mission, man. He wanted revenge, and he got it.
It's some hot stuff. Honestly, it's some of the best Hiraras we've seen so far, the best plays that we've seen so far, and really high caliber decisions that are being made from both sides with compositions that honestly one mistake should have been kind of over for.
It was a lot of like base holding almost and continuing.
The final
Was
match.
this in your mind more of the fact that Onyx was making a moment that shouldn't have been a moment where they needed to be more aggressive? Were they less patient? Was it just really good defense by Aurora, even though they should have died in some of those earlier moments? What do you think about those base defenses, how they get going?
Well, I think a lot of it just really boils down to how you kind of envision your opponent, right? I think they understand that Aurora is coming in really, really hot right now, and if they drag the game out any longer, the higher the possibility that maybe they were going to drop the game afterwards. Obviously, there were some moments where maybe the most correct play was to go down to the Lord, but why risk it when TNZ has been this close every single time to stealing away neutrals?
So just pushing and pushing, saying we got to end it now. This is it. We throw it all against the wall. It worked. I mean, it was great to see Onyx bounce back. And Rinmar, I know you got some plays that you've lined up for us in terms of how that game went. What did you catch when you were looking at game 2?
Well, I was looking at the draft first and foremost. Gideon and I had some very important discussions about it. Looking at the draft. Of course, our priorities over the side for Onyx. We both really liked that the choke came out early. So the orders have been a little bit twisted, but then just keep in mind, all right, you didn't need your help out here. All right. You don't need to put your armor on me, but I like it. So
I like it too. It's great.
But I like
Someone
it.
take a photo of this. Smile.
So the Joe actually came out of the first phase alongside with the Hirara, and the pick that I really liked coming out of the first phase was the Uranus. Onyx knew that Aurora needed to pick the Ling at the third slot here, and that's exactly what they did. Because if they wanted to match the Esmeralda into the Uranus, they can't. They banned out the Esmeralda later on. Now, I feel a little bit vindicated.
Don't worry about the grammar, bro.
Hatred, but dislike for picking up the Claude.
Let me go get water. I'm thirsty.
Eudora early on, especially with the Uranus up, but Gideon made a fair point that it was the Cho coming out early that was really good. You want to hop in real quick as to why you really like the Cho coming out?
Because the beautiful thing about the Cho is that it forces a lot of gold lane matchups to be skewed in one favor or the other because of Flicker. Sometimes, especially when you're facing off things like Harith, or when you can get run down by someone like Claude, having Flicker is the make it or break it in that laning phase. So here, especially when it comes down to first phase Cho, there was a lot of value because you see Sigabum now has to take Purify.
Yeah, all right. So now let's go back to the first play that I want to break down here. This was like the first big team fight for Turtle number 1, if I'm not mistaken. So this got stretched out, and you can see the difficulty here for Aurora when it comes to fighting, especially with the presence of the Uranus around. You see how much hell that he is giving them with the movements that he's making in the fights, but then most importantly, the impact of Kiboy on the Cho. Those two together early on gave a lot of problems for Aurora in the team fights because of the single target lockdown of the Cho, the AoE that he has, and if ever Aurora miss their timing, miss their opening in the team fight, it's going to be the Uranus slowly punishing them with the creeping damage that he provides. And the final play that I would like to break down, if ever we don't get to see the really awesome final fight in the Siege, is this one. This was the dagger fight that solidified the lead. See, Kiboy, again, starting it out, marking TNZ, marking Aurora really well, and that forced Aurora to respond. But with Kyrie holding the bush, he would get spotted out in AoE, but watch out for Sans coming in with a Valentina ult to get the kill there onto Sigibum, and then Kelro landing the SOD in time to join the fight and deliver the dagger. That was the win that solidified the lead and the win for Onyx.
I hope it was Onyx, otherwise we're here for no reason. It's a 2-0 to Aurora. Just kidding. It's Onyx. They tied it up. It's 1-1. And, you know, that was a great breakdown, Ramari. Also, you know, you mentioned Mozkov, and that's SOD, and the fact that he has played such a big role in this tournament. It feels like it's been the decider in so many different games, whether it's been the main thing or whether it's been that extra thing that just pushes them over the edge, especially with the Hararas, with the Chos, as this instance you said. Valentina worked out pretty well in mid as well and kind of like stabilized for them. And, you know, I just wonder, what do you think? The lane continues to go down in win rate. We see the Harara go up in win rate again, Gideon. Do you really think it's that matchup? I mean, other question, how do you enable the Ling enough to where you start moving this around back in the other direction?
That's a great question. I think a lot of it comes down to priority, right? That's why we see a lot of these highly defensive plays coming out from a lot of teams who is like, oh, you know what? Because Hirara is actually so good at clearing these waves early on, especially at level 2, they look for these fights. So it's a game of rock, paper, scissors. It's either I invade, you defend, or I attack your mid lane, try it, make sure I get some battle spells, or maybe I trade junglers. Either way, it's about punching above your weight and getting as much of value as you can with as minimal discounts as possible.
Yeah, the tradings early on, especially for those picks, is getting really quite difficult. I think Hirara is just such a really great pick. The multiple iframes as you get, the multiple dashes. I know Ling has a slightly similar kit, but again, it's the difference in what happens if suddenly one of the main pieces you need around to help support the Ling. We think of Ling as an independent hero, as an assassin, but it does need some help as well. It needs some sandbags, it needs someone to help crowd control and peel for itself if ever it decides to finally join in with a Tempest of Blades. But what happens when the Hilda gets taken out early? What happens when the Bellary gets taken out early? It gets difficult for the Ling and TNZ to start making a move of when to go in.
It feels like it just has a higher floor than the Harara, right? I mean, in terms of being able to execute it, I would say. I think I might have reversed reverse that in the way that I was trying to explain it, but you need more elements to make sure your lane is absolutely dominating the way that a Harara feels like if she's a first pick, there's so many different ways that we're seeing lineups built to exploit what she does well, and she's getting the job done. I mean, you can't have a 75+ win rate without that, right? You have to be flexible. So it seems like maybe that could be a priority going into it in terms of, even though somebody gets Ling, somebody gets Harara, is it really an even trade anymore?
Yeah, I think it's the acceptance of I'm going to play for the later stages of the game and Harara wants to play in the early stages of the game, right? It's very clear identities when these jungles have to actually battle against each other, because even so, there are some pros and cons, right? Despite Harara having 4 abilities
1 minute
at
till
level
the final
2,
game.
Ling can cross the map in less than 3 seconds, right? You're giving away pressure for extra strength when you are playing this Harara. So that's why it really boils down to that mid lane, and I think that a lot of teams have started to recognize right now, hey, if we can influence the lane with our picks, Cho, very good example of this, to force people to take out Purifies, I think then it starts to open your mind to what other options you have of what truly is strong side and weak side.
Yeah, so we might need to revisit the importance of showing up Cho a little bit earlier in the draft, as Gideon pointed out. For me personally, the type of mid laners that you have and the damage profile that you have, looking at the opposing EXP laner, Eudora's up, I really don't like to pick it up if the Uranus is around, if the Barretts is around.
Yeah, Onyx coming back from that first win. We thought Aurora was going to continue on doing what they did, early, quick success, and now Onyx has forced Siggy Boom, and the first time Aurora's coach, Midnight, to come up with another plan. This is their first loss of the tournament so far.
I think at this point, maybe they just go for the trade. They go for the Ling Harara trade. They gotta ban one of those options.
Ban one of those out, pick it up, and then force the other to play a different kind of assassin?
Exactly, because so far blue side first picks have been very interesting when it comes down to like whether or not you're going to get one of these assassins. So the 2 predicaments that we're currently in, the Harara
expanding
lane,
rivers.
on top of the fact that, you know, Atlas, Beleric, and Valentina are still highly contended. Now that we're adding Cho to the mix one more time, I think now, especially with both of these teams who heavily depend on both Ziggaboom and Kelra, there's more priority for the supports to go up.
With the rivers being the map that we're playing now, you're gonna have to commit a ban to Freya at some point. You always expect with Freya in rivers to always join Turtle 1. That's a given. If it's not going to be the Freya, then it's a really fast rotating gold laner to see if they can build an early lead, similar to the Claude that might want to join in, or a Moskov, you SOD in for Turtle 1, and then you just walk back right quick through the river as well.
Well, the Atlas and the Marcel taken down, Fanny as well. Onyx and Aurora kind of trying to throw it all on the line here.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, right? So Onyx have respected, you know what, Fanny, Selena must go every single time. But then you come to Aurora side on blue. This time they made sure, you know what, we're going to do exactly what you did in the previous time. We're going to ban out the Marcel. We're going to give you that last option to decide whether you want to do the trade. And yes, they do go for the trade. Harara gets banned out. It wouldn't be too surprised if this is going to be a Ling and then trade for Cho.
Yeah, Onyx would want to get the Cho, and they have an option to go for the utility jungle if ever. There are still a lot of assassins on the board. You could still consider bringing back Harley, but of course, as we discussed earlier, the Freya trade is active, and Aurora would rather go for the Freya. They can play the flex. They have options for it. They don't need to rush showing it whether it's going to go into the EXP or gold.
Interesting. It just means that they're more confident in that in comparison to giving TNZ an option or trying to expand the pool just a little bit more, which means that Onyx at this stage need a decent amount of peel. They could go for traditional counters, but that might reveal too much early on. I think it's going back over to the Eudora once again.
You think Aurora's going to be crazy enough to go again with that Raphael in mid, Barrett's XP, Freya gold?
They could set it up. They could set up for it, but they need something that like hard skills in that jungle, and without the Harara early on, I think now they need something else to kind of fulfill that position. Ooh, Pack.
Ooh, an early Paquito. Now that's interesting. So I think they're also opening up their options as a flex in the gold. So if ever that Freya goes gold, then you send the pack on over, and then at least you get a fighter trade in the gold lane.
So that means the Esmeralda, Ruby, Trigger Fingers need to be there. So let's see whether we find any of those indicators in this draft. Then, if you're already getting rid of Zushin, I would have imagined that they would look for something a little bit more peely, right? Or at the very least, the Cho at some point of time. It makes a lot more sense now for Aurora than earlier, now that they've shown the Ling. But even so, I still think that there's a lot of value in it.
It also makes sense to take out the juice in if ever you're gonna be going for like a full dive because you guys do not want to get like all crowd controlled up in the air by juice in. So that might have already been a tell by Aurora that despite this looking like a flex, this could be a close to mid-range style of composition for Aurora. And yeah, here we go again with the Uranus coming out early. They get the Belleric. I wonder if they're trying to bait out and signal to Onyx like, hey, come in.
The electricity situation in Nepal is worse.
It's a tanky lineup right there as well. A lot of front line and presence. We mentioned Rivers rotating will be on the docket.
Yeah.
Final game, guys. Final game.
I believe they're trying to get in the head of Onyx because within the draft lobby itself, they got Rosa to pick up the Uranus. So it's like sort of telling Onyx, hey, maybe you want to consider that this might actually be going to a mid lane, and then we're going to be pulling out a lot more surprises. So draft lobby in-game.
Interesting.
Mind game stuff going on right now by Aurora, potentially.
Yeah, it's putting Onyx in a pretty awkward position because last time they didn't have to worry like too much about certain things, and they were also
Eudora.
planning out the Paquito. Now they kind of have to take it away to deny options. But now once again, you get this Eudora, and the same problems are going to occur. It's great when you're trying to peel away this Freya from you before her ult gets ripped, but even so, that pressure we've seen many times, you lose that out fast.
It is a question of sticking to what is good, what is available, and trying to make it work. But also, it's a question of how can we not get surprised. Eudora is certainly not a surprise, which means maybe Aurora expected this. You would have probably thought, okay, Eudora Ling available, so that's probably what they'll go to. But do they have an answer, something sneaky?
I'm thinking whether or not this could be a potential Kimmy angle as well. That's another thing that I'm scared of.
Yeah.
Oh, they're banning up Guinevere just to make sure that these neutral objectives are going to be less easy to contest for, especially since you have anti-CC with Violent Requiem. Esmeralda, really good ban here. And this is an admission from Midnight. It's like they recognize that both sides could actually lean into the double fighters.
Yeah. So now, that might actually be a bit of a
Yep, they banned Itara.
Because if you ban out the Esmeralda, it makes a lot of sense that the Uranus is going EXP, the Freya gets sent to gold, the Belleric is at Rome, so now you're just waiting for mid and jungle. Because I was thinking, I wonder if Aurora drafted something
That would be a surprise.
Yeah, exactly. Like, is it crazy flex that the Belleric could still go XP, that the Uranus could still go jungle? That's what I'm thinking, like, is Uranus jungle going to be up to speed to the lane? And then I realized, no, it's going to be way too slow.
Is Uranus, Rome, Belleric XP, Freya gold an option?
Uranus, Rome, a little bit kind of funky. It would be
Rafaela banned.
definitely good. Oh, they banned
Damn.
Rafaela.
I love it. I love it. This is a position that Midnight wanted them to at least say, hey, recognize me, look at me, right? Get rid of the Rafaela. And now that you've committed to it, I want to see what the conversion is going to be at the end of the day, right?
They don't want Rosa to play Rafaela, man.
And at the same time, he shocked us in the first couple of days. If he's got something else in that pocket of his, I'm interested to know why.
I do like this. Double fighter's been talked about, but we'll see if that ends up becoming a reality for either of these teams. Still on that.
Can we see Selena again?
Phase for Aurora. What will they take away?
Oh, they get rid of the carry. Their thicker lineup is going to be a lot more. It's going to be real hard to get through. And now that they've already locked the Eudora for themselves on the side of Onyx, they don't even have the option of Gord to lean into after to try and deal with the frontliners. What does that leave us with? There's not a lot of good support options here as well. I mean, you can sort of go down just to like slow peel stuff, but after game number 1, I think that Keyboy is gonna have to take a step back here to get the Barats.
Yeah.
I wonder, are they crazy enough to send that Uranus to XP? You pick up. No. The Ling is throwing me off. I'm thinking if there's any room for a surprise, like Mathilda somewhere, an X-Borg
Oh, damn.
somewhere.
Sorry. I didn't notice this Selena ban.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Matilda is looking real good for either side.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, recent scenes.
Nice. A little controversial here.
Ooh, Louis. First pick
And not a unique
in the whole
hero.
series.
Here we go.
Interesting. So they want map pressure to be able to kind of, if we're a little bit slow on the turn, the Loy
The
is able
TP
to
engages will be
multiple people at once to a target
something to
location.
look
Yes,
at.
it is reveal, big whoops, but it's
The
still a way
surprises.
to kind of maintain pressure. Oh, I lose priority? Doesn't matter. I'm still there.
This could be an interesting approach and a different way of thinking for Aurora. Onyx, you think they expected this one? I mean, final pick, they have a chance to respond, but I mean, first time we're seeing Louis in this
Damn,
tournament.
Rosa's
YSS again has not won
Picks
a game, been played about 6 times.
are
So
uncertain every match, man.
Let's see if they'll make it work. You see some cursed options so far, and I think this will balance things out in terms of
Mino.
cursed option curses, I guess. With the Eudora getting picked, knowing that the Uranus is still open, the YSS getting picked, knowing that it's going to be a little bit slower because there's a Barons on the other side. Oh, interesting choices, but with the low Yi, this might be the X factor.
Whoever flickers first loses.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's going to be a flicker battle. This could be over in a flicker as well, because you see these two teams, how good they are, how effective these drafts can be. But only one is going to move on into your knockout rounds.
Let's see.
One will still be alive and will join another elimination game. But for game 3, it needs no hype added. It's a big one. Onyx trying to take down Aurora Gaming. Let's send it over to our casters, Mirko and Trex.
Here it is, the final game of the series. It's Mirko and Trex to bring you the action of this game 3, and conclusion awaits us. The climax, here we go.
I'm not ready for it, Mirko. I'm not ready for it. We got a Lu Yi. Midnight's either cooking or overcooked with this one, but so far he has been a chef in the draft. Let's see if this one is going to pull it off, Mirko. Any thoughts on the way this draft turned out?
Okay. Just against these very low-range targets, the low Yi makes a lot of sense. I'll be honest with you. Back in the day as well, when it comes to the utility jungles, man, like the Barat's over, everybody who wants to stick together, they kind of get countered by the low Yi, right? So it's AoE damage that Aurora are playing around, and they have a very good front to back. If they can somehow get the tempo, which should be kind of like the win already, just based on the composition here, on those side lanes, they can play around Rosa early on. So we'll find out. Again, it's the Wilderness Blessing with the Braves My Rosa. Even though he's on the low Yi, does a lot of good damage on Onyx composition, still got to get that safety net, man. A little bit of sustain. Tenacities across the board as well, though, but nothing too crazy aside from that.
Harry does use the Retribution on that Litho Wander, wondering if Aurora's going to try to capitalize and harass onto this orange buff, but Onyx already smells it coming. They're going to move in, try to push Aurora away. TNZ might want to get involved in this one. A little bit of damage on a Loopy. Nice Mount Shocker, good stun. Kyrie takes a lot of damage as well, but they all get
The
pushed
damage of Louis.
by Loopy. So well done to disengage by him. Aurora's forced to back off.
And that's what I'm talking about, man. These melee targets clumping up together, it's just so good for Rosa to find the constant yin-yang reactions on him. And it's gotten them a free golem.
Yeah, they should be able to get this one. Let's see which way it goes. TNZ
TNZ down. Doing for TNZ.
First blood, I think that's 3 games in a row. First blood's on to TNZ, but Rosa does find Sans.
Rosa kills Sans.
Hasn't been the best 2 games for TNZ, man. Onyx really have set their sights on him. But Rosa has done a good job taking down Sans. Now it's 1-1. Tempo up top for Aurora. So TNZ should still be able to get the orange buff and make it in time into the turtle. So let's see again what happened here. It's just Sans with the flicker in, dude. Gets it, shut down, a stun. Kyrie is Chicheri on top with the Tempest of Blades. But it will be traded, so not the worst. Still really good for Onyx, but not the worst for Aurora.
Aurora is not, you know, whether it's game 1, game 2, or game 3, they're not going to stop.
They are aiming for the Lynx blue.
And that's that early aggression. That's exactly what King Kong was talking about in an interview. They have to watch out for that first minute or 2. And Onyx has been dealing with it well. Diversion play up to the turtle. Kyrie's already there, forced to back off. A nice pullback from Loopy. Good stun. Nice stun on a Loopy as well, but a nice stun from Sans as well. Rosa trying to get involved with the yin-yang overturn, but not able. TNZ able to take the turtle.
TNZ got turtle.
Able to flick back. The key boys in a little bit of
TNZ
trouble.
died.
And now Loopy drops Siggy Boom. They're going to try to move on to Kelra. Kelra might not be able to get away with this one. Enough
Kelra died.
Kelra goes down. A double kill into the hands of Siggy Boom.
TNZ is nothing but a bait to reel Onyx in for the rest of the team to corral over and just pounce. Siggy Boom with the rotation, similar to Kelra.
Barat is being
Kelra had
prioritized.
the instant rotation first, but again for Siggy Boom, it's about waiting for those resources to be depleted by Onyx already from the rest of the team for him to come in as the main carry. 2 kills over, now the gold lead as well.
Damn, Siggy Boom is already level 6.
With that turtle earlier, so man, Aurora really cooking. Maybe that's how you make the Yi Sun-Shin work. Every other team, they pick the Yi Sun-Shin, they play around the Yi Sun-Shin. Aurora like, this is the Yi Sun-Shin. He's a support.
He gets the turtle, he dies, then we kill you, and that's just the goal. You know, but honestly, this has been the start for TNZ in all 3 games. Even in game 1, he got hit by Keyboy, died very early on. So I don't think we completely count him out. Yes, right now on a YSS, you don't want to have 2 deaths this early, but at least this time Sigiboom has something. They have other heroes to rely on this game.
And I really gotta say, man, very underrated member of Aurora, right? Everybody talks about TNZ, Rosa, even Pagu at M7 because he was the newest member, but Sigiboom, just a constant growth from this man right here. From his debut on Aurora, actually from his debut in S2G at M6, to then joining Aurora. He's now all alone, but that's why Freya's meta, you know? Never really out of the meta since M7. Thank you, Arfi. I hate you, kinda, a little bit.
I like the Freya. I like seeing it. It's fun to watch. It gives us a little bit of taste in the gold lane. But you were mentioning Sigiboom, and the fact is, yeah, a couple years ago, would we have said Sigiboom's going toe-to-toe with Kelra in the gold lane? Nope. That growth right there shows how far this team has come. But Onyx has the talent to match it, has the talent to snuff it out. Keyboy works his way down, gets caught by the yin-yang, will have to back off. Loopy taking a lot of damage as well, may not be able to get away from this.
Loopy died.
Lunar gets the kill. A nice
Keyboy.
Keyboy as well. Keyboy able to dash away to safety, but Aurora get another objective. And the diversion
diversion play.
again, sending them over to orange buff. Kyrie isn't even gonna try to contest it. They know there's no chance.
Hey, it's just so good from Aurora. Dude, they're... Oh,
Damn! That Louis damage, man.
That's it. Bada bing, bada boom.
Sanj just got cooked. Again, he's been getting cooked.
Kyrie gets an orange buff, though. He steals one back. So Kyrie's constantly being proactive on the map. Now, Sigiboom up against Kelra. Sigiboom up against Kyrie. Sigiboom up against the world. Looking for the next target. Kelra might not get away with this. Sigiboom along with Luno now.
Kelra died instead.
He buys the time. Who is this man?
That man, Sigiboom, really puts the boom at MSC right now with the Freya 3-0-1 in a 2v1. He likes those odds. Just go straight through Onyx. Lunar with the backup, immaculate. Now another diversion, tier 1 in mid, tier 2 down below. They're moving.
They're going for the tier 2.
They're in flow state right now. Aurora has achieved perfect flow state. They're 4K ahead. It's game 3. And normally in a moment like this is when teams start to crumble. But Aurora's just getting stronger.
No way.
Damn. Oh! Oh!
One more shot. Kyrie.
Survived. Kyrie survived.
At least even the playing field. Lunar doesn't have a flicker. Kyrie should be able to get away.
He gets out.
Wait.
Oh, was it close? You thought that was actually over? Hey,
that was close, man.
Looking at how chaotic the game has been, how many flanks we had in the last game, I don't blame you. For a second, even my eyes deceived me. I was like, yo, is that positive? Is that Belric? No, it was Keyboy, just to conceal to help him in case the chase went a bit too far. But Aurora, 4,000 ahead. TNZ gets away. Onyx trying to tie Keyboy.
Ooh, Keyboy does dash in, but TNZ's on phase because of the traceless. Keyboy now, Sigiboom on his Sans.
Sigiboom going for Sans. Keyboy. Keyboy died. Loopy died. Sans died too. Sigiboom survived with a world 1 S3. Oh, Kyrie. Whoa.
I don't know. I don't know if that was worth it. He took the purple buff as well. They got the turtle. It really comes down to how Aurora are able to convert now off of that kill. Because Kyrie got the purple, I guess there's not much resources in the jungle to take away from him. That very clearly should have been a free turtle for Aurora. So I guess if we look at the conditions, sure, it's pretty worth, right? All right, it's the only thing they can get. It's the only thing they can get.
At least you got something.
They got something.
That's what we're looking at. Fair enough. Lunar on the Uranus this time, you know, last time.
Deal with this guy?
Nobody. They have a, I mean, they got a little quick sun from Sans. They have the big knockup. They do have crowd control, don't get me wrong. But are you going to waste all of that on Uranus when you got Sigiboom jumping around?
Nope.
Kyrie?
Oh, no purple buff this time. Yenzi.
Kyrie with the back and forth will not get taken down, but Sigiboom's there. He's forced to jump off the wall. Pagu not going to chase him down. Back in the mid side, Onyx just trying to defend.
No blue buff for Kyrie.
Levels, 3 whole levels up against Kyrie. Remember, folks, this is a 0% win rate Yi Sun-shin that he's on right now. No other team has made the Yi Sun-shin work.
I've seen worse odds.
You've seen worse odds, yeah. Again,
Kyrie is not having a good game.
Good seal from Pagu. San's gotta be careful. He doesn't have flicker.
They're trying to make something out here.
Pagu's on him. Pagu's on him.
Loopy won't be able to get away, but look at Keyboy with the knockup on 2.
Ooh, Loopy died.
Still finds Loopy and they're all dashed in.
Pagu died.
Falls, Kyrie
Keyboy died. Kildra died. Kyrie died again. Sans died. Wipe out.
Aurora. The holy defense. They need another wave. They shouldn't be able to end it here, but wait, they still have a cannon minion.
Lunar tanks it.
This is bad. Lunar taking the shots. That saves the
Oh, are they trying to end this? I think they are trying to end this.
Can they finish it here? Another team crumbles.
Damn.
Another team falls. And Aurora walks over into the knockout stage. First it was Liquid.
Aurora saw the chance and took it well. With just the half HP minion, cannon minion.
Winning on a Yishin Shin that looked unwinnable. 0% win rate before TNZ got his hands on it. The Loyi, another pick by Midnight Parating Handa. Siggy Boom with a performance of a lifetime on that Freya. And in the backup of Pagu, the tank of Lunar. Impeccable. mlbb from Aurora Gaming, one of the best to do it. One of the best group stage runs ever. TL, then Onyx, are you kidding me?
There are no more excuses. There's no one saying, oh, they're overhyped. Oh, it's a fluke. Nothing like that. Aurora have just taken out 2 of the biggest teams in MSC back to back cleanly.
TLPS and Onyx, man.
Wow.
Aurora took care of both of them.
Block at this point.
I don't know, man. At this point, Aurora, it almost seems like they're not scared to go up against anybody. You meet the first 2 teams on your opponents, the first 2 teams that a lot of people thought were the favorites to win it all. Well, guess what? Coming into the knockouts, Aurora are the favorites. Let's get an interview with TNZ on stage.
Yes, my friends, Aurora Gaming have done it. They advance to the knockout stage. And we're blessed to have TNZ on the side here with us to talk.
Bad, brother.
TNZ, I'm just going to lay it out
This
straight.
showed us some good
What
games.
makes Aurora so good right now? 2 huge wins to go into knockout.
Aurora'yı şu anda bu kadar güçlü kılan nedir? İki
I
çok
mean, they
devasa
still
bir
have
galibiyet
chance
aldınız.
in the lower brackets.
Sürekliliğimiz ve Midnight sayesinde olduğunu düşünüyorum.
I think it's our continuity and also thanks to the Midnight.
Onyx is still not out yet.
You've been doing well given your compositions. We'll talk about that in just a second here, but everybody's been talking about it. Is TNZ the best jungler in the game right now, especially in this meta? Do you believe that that is the case? Are you the best jungle player right now?
Not really. Yeah.
So humble, why?
Yani bence diğer jungle'lar da fazla iyi ama bu iş takım oyununa bakıyor, o yüzden iyi değilim yani.
I think the others are also great, but this is also about teamwork, so I don't want to just focus on myself to say that I'm good.
Very good, very nice.
This guy is
Now,
freaking
it is a
humble,
team
man.
effort to advance to this level and make it to knockout. How do your teammates also play around you in that jungle to enable you to farm as much as possible, to prepare yourself for the big team fights and eliminations like we saw in Game 3 here, where you were very effective as a team?
Ve burada ekip olarak çok etkili oldunuz bu gördüğümüz eliminasyon eleme maçlarında ve ekip seni yani bir sonraki maçlarda nasıl destekleyecek? Daha etkili bir şekilde rolünü yerine getirebilmen için.
Daha iyi olacağını düşünüyorum. Böyle komplarda jungle oynarken rakip takım çok fazla jungle'a fokus atıyor. O yüzden oynaması da biraz zor. Biraz daha iyi oynamam gerektiğini düşünüyorum bir de.
Yes, I think it's going to be better in the future in the upcoming games, and I think that it can somehow be challenging to focus as a jungler in these types of games because we get a lot of focus from the opponent team on my role as a jungler.
There's a lot of focus on you. You're able to clear it. Now, one of those reactions, I guess, especially in Game 3, was you bring out the Yisun Shin. Was that a reaction to something that Onyx were setting up in Game 2?
Burada şimdi Onyx'in ikinci maçta ikinci roundda
TLPS
yaptığı
is
bir reaksiyon
in the
olarak
lower brackets
şimdi
too.
seçmiştin üçüncü roundda, üçüncü oyunda.
Don't forget.
Üçüncü oyundaki seçimine
The lower
nasıl
brackets
bir
will be interesting too, man.
The Yisun Shin specific.
Çok fazla jungle kalmamıştı zaten. Ban yemişti. Oynayabileceğim en iyi hero'yu seçmeye çalıştık.
I tried to select the best hero that we could play because there were not many junglers left.
Very good. Very good. It works out very well for you now that you've advanced, right? Aurora is in the knockouts. You've took down two teams that really are incredibly tough to make it to that spot in the top seed of the group. Do you feel that you're no longer a dark horse, that people are looking at you as true contenders for the crown here at MSC 26?
Evet, şimdi çok böyle başa baş geçen yoğun rekabet gerçekleşen maçlardan sonra yani senden ne bekleyebilirler? Yani bundan sonraki maçlarla ilgili olarak artık yani bir dark horse olarak görülüyordunuz. Yani beklenmedik bir şekilde çıkış yapan bir ekip olarak görülüyordunuz. Ama artık hani daha ciddi bir rakip olarak kendinizi kanıtladığınızı düşünüyor musunuz?
Kanıtladığımızı düşünüyorum. Uzun süredir de Dark Horse değiliz yani. Diğer S-tier takımlarla birebir olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Diyeceğim bu kadar.
Yes, I think we have really proven ourselves with the game that we have played it so far. I think we have also not been a dark horse actually for a long time, so I think we are very much comparable to the other teams in that sense.
There you go, seeing yourselves as one of the greats. Thank you very much, Tenzi. Congratulations, teşekkürler. There it is. It's Aurora Gaming advancing to the knockouts. What a story. Onyx, they're going to have to work through it. Panel, what do you think of that?
I love it. The Turkey A representative getting ready for Turkey and the M Series. We'll see what happens all the way over there. But right now, we got a tournament that they just advanced the knockout stages in, and that means $100,000 at least for Aurora Gaming. That's not a bad game of MLBV. And I love the humility as well. I'm learning that that's kind of a bigger conversation here than, you know, some, I'll say it, braggadocious pros that we have in other esports.
Yeah.
It's kind of a pleasure to see the difference, and also the fact that everybody is really focused not just on themselves, but the fact that this is a team effort. And yet, in the same face, Renmar, the second that the comment Dark Horse comes out, he says, whoa, wait a second, whoa, we're not quite, I think we're very comparable. And so, yes, hesitant to take too much of a leap forward, but if anyone puts them down where they don't belong, they're ready to correct it.
Yeah, so something I'd want to share about Coach Midnight, he's the type that if he knows he has players that have an ego, he would want that ego to thrive in a healthy fashion.
Sure.
But he also understands that if he looks at his team and sees, okay, maybe they're not about the ego, but they're more about looking at their efforts together as 5, as 6, including the sub, like what they can do as a whole team, then that's what I'm going to be focusing on. So it's good to see that these players, historically, they have also always just been very humble as well. And to see that thrive now and be really damn good in this meta, it's a sight to see. We've seen them grow up over the years, Gideon.
Yeah, no, you know, Tenzi, he always had that jawline. It only gets sharper every single year. Same can be said about Rosa. Everybody on this squad has history, and I think.
I thought you were gonna say jawline.
I mean, I was gonna say that too, but you know, I'm waiting for the M series so that everybody has got that cut. But overall, I think it's really unique to see Aurora in a position where they've not only gone through multiple iterations of their own lineup, but they are finally settling into themselves, saying, "This is it. This is the moment. This is the culmination of an entire region working together to get to a 15-4 score pre-10 minutes against the Sky Kings."
I mean, going to a third game, it's going to hurt their overall time. But I mean, if you go to a third game, you want it at least under 10 minutes.
Yeah, and at least they were able to clear that out. And it was fast, it was clean. Clearly, you knew that Aurora Gaming and their conditions early to mid were clear. They can play around their Freya, they can play around the disruption of the Uranus, and Lunar was definitely a presence to be felt just to set up for TNZ and the Yisanshin eventually to climb up. And TNZ was given some difficulty here by Onyx. He was targeted, his rotations were somewhat slowed down, but it wasn't ever completely disrupted to the point where it felt like Aurora had no movements. With the Freya on board, with Uranus on board, even if the Yisanshin's movements are nerfed, the side lanes can flow the game, the tempo of the game so much better.
Let's not forget about the logistics problem here. Oh no, my jungler keeps on dying. What do we do? And now you're really utilizing Rosa here on this low E, being able to not only teleport you from buff to save you the walk time, but always continuously reaching further and further on those conversions when they do actually get those picks. And that's why I really love seeing Loyi come back in this particular game, playing from behind instead of ahead for the first couple of minutes of the game until they really started to ramp up and hit the nitrous button, because then they took everything.
Gets me excited about when we start heading to best of 5s. I mean, that's going to be fun because then you're going to have adjustment after adjustment. Now, after what we just saw was a great and first time seeing Lil Yi that worked out for Aurora Gaming. Renmar, I want to get your thoughts. You've got some Telestrator lined up for us.
Yeah, okay, so we're not going to be looking into the highlights of the game specifically or a lot. We're just going to go back into the draft. I marked here for you all what the first 3 picks were on both sides. It was Freya, Blue 1, and then Belleric 2-3 alongside the Uranus, and then the Paquito as the first pick alongside the Eudora, and then they picked up the Ling. Again, okay, maybe I wouldn't once push the issue about picking up Eudora when the Uranus is open, but I feel like the pick that actually delivered the death knell was, well, 2 of them specifically. You get the Barretts over here, which would eventually get picked up at the red 4 slot, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Loyi that Gideon got to mention. So the interesting thing about the Loyi, besides the fact that with what Gideon mentioned, with it being able to deliver the team around the map faster if ever the Yi Sun-shin's rotation was nerfed, look at it from a team fighting perspective. You have the Paquito in the gold lane that I feel like was decided very early on by Onyx, but then there was a reaction from Coach Yeb by the end of the draft where he realized, man, I need to pick to round this out. They picked up the Minotaur, because in every team fight, once they were all fighting as 5v5, there was so much difficulty for the Paquito to get close. Even the Barretts didn't feel chunky enough up against all that shred and the burst that the Loyi has. Then it got to the point where Freya has damage, Yi Sun-shin has damage, and Oni cannot fight comfortably. They're fighting under a lot of crowd control. They're fighting under a lot of damage. Look at the composition of Aurora, and you can just imagine how much of a nightmare it is to deal with that if you are the Paquito. There is just way too much to deal with. And if you are one of the main damage dealers, like I needed 3 circles just to make the point really felt, that the Paquito would have struggled in every team fight. Add to that as well, if you cannot get the early game domination that you need with the Ling and Eudora, you're not going to get a good bridge into the mid to the late game. And what stops early game dominations most frequently? It's lineups that have the Uranus and the Belleric. Those are tempo stoppers for lineups that want to snowball fast.
That's an amazing breakdown. Thank you, Renmar. And thank you for the attempt to hold the microphone, Gideon. He just went by himself there.
He ripped it. He ripped it.
He didn't like your hug before?
I didn't realize that. I was like, oh yeah, I was holding my mic. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Hey, man.
I was in the zone.
I'm just bench warming here.
Today's schedule coming up on your screens in just a moment. We are almost done. We've got one more series, and this is not an important one at all. Just kidding. It's Team Liquid PH, who are your champions of last year, going up against Entity 7. The GOAT, Carl Teasy, will he find a way to come back after a loss against Aurora Gaming and stay in this tournament, or will this be the end and we will guarantee a new champion? Entity 7 has a lot to prove. Considerably the underdogs in this matchup. However, a lot that we didn't expect in this tournament so far, so no one's counting anyone out yet.
Absolutely, but it's about the level of polish they're coming into this tournament, and so far Team Liquid has shown that they're a little bit behind on what they were going to. Well, I don't know if it's they're behind or whether they're like holding back on what to show in these tournaments. Because remember, our format isn't like, oh, we go through a round robin of a group stage. No, it's immediately you got 2 lives, you mess that up, you don't get a second chance. So I think Entity 7, if we need to see something good, first off, foundation and polish.
All right, well, let's make sure you guys are watching, because you can get your pick'ems for that final match. If you haven't done so already, before it gets going, let us know who you think is going to win. It's going to be Team Liquid PH. It's going to be Entity 7. We will follow along with the fan vote and give you guys information on where it stands before we head into game. Before we do that, we're going to get the teams back on the stage, take a little bit of a moment away right now, and let you listen to the Saudia radio comms from yesterday's matches when we come back, our final series of the day.
没人啊，一个瓦伦而已。来，我把它挤出来。这龙血得看呀。可以看一眼。哎，来看我啊，我这有人啊，哎，没踩。哎，跟过。哎，等我被动结束，我可以看啊，我可以看。没有龙，看一下。Go, early main。这边。Sorry, may ulti.
Ada mana, guys?
Bantu sana, Pan.
Aku tak ada mana. Aku boleh sekali slebel, yo.
Tutup batas satu. Aku recall.
Budak macam.
Aman. Atasnya gue ditutupin Uranus sih. Gue bagi dulu aja. Kau buat chestis kapan?
Aku nih brute force dulu, brute force dulu.
Biar buat chestis.
Oh, anjing.
Есть станы, есть еще. Кайтите, дальше фармите.
Я засейвлю.
Даем черепах, да?
Да. Просто байтаймите, фармим.
Я готов на ней. Чекан будешь? Не. Можешь пушить чекан, я зоню. Я понимаю. Я иду кит.
Ой.
Мы точно не можем? Херара, блядь, одно хп бегает. Я ответ все скиллы.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
16 games across 4 weeks, all in pursuit of one goal to represent your nation and lift that trophy. The Esports Nations Cup in Riyadh this November. Make sure to tune in and support your nation. I can't wait. That's going to be a lot of fun. Apex will be there. I believe mlbb will be there as well, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's going to be a good time. Welcome back to the panel, guys. Rain Day here with Renmar and Gideon. We're talking the MLBB final series of the day. We've seen 3 so far. It was Aurora Gaming who just got the victory, and now we turn our attention to the winners of last year. Team Liquid PH going up against Entity 7. I would say, Renmar, it is a significant upset, despite, you know, even great competition of Aurora, to see Liquid in an elimination match this early. But if any team has the ability and the experience to bounce back, it's certainly this team.
Yeah, I mean, they've already gone through a lot of hardships over the years, and when it comes to their tournaments, of course, they do have that DNA to bounce back. And we do have this very specific thing about Liquid. We call it Galit na Liquid, which is angry
liquid, right?
Yeah, angry Liquid. When they come from a loss that they least expect, suddenly they bounce back in the next series looking like killers.
And that is something that Entity 7 should be kind of afraid of. I mean, you got to play your own game, Gideon, but like the fact that you're going up against the caliber of players on Team Liquid PH, it's got to mean you can't just play your own game, right? You got to be aware of who you're playing against.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Especially, you know, at least there's a lot of material to kind of look through to see how Liquid is going to play in the first place. And I think that, unfortunately for Entity 7 in that region of the world of the Americas, the Scrim partnership and caliber of practice that they can get there in comparison to coming to this international and seeing who is available to play, it's going to elevate them no matter what. So I think this is a great experience for Entity 7, but at the same time, if by a chance of God, or if they have a new plan to take down Team Liquid and it works out by winning this series, God, must that feel so good.
LATAM representative, even though they're representing the totality of the Americas right now, they took down the NA rep. And this is the first time LATAM has been on this international stage. It's exciting because, of course, MSC has brought us many exciting things as well. And there's Team Liquid arriving, the GOAT, Carl Teasy. You know, there was a lot to dissect about the loss, but there's also a lot to dissect about the history of somebody who knows exactly how to get the job done on any and all international stages in MLBB history. So, again, so many big narratives. We're going to have to somehow focus down on the little things, though, as this meta still, again, surprising.
Yeah, I wonder if Liquid are going to approach this similarly to how Falcons Men approached their previous game, wherein they force the meta to go back into something just a few weeks back with how they got through the wild cards.
Onyx
trying to
lost
force
the
them
match
back those
to
into the
Aurora.
jungles. Will Liquid have evolved in the, what was it, 1 or 2 days since we last saw them? And then suddenly show off that, okay, no, we are definitely up to part of the meta. We just needed a little bit more time. A lot of questions that I'm excited to see how they're going to answer.
Yeah, and especially seeing, well,
Now
we've
we
been
are
seeing for a very long
starting
time,
another
an
match.
ex-player now turned
NTT 7
coach.
versus
Seeing him
TLPS.
smile walking out of that bus makes me a little nervous. There's only 2 times I've ever seen him smile like that. One, when he was already looking to win a championship locally, and the other time is when we saw an absolute
has a whole team
destruction of a
fumbled.
Malaysian team versus a Singaporean team that he was playing on. It's the exact same look, and it's already making my spine just crumple up and fall.
I thought number 2 you're going to be like, you know, eat McDonald's or something, eating some type of burger. I was like, yeah, he always smiles when he gets his thing he likes. But at the end of the day, that's a great storyline to pick up on. He's going to be going against Entity 7 and want to make sure that smile, unfortunately for them, is wiped off their faces if they have anything to say about it. Latin America, of course, the ability to prove themselves on this major stage would be massive. But just getting
You won't
here
get
is an
any
accomplishment.
diamonds
Here's the
here,
road
bro.
that they took to EWC, and it was anything but easy.
Yo me uní a Entity 7 en esta MST Hammer Season 1 porque Akashi y Baggy me llamaron. Después fui con Shin y Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Sentence.
Oh, now just 2 members down goes Detective, and ladies and gentlemen, we have Black Sentence.
Com a junção que teve da América do Norte e América do Sul, eu acho que elevou o nível das duas regiões em si, porque a gente não se jogava junto contra. Eu acho que a América do Norte é uma região bem forte, inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC, então elevou o nível de todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais preparado para jogar o stage internacional.
Este es el momento en que esa llave se convierta en de ustedes. Esa llave va a ser con la que ustedes abran la EWC.
Norteamérica y Sudamérica no han encontrado un avance porque creo que deberían mejorar los tratos hacia
You
por
used
parte de
to
sus
watch
asociaciones hacia los
CS2,
jugadores, como
Celestial?
también apoyarnos más y dejar de odiarnos entre nosotros porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei evento internacional foi o M5, acabamos não indo tão bem,
Damn.
mas eu acho que deu pra pegar bastante
Celestial.
aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência internacional de evento presencial. Eu acho que dessa vez vai ser diferente.
Yo creo que este roster es mejor que el de Black Sentence porque con la experiencia a la M7 fue muy buena, como también la sinergia que tenemos con el nuevo equipo es muy buena.
A Onyx é um grande time, eles estão sendo campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia, tem jogadores muito bons, ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes, eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no começo de jogo, eu acho que a gente pode lidar bem contra eles.
Para todos mis fans, espero que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Hammer.
Eu acho que os
I
seus
think he
podem
already
esperar
left
bastante
the
coisa de
stream,
nós,
bro.
mesmo que caímos contra time forte, e se ganharmos, caímos contra o atual campeão do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
High expectations for South America here.
Yeah, they are looking to show
I
off
have
a little bit
heard
more
of
play style. I feel
Stroud,
they
but
got the short end of the stick. They went up against Onyx, now they're going up against Team Liquid. Against
I
Onyx,
haven't seen him
they
play
tried to
though.
bring back what made them work out and get success in Hammer, but the problem was it looked like they were drafting 2 metas behind. They were drafting before even wildcards.
I think Stroud was in PUBG too, right?
We were thinking it's not
I think
the picks
Stroud
we're looking
played
for now.
PUBG too.
Maybe they learned a lot from Onyx. They said they learned a lot from their previous experiences.
I think
but
I
they
heard
learned
the
from
name
Onyx
Stroud in
also.
PUBG.
Well, honestly, I think they've got a lot of ambition going behind them because it's totally understandable from their POV that it's like, not only are we looking for organizational support and the fact that, you know, they've combined the region to raise them up, but they have yet to have that amazing international finish to show, yes, this region has what it takes to play against the best. So again, this may not mean much for a lot of
Me,
people out there.
PC games, I don't enjoy the competitive PC games. I like the horror games instead in the PC.
That one extra chip to say, these boys are worth investing in. And that's what I'm hoping that this game and this series raises up the region as a whole.
Yeah, and we started off the
Will I not get copyrighted from that shit? I think I might get copyrighted though.
Gonna eliminate Selangor Red Giants. What if how we started off the day is how we're gonna bookend it? What if we get to the point where we're wondering, I can't believe NTT 7 might be close to beating Liquid. This is the MSC where surprises come every single day, every single match. I'm not going to completely turn off the idea that Entity 7 might come running right out of the gate.
Yeah, you can't. You can't do it because, again, you have expectations, and sometimes you just set yourself up to be surprised. On this side, though, we have to look at Team Liquid PH. And when you look at this roster, from Sanford to Sanji to JP to Teddy to the GOAT, Carl Teasy, who back at MSC 25, I tried to say this in a different way, but said, yeah, I've done it.
The new games are too heavy in the PC.
Accepting that honor is a very good thing for him to say, this is where I am at now. Where can they go from here? Because as defending champions, of course, they have high expectations and high hopes. They're going to work their best. But what have they learned from that earlier loss this week? We had a chance to sit down and talk with Sanji about it.
We're now here over with Sanji. It's so good to see you again, Sanji.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Good to see me again. That's great. It's mutual. So, Sanji, we didn't get to talk to you after your match loss yesterday. What did you think happened in that match?
Brigida is on a break.
So good and
she hosted 2 matches, and after 2 matches,
very confident now because
she's in the audience section now, watching the matches.
I feel like TL usually dominates the early game, but Aurora gave you kind of a hard time, and your upcoming opponent, E7, likes to play the early game. So
I think you missed the Brigida's confession, right?
Our enemy is like, we read, it's like, and before we face Entity, we have a Scream, and we know that's their gameplay, and they love the early game. And Aurora.
Did you watch it, or did you miss that Brigida's confession part?
We lost.
Okay, so you didn't have a lot of info on Aurora.
Wanna watch it again?
Upcoming against E7, you're confident?
Yeah.
Wait, let me. Where was it?
As another way.
It was before Onyx match, I think.
Keep watching.
Veteran to be on your lineup because it's mostly been.
Wait a minute.
Angela or like Matilda, I think it's okay.
Okay, so
I will give you something good to look at after you just wake up.
Fighters in the mid lane?
Yeah, I heard.
Is that something that could possibly pop up here in the meta?
I think it's possible because of the like strong mid. So that's why fighter is good also.
Okay, but do you like it? Do you like this meta? Does it suit you, Sanji?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it? Yeah. So are we expecting some crazy picks maybe coming up from you?
Not for me. I think for my teammates.
Okay, we got a little bit of info there. Thank you, Sanji. But after that, obviously you're coming into this. Do you have maybe a message for Entity 7?
I think good luck and have fun and give the fans the best team. Oh,
best show?
The best show.
The best show. Okay. Thank you so much. This was very fun. Sanji, good luck on your next match, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
Not enough info. I mean, that makes sense. I would say that Gideon is a real thing that looked like they didn't get a chance to play because they were just so in shock at what was coming at them.
Yeah, understandably so, right? Yeah. Even I was dumbfounded when I
Damn,
saw
his
that
part
lineup
was
just
done.
come up with the Rafaela in that mid lane and absolutely just dominate the earlier stages. But I, for one, have already admitted many times, especially after M2, that I cannot doubt the GOAT. I'm actually contractually obligated not to doubt the GOAT ever because I doubted him then, and from that point onwards, it has just been uphill for me. I've been so glad that I'm standing behind Carl TZ and watching his games. He is an absolute monster for a reason.
I'm on the other side. Every time I predict for Liquid, something bad happens. Every time I predict against Liquid, they start steamrolling through their opponents. So maybe this is the time for me to say, I think Entity 7 is going to win.
Wow. Going against the GOAT, Rinmar. That's pretty surprising there.
I can't find it anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Reverse the curse. We'll have to wait and see if the GOAT, Carl TZ, and Team Liquid PH can do what they need to do to keep their tournament hopes alive. The representative from the Philippines trying to turn this early loss into some information to grant them all they need to rise up to the top of this mountain and claim the trophy, standing in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for MSC. All of it on the line as Entity 7 do it for South America. Can they surprise us yet again to end the day as we throw it over to the stage to begin our final series?
Ooh. Final series of the day, but before we even touch on that, the third
I
match
found
of
it, I found
today
it.
was insane. Aurora Gaming is on fire.
Let's take a quick watch.
Talking about, man, Aurora, they have the scaling when it comes to map control, especially if they get these
in the meta game does arise out of Flying Cloud because of how fast.
pretty much
After the Onyx match.
Oh my god!
Safety, they wanted to match the S. Have it's going to be
we see the horizon.
Good at clearing. Really great early. The car feels like because once you get with then you could still consider bringing back.
Have to give this away unless Tienzi finds a miraculous steal, but on Cho, on the hands of Keyboy, I don't think you're gonna try to actually walk up there. There's been a couple of times already where he's been caught by the Jikun Dome. Keyboy just has a way with the Cho whenever he's up against an assassin. And that's why Tienzi, the man who's been popping off all throughout MSC, is now 0-3 against Onyx ID in game number 2.
Yeah, Aurora can't really start these fights at this point. They have to kind of let Onyx
What
come
did
to
I
them
do first?
and look for the bait. They have to get Keyboy a little bit too deep, or Sans a little bit too deep, to where they can respond and envelop the enemy. Onyx, on the other hand, has been able to catch Aurora off guard time and time again. Loopy gonna take a couple shots, should be okay. Doesn't have the consecration right now, but still not a huge problem. Oh! Into the backside, TNZ with the Tempest of Blades does land down onto Keller. Keller's able to
It
backstab
was
a lot of
after
damage
the
back
first
onto Keller.
match.
I got to bring it up first. Any,
Wait a minute. We are nearly there.
Go easy on you.
Okay.
Is that this is Confessions with Brigida. Brigida, I have been told that you are the nicest member of talent, so I've got to go easy on you. Is that just a... Is it all just a bit of a... Is it fake, or are you actually?
I don't think so, or it's probably because I'm a bit quiet, honestly.
Okay.
So they probably associate it with being nice, but at the same time, I think I'm nice.
You seem nice to me. I've known you for 3 days, and you seem lovely, which makes this even harder. Okay, I need to use my hand for this one. What does this mean to you?
Celestial, are you
This
still
means,
here?
a little, like when you try to use body language, right? You say, oh yeah, it's a little, it's a little.
But does it not have reference to something in particular?
Yes, it does. It does. It's, I think, referencing a birthday greeting. A birthday greeting
It is the
photo
part
image
that you
with
wanted.
someone. So I was making a pose. That's the reference, Chris.
But what did the... I don't understand why... What did this have to do with anything?
Same question. I don't know how it got so big. It was just a birthday greeting. Right?
Right.
Right.
Right.
Right.
So I hear. I heard Khalid has a new name for his ultimate as well.
What is going on? Where are these questions coming from? No, he did not change his ultimate name. It's still Raging Sandstorm.
Check it again. Make sure you got it right.
Raging Sandstorm.
Okay. Who's your favorite minion?
This is so... Okay, my favorite minion right now... it's
See,
Bob.
I don't know them. You're going to have to explain.
Bob. Or maybe Henry. Or James. Since the new movie just came out, guys. Please check it out. Wow.
We're not promoting movies, okay? We're not doing that.
Okay.
It's not what we do. I heard you're a big BTS fan.
No. I'm not. I like girl groups. I like Twice. I like La Seraphim. I like aespa. I like ITZY. I like New Jeans.
says that you look like Momo.
Do I?
Brigida's referring to something.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's an honor to be considered someone who looks like her. She is my bias. So I probably try, or my makeup is probably inspired from her.
I maybe need to start redoing my makeup to make me look like somebody.
I can do it.
What kind of thing do you think I would? What would work?
Maybe eyeliner?
The eyeliner, yeah.
Eyeliner?
That's for the next one.
We'll try.
We'll do that for the next one. Do you normally open the MLBB chat on stream?
No. I don't. I don't. Whoever made these questions, I am going for you, I swear.
You will have your chance at revenge. Don't you worry.
Okay.
You will have your chance.
Thank you.
Brigida, thank you so much. Are you still going to be the nicest member of talent after that, or?
I still am.
Good.
We always stay good. We always stay nice. Nothing can change that.
Good. Keep it that way.
A lot of people are haunted by
Well,
their past.
that's all.
Is Freya or Hirara? Okay, Hirara.
Let's get to the game.
Wow, this is a lot more standard than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. I thought maybe a slight adjustment, but man, right on the money.
My interesting awareness was Entity 7's comfort was actually not in this meta, so it kind of didn't keep up.
You are welcome, man.
By the actual non-meta, but like kind of counter to the meta, that it was Aurora Gaming ahead of the curve. So Liquid.
The LPS is fighting, so let's see the last match of the day. The LPS versus Entity 7.
A lot more consistent stuff in this first draft without many surprises from them because they haven't even shown us that they're playing this kind of tournament meta yet.
They took away the Atlas, they pick up the Belleric, so now once again, similar to the
Freya.
the roam options for Liquid are kind of, I want to say gone, but they're depleted. Now the Freya sub, are they just going to put JP on the Cho?
I think they might actually. They might kind of have to, but at the same time, we don't know where this Freya is going to go just yet. And I think that's the best part. The Entity 7 is playing with cards very close to their chest. But my favorite hand so far, the Valentina alongside with the Atlas to make sure that the Ling Hirara trade becomes that much more, well, I don't want to say impactful, but the weight of it is felt.
I like this too. It's really going to be a big 2-3 for Liquid.
In front of the X, support Filipino.
They could technically lean back into the Eudora if they wanted to, but we've seen how that works out most of the time as well.
I think they're just
outside of that, support
right
who you like.
Pick up the Paquito and they get the Eudora. So they have the Hirara Eudora together. Entity 7 can just safely pick up
Selena.
Now that's unexpected. Going back to Shin, this is a pick that he's picked up over the years, and we not only regionally but internationally as well.
Yeah, which begs the question. Now that they've kind of secured their first three,
damn, you're the extra teacher.
I mean, the Eudora counter on the opposite end was in preparation to maybe expect the assassin. Does this mean we're expecting the pivot here? Because I feel like at least for Entity 7, they've got the guaranteed scaling from that Freya side. No matter if it's gold or EXP, we get to late game, she's gonna punch a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
I think Entity 7 will want to keep their options open, put that Freya in the gold, because having a Belleric and Alice together in the comp is actually going to be really tough for Liquid to deal with once they start jumbling up together and then fighting together as five. The Eudora, Paquito, and Hirara would not be happy going up against a Belleric, Freya, and an Alice.
Are they trying to replicate Aurora's draft in game number 2
it's
against
pretty
Liquid?
similar.
It's eerily similar, actually. I don't think the order is exactly the same, but a lot of the picks are starting to show up here. That means if, let's assume, put the template on and 7, that's the lineup that they're trying to go for. How does Liquid actually adapt? And I think this will be interesting in the second half because they're already getting rid of the Guinevere. They're trying to make sure that the other jungle options don't feel as good anymore. If not, go back to the Ling. We've already got the counters ready and set.
Oh, the show gets banned out by Entity, so they read into that.
Yep, Yamal is big in Philippines, man.
For Liquid, but what are they going to end up with in the roam? Gata Kacha doesn't completely cut it anymore. It's still an alright pick.
Well, I mean, the champions are right here, so
the Minotaur is not a bad idea.
Yeah, you're right.
But at the same time, it's one of those like trigger fingers. Do you want to like fight on a dime, or do you always just want to like wait for that big ultimate? And I think
Sorry
right
for
now
laughing,
it's
bro.
very flexible for Liquid, right? A lot of their heroes can go in and out of these fights. Yes, they can't fight forever per se, but the push and
But
pull is a lot
global
easier to
Grizzard.
pull off.
Last ban. I mean, Liquid already said they were able to get info on Entity, but I feel like this last ban is taking a little bit too long.
Maybe Harley?
They took away the YSS, but the Ling is still open. Are they not worried about the Ling? Oh, maybe they're considering an Akairome.
A Cairo might be...
That would be interesting.
Yeah, that's why they're not worried. If not the Akairome, then maybe the
Now
Grok for
it's
JP, 'cause
it's
you
your
don't have
time to
worry
be
about
the
Valkyrie
Ling man.
stealing the tech charge. That might be the top 2 in their list.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good catch here. Considering everything that's going to happen, this Red 4, I would imagine, then would have to kind of reveal, yep, the EXP lane. Barats is going to try and lock that down. I would have imagined Alice would have been the pick, like you mentioned, but I think the Barats more so just in case it's a double fighter on Liquid side. So it's also a precautionary
Well,
tale.
that's true too.
Still 2 picks for Liquid, as 1 more for Aurora and, for Team Entity 7 in response, kind of doing what Aurora did earlier on. And now 3 more picks before we jump into game 1, which will set the tone for this elimination match in our final series of the day.
Seems like they're going to be stuck
Maybe, who knows? Maybe a content creator, man, with global vision.
It's going to be stacked with physical. Oh, they go to the Uranus?
Who knows?
Okay.
Oh, they're going to go gold lane. Paquito up against the Barretts, the Belleric, and the Freya.
ML is big enough
this
in
one's
Philippines.
tough. This one's really, really tough.
If he
And
took
Rene,
that
he's
road.
got it right on the money. The Minotaur gets locked in here. And Entity 7, I'm looking at their composition. This last pick, I mean, they played this draft real nice.
Yes, really nice. And then they end up with the Moskov.
Wow.
This,
I don't like it, man.
This looks like it's gonna hurt for Liquid. Entity 7 might have walked away with this one draft-wise.
Hey, it's not over just yet. There's still a lot of micro mechanics when it comes down to like the laning phase here.
Absolutely.
I'm most
Global
interested in whether or not
33.
Teddy on this Paquito
I mean-
has what it takes to go up, especially against the Moskov on the opposite side.
Branding enough to reach global.
Is that even though they're seeing some good heroes here, not a total surprise for Liquid.
Is
So
it
caught off
achievement
guard,
on
maybe
its
not.
own
And for the side of Team Entity
for
7,
ML?
the
I
fact
think.
that they are in this meta now and not playing maybe a meta you could have seen 2 months ago, it's got to feel good for South America. It's SA versus the Philippines. It is an elimination match. It's our final series of the day. Man, oh man, MSC is only getting more fun from here on out. Let's kick off our last series. It's N87 versus
Let's
Team Liquid.
forget about their X when. Let's
And here
move
we go.
on.
It's our final match for today. Today's been jam-packed with quality. Let's see if this one can bring it as
Nah,
well.
nah.
Team Liquid
I'm just
Philippines
saying.
facing elimination after, as Coach Aeon put it, getting
Do you
punched
think
in
global
the face. Can
is
they readjust this quick
a flex
against a
on
team
its
like
own?
Entity
I'm just
7?
saying
Ooh,
that.
yes, I have to agree with the panel, Trex. I like the draft from them in game 1.
Not
Yeah, they are picking
downplaying
up
anyone,
little
you know.
things that we have been seeing throughout this event and implementing it into their own strategies right now.
Even with
Of course, on
10k
the
matches,
side
I'm not
this is textbook
global
for
in
them,
a
right?
single
Yes, we do
hero,
get to
so
see Carl Tizzy
that says a
on the
lot.
Aurora, but everything else is comfort in a sense. Teddy, we had a couple hiccups the other day, right? And this time we're going to get to see him on the fighter, on the Paquito. Hopefully he's able to play through, but whoa, a lot of damage on the
Ooh.
McGee. JP, first blood.
First blood going to the hands of JP, but nonetheless, TL scoring that first kill here for the game. You know, an arrow's going to land. Oh, good rockets, too. They'll burn the flicker out from Sanji.
A lot of damage.
Aurora
Able
won
to
the
get
match.
kill onto Sanji. It's going to be good for E7, able to kind of tie things up.
I mean, going
so
global
E7
for
gets one
in
back.
solo rank.
JP dealing with some pokes here too,
It's just
avoiding
too
that arrow. That's going to be
painful,
a
man.
very important thing for TL as they approach this. We've seen only a
That's why I
handful
don't
of players
grind
play the Selena
for the
currently.
globals.
I'd say they're specialists more than anything. As we look at the emblems here real quick too, nothing crazy across the board. A whole lot of tanky-ness built in to the lineup for E7, even tenacity for Doom here. You know, you talk about Teddy, the struggles that he
Aurora
had, I'd
won
say
the
same
match
for
on it
Doom,
against
you know,
Onyx.
in that gold lane that he had to deal with against Onyx. So it's just the nature of the gold laners right now, and that's why back in the interviews, they had talked about, you know, for some of the gold laners out there, yeah, we like to play the fighters if we can, just because, again, this meta currently puts a lot of pressure on those traditional marksmen in the gold lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be a little bit relieving too sometimes to switch it up, play something that, yes, Paquito is still very micro-orientated for a fighter, you know, but it's a bit more straightforward in the amount of decisions sometimes you have to make on that marksman now.
Speaking of him, Teddy will be trying to rotate his way up to this turtle. Nice knockback on a JP. Sanford in the midst of it all. Brought down to about half health. SOD does connect. Tied on Bush, able to get the turtle. Carl Teasy taking a lot of damage. Teddy on the run. And Entity 7 is collapsing onto Team Liquid.
Entity 7.
They gave the call there, and they're going to take more as well.
Sanford in a little bit of trouble as well.
Took the blue too.
Entity 7, they get a purple. They get a turtle. They get 2 kills. They're looking good right now.
Man, what a play. I was expecting Teddy to look for that opening to go and initiate that fight. I'm not sure what the call was there, but look at the replay brought to us by SCC. Again, it looks like they're in position for this, but then they just kind of decided this wasn't the fight they wanted to take because of that tankiness up at the front line.
Grinding for the titles in solo rank? Nah, I'd rather not do that, man. You will lose your hard-earned points due to that fucking one teammate feeding on top.
And everything kind of goes back to a standstill. I'm wondering if, honestly, this might be a time that NT7
Not
needs
worth
to
it.
push in a bit. You have the Barat's jungle. You have
It's
that
just a race
tankiness.
bait.
You have that Ube type strat that can bully a assassin
Oh,
jungle.
SOD connected.
Teddy
takes a lot of damage, gets caught up.
They
Just collapsing
flickered out.
once again, consistently looking for plays across the map.
Hey man, we talked about, you pick up the fighter so you don't have to deal with too much of the bullying. You're still gonna get bullied, it's just you can survive it a little bit more. As we saw, even though Teddy had to burn the flicker, we'll see where TL looks to make a play. They're really centered around that top side of the map. Again, a part of this is, again, allowing that Harara in the hands of Carl Teasy to go and get farmed up, get what you need to do. We've seen it also in the previous series where,
Beautiful play by Team Liquid.
Same.
The knock-up and Carl Teasy comes in to help clean things up. A kill goes to Sanji, a kill goes to Carl.
As I was just saying, hold on, they're going to push Hydon Bush out of his jungle, so getting some back here. But that's one of the things I was about the Eudora. Whoa, Daytona's welcome.
Daytona's welcome. Gonna get him against the wall. Sanford does pop the consecration. Should be able to get away from this though. Turtle is up. NT7 does back off a bit as Shin fires off an arrow.
Okay.
It's embarrassing to say, but as a content creator too, I don't have any title in any heroes.
Wrath of Dryad does connect onto one. Hydon Bush able to take it right out of Carl Teasy's fingertips. Carl Teasy trying to dash back, trying to get to safety as Hydon Bush gets chased down by Sanford. Carl Teasy re-engages, gets kill onto Shin, and Sanford up in the top side. One more hit, and Hydon Bush goes down. Sanford doesn't want to let him go, but he doesn't connect. Sanford gets the dash through, but he's going to take a tower shot and fall down himself.
Now TLPS is the one that's dominating.
It's a back and forth battle, but TL does come out on top of this one.
Yeah, they might have lost the turtle in that, but they definitely got the kills. And I think that's what TL wanted to go ahead and get. Again, they're scaling up Carl Teasy here on this Hirata, and Sanford goes in just to, it's a bit of a sacrifice whether he went down or not, but ends up pushing them off of that space where they couldn't follow through the team fight. That's big for them. Looking at the replay, again, we expected Entity 7 to fight this with the tools at hand, but again, fighting into this whole mid lane. Penguin.
I just want to give you guys some entertaining content, not the pro plays, not the pro highlights, just the engaging content where you can laugh. You can point out my mistakes.
Yeah, Entity 7.
That's the type of content I want to give you guys, not the pro plays. So I won't try to act pro. I'm just who I am,
It's worked on slowly but surely, but Doom, again, a play here for them is to build it up. The problem is,
what's the point if you are not enjoying the game, right?
I think his first item that he locked in was the Chastise Pauldrons to go and help with some of that attack speed. His setup plus Sanford's zoning potential is what is the obstacle for Entity 7. Plus that damage that we saw, with the Eudora needing just basically 2 items to really pump out that damage. The stun that comes with that, and then followed through for either a Paquito from Teddy to come through or Carl Teasy on the Harara is what is working so well synergistically for TL's lineup. But still, fighting for this turtle, see if they can secure it. E7's done a great
Humble?
job.
Nah, bro, nah. I'm not.
Playing around this tankiness, an arrow.
Big stun does land on to Sanford, forced to use the Consecration plus the Purify. He is a sitting duck at this point as Carl Teasy moves in as well. Nice dead as welcome on to Sanford. Wow. But a big dive in from Akashi. But the knockup still connects and SOD as well. Doom able to get the shutdown onto Carl Teasy. Getting some nice gold as Teddy's on the run. And E7 splits up, splitting TL apart. Sanford, the last one to go down. It's nothing but JP left. A turtle, the third and last turtle, into the hands of Entity 7.
Entity 7 is making it work right now. Again, give it to Hide on Bush
The back
to go
and
and
forth
win the
is
retro
crazy in
battle
this game, man.
against Carl Teasy now.
Sometimes
That's
it's
3 for 3 for
TLPS that's winning,
Turtles.
sometimes
And the rest
it's
of the team
E7.
to fight into that team fight. Again, Doom has been farming his mind out, and then he just comes, joins the fight with an SOD, and helps turn things around. This is why they were talking about it in the draft. How good this composition from Entity 7 is, and how well-rounded of a profile for damage that it has too. I mean, the tankiness alone helps place things up. And then, if you just follow up an arrow from Shin, it's almost an easy catch with the Daytona's Welcome, the Wrath of Dryad, and then to pump out the damage.
Now they're going to start moving into buffs, and this is what we used to see in the days of Barat's Jungle. Against assassins like this with a bulky lineup, you just slowly push forward. You slowly strangle the life out of the opponent, and that's what ND7's trying to do. They now sit at a 3K gold lead, another tower falls.
This is a bit different too, just because of the nature of the lineup from TL. You know, you would think typically when you have that Claw or the Moskov like E7 have, it's like, well, eventually you're gonna hit that power spike and you're gonna be able to play for that. But right now, TL's just gotta play for each other as a team to get back into this game. Entity 7 having almost a 3,000 gold lead at the 9-minute mark against a team like Team Liquid is just insanity, and it's a statement for themselves to have this kind of draft, make it work. Now, what it comes down to, Trex, in a couple seconds, this Lord is going to come up. Carl Teasy and the rest of TL have to win this Retri battle if they can. Again, 3 for 3 turtles for Entity 7. It's all broken out into a team fight too, but you saw that Sanji picks up the Divine Glaive. And someone's also got to deal with the off-map push happening from Doom. Arrows being thrown out here for Shin, giving information over to the rest of Entity 7. And so this is a tough one for TL. They've got to decide to not let that bottom wave push in, and also to set up around the objective.
And Entity 7 are playing the macro game well, pushing the long lane. They've got Akashi up on the top side. Sanford does have his eye on the Lord, but it still feels like Entity 7 can slow play this. And this is a position Team Liquid's not used to, right?
Yeah.
This is a position that they have to think about how they're going to approach this. They don't have a marksman. They went for the fighter off. Teddy not having the greatest game, and how does Teddy even get to the back line right now? If he is able to get past Hide on Bush, Shin's waiting with an arrow. Doom's able to push him back.
Uh-oh, Lord, quarter to health. They're going to fight it. Conceal already used.
Easy makes his way in, but McGee catches him.
Ooh, I don't look like the Lord.
Secure it. JP goes down.
Ooh, Kalti died.
He's able to put the
JP.
back release, but not just yet. Will catch up Doom, but Doom's not going to let him go. Teddy's on the run as well.
JP died
finally
too.
shredded to pieces. Carl Teasy,
3 down
Sanji,
on the
JP
side of
all off
TL.
the map as Entity 7 forces in 5 with the Lord.
Man, they get the Lord. They win the team fight. Entity 7 is now knocking on the base here of Team Liquid.
Holy
The
shield
rest of the
burned
members are going
down.
to be up here shortly, but they're going to lose the base shields.
Ooh, Lord on damage.
Top, mid, and now E7 working on the base turret. They're just trying to hold on, and they got to clear out this Lord.
Entity 7 kicking down the front door of Team Liquid Philippines. I don't think anyone thought we'd be here right now in just game number 1. They're going to move on to the orange buff. 7K gold lead.
Mantrex, again, for anyone that did predictions coming in this MSC, have definitely been thrown off. Again, that Lord secured by Hide on Bush. He's been phenomenal in the Retribution battle. Doom as well, farmed up to the grit. Now just able to go ahead and shred through anyone up at that front line. This has been so amazing for Entity 7 to deal with in game 1. For Team Liquid, they've been in this deficit before, they've been down before, but it just hasn't been happening that often in their recent matches, in their recent stints in MPL Philippines or anything like that. But now that they're playing behind, we have to see if they can kind of adjust from this on the fly, because even if you get past this game, Entity 7 is just playing better right now.
Begin will keep vision, and I love the placement of the traps around from Selena. This is another big advantage for Entity 7, the constant vision they have on the map. Another trap goes down. Sanford's got to keep on taking them to the face, but it's fine because they can just keep this going. Look at Akashi on the boss side, ready to help out this slow push or wait for any target that's going to walk into him. 3-1-6, level 14, ahead of everyone on the other team. I mean, NT7 is just in such a perfect position right now.
Arrows being thrown out here. Gotta dodge those for the most part, but I think what's really difficult here too, Trex, is unfortunately with this kind of lineup, there isn't much of a surprise angle you can look for other than maybe that flicker setup from JP, maybe the flicker setup stun from Sanji. It has to be one of them, but at the same time, if
Next
they
load in 30
overcommit being this
seconds.
down, you probably are just going to lose that team fight. You know, you're not really able to go ahead and shred through for even a Barracks alone when Hideout Bush has those stacks and he's leading that front line, and then you got a Belric to worry about too. Meanwhile, how do you even catch Doom? You know, he's just been able to go ahead and free hit in the back, utilize his flicker if he needs to. Honestly, he hasn't even used it that much just because it's been such an easy sailing game so far for Doom on this Moscov. And now with Lord up, they're going to go ahead and start this one up. TL knows what's going on here, but there's a Daytona's welcome.
Might have been a waste a little bit early on to Sanford. Sanford uses the consecration, able to get away. Arrow
Sanford
comes
can
out.
just get away.
Team Liquid is forced back. Sanford going to look for the re-engage. Keep vision up. NT7 knows they don't have the Detona's welcome, which gives Karl'Tezi a little bit of freedom, but there's minions on the base, making this a forced 4v5 if TL wants to go for it. This may not be the fight they want, but Karl'Tezi doesn't want to give it up right here.
Akashi.
Shin does take a bit of damage on the boss side. Akashi, along with Begin, are going to try to push TL back. Karl'Tezi gets a little bit of damage on Begin. Akashi going to dive down on Sanford. Sanford goes down. Begin with the flicker in.
Teddy's there.
Looking for two, but only catches one. But a big Minoan's Fury in response.
Doom died.
Teddy to the backside, but E7 aren't done just yet. They're gonna move on to Karl'Tezi. Karl'Tezi dashes back. Kashi doesn't want to let him go just yet. Hide the combo. This is the knockback. Shin, it's a lot of damage. Karl'Tezi still under with the iframes, but he finally falls. And now it's Akashi up against Teddy, the 1v1.
Oh,
Sim. To help the jump. Minions on the top side. 6 seconds for Sanford.
Teddy had a plan, but a boxer to a Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is going to win. And now E7 looks to cap it out.
Can they end it here? I don't know. Sanford's got the survivability. He doesn't have a consecration, but a Lord is coming soon. Team Liquid
2 seconds on Sanji.
of losing game
JP is coming back
Sanji's
too.
back up. I think Entity 7 has to make the call to back off.
Oh, man. So they stay in the game. That was a really dire attempt as we look at the replay here. Teddy knew that this was the angle he had to go for. He's completely stacked up there on the combo, goes in, finds Doom, the perfect target. But again, because of the nature of how far behind they are in terms of items, this fight would have been very different if they weren't down 7,000 gold, but still, nonetheless, it's a good fight for Team Liquid to get some gold in their pockets. Again, you can still see some of the frustration across the faces here of TL, Karl'Tezi especially, but they still have 2 base turrets. I think the question still stands, can they actually contest the next lore that comes up? Because even that fight was all just started up.
I mean, they do get lucky with the RGN, right? Lord will be spawned on top side. They still have a disadvantage in the long lane, but it's not as bad as before.
Yeah.
Not as bad as it was before, with the fact that Inhibitor's gone on the top side. Sanford already kind of holding positioning, but again, the traps from Salida, constant vision. Akashi just combing out in this bush. The positioning from E7 is good.
Man, you're looking at this
55 seconds
too,
for
you know,
the Lord.
There's not much of a difference, too much across, except for the XP lane. But Sanford
Not
on the
much
Uranus
going
is
on
still going to be
till the
that
Lord
tanky
fight, I
guy to
guess.
go ahead and do this. Again, part of it is given that vision around the objective. If he has to pop the consecrate, that ultimate, it's fine. He can go ahead and sustain himself. Obviously, if he gets a little bit tankier, then he's able to go ahead and do that much better for TL. But still, most of their fights that they're going to have to win have to come through these weird angles into the team fights, or just a setup of the lifetime for JP or Sanji. But they'll buy time as much as they need to go ahead and kind of catch up on the itemization here. You know, across the board, 10 seconds for that lore to be up here as we look
Moscow
at
is
this.
fully built.
Once again, you know, it might take some fancy
Freya is
footwork
fully
from
built.
Karl'Tezi too. And Sanford getting a little more defense built in now for that physical
On the
defense.
TL side, Irara is
Lord
the
is up.
one,
They have to get in
only one
position.
with the
And
full
yes,
build.
as you mentioned, that RNG, at least it's on this top side where that turret is busted for TL. So they can clear out, manage these waves, but it's already going to be started up very quickly by Entity 7 here. Half health on the Lord. They'll still respect what Sanford and the rest of TL can do.
Yeah, they're letting the reset happen a few times, still taking it slow. They know they have the general push on the bot side. NT7 doesn't need to rush things, but the thing is the clock is ticking, and TL are getting more and more items. We already saw in the last fight they could almost break it even, and that is in a deficit, let alone when things get tied out. This is still Team Liquid we're talking about, but the Tono's welcome does lock on to JP. Maybe not the best target, but it is a target indeed. But JP responds back with a beautiful Nod Fury. High push brought down low. Carl Teasy forces a dash away, but looking for the re-engage. Unable to connect on anyone. Doom in the backside, able to push Sanford away. JP trying to run as NT7 closes the space. They're going to go for the Lord instead. They don't want to force the fight, and I think it's a smart move.
As you're seeing through that fight, Teddy has no option to go in. You know, he might be fully stacked, full health, but if he does go in and get caught through all of that,
Hirata is not popping off in this game though.
From TL, so it's just sort of this push and pull to see what they can get out of Entity 7 and see if they can make them overstep. But so far, Entity 7 hasn't fallen for it. They've done a really good job at just kind of taking their time, stalling this out. JP's got an immortality now though too. And so once again, they're gonna wait for that reset to come through for the ultimates. Fighting for this Lord. There's a big wave of bot though. And Akashi's gonna go have to deal with this. TL knows this. They have some information. Can they blitz the Lord before Akashi makes his way back up? But there's just too much of a risk. Shin throwing out these arrows, giving the vision. A stun on Van Nguyen while Doom is here. So it's just, again, not favorable for TL right now.
Ooh, SOD connected.
From
Go.
Akashi to just turn back. It's okay if you lose that tower right now. Let things even out. Akashi trying to push JP down. Brings down to about half health. Carl Teasy looks for the re-engage. Nice. Big hit from
Sanji died.
Akashi able to find Sanji, JP, immortality.
Ooh, Carl Teasy died. JP died too.
Is taking him down one by one. Immortality pops on to Teddy.
Ooh, Teddy died too. Now they can end. I think they can end.
No, everyone's gone but Sanford. And Entity 7 with the upset of game 1.
GG.
Take it. They take it, man. They take it from Team Liquid. Entity 7 surprising everyone. I mean, they looked a little surprised themselves, but what is going on here? Is the meta that different? Is the drafting that different right now that it might be almost too much to handle for even a team like TL?
I don't know.
Question mark?
Question mark, dot, dot, dot.
What is going on?
That's a question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. Surprise.
Yeah.
Questioning so many things that need to be answered right now. Entity 7, though, honestly, did adapt.
They did.
They were able to implement so many things we've been seeing and make it work with their composition. And I feel like TL kind of tried to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But maybe at the wrong time.
I don't know, man. I mean, even there was a lot of these fights, a lot of these instances where you're thinking, okay, there may be room for them to engage into this fight. Even Teddy, I felt like he was really struggling to find that window of opportunity to jump in, you know, utilize this Paquito. But maybe it was just, again, big draft difference. They couldn't actually utilize what they brought. The counterplay was there, and it was just really difficult to see Team Liquid try to make this happen. But props to Entity 7 for getting game 1. Let's throw it over to the studio to break it down.
Philippines teams are not doing that great.
Well, with that,
in the
we
EWC.
see another upset. And I love how this is giving us an MSC to remember. And definitely one that has shaken this MLB world, BB world by storm. It is a Entity 7 victory in Game 1 over Team Liquid PH. And surprisingly enough, you guys kind of saw a little bit of this possibility when you saw the draft.
I don't think just a little bit. We saw it.
I mean, maybe you didn't say it as heavily as you could have, but man, this draft
I mean,
kind of
he
spelled
couldn't
it
do
for us.
anything. Even if he
A
recalls
lot of
so.
questionable decisions by Liquid, but instead of looking at Liquid, I want to look at Entity 7. Tremendous growth for the Amber squad. the changes that they made.
That's true.
The changes in priority, seeing that they really looked at all the games and then adjusted based on what gave them problems and what have given victories to teams. You have to clap for Entity 7 and how they drafted for this game number 1.
Yeah, really great work overall because, again, it just boils down to the numbers of the game. And unfortunately, this time around, the scaling was just so much onto the side of Entity 7 that inevitably,
But this meta, the meta right now is so hectic though. To just adapt to it, it's surprising.
But MT7 said no, which is great because now it really goes to show that the caliber and level of these different regions are closing really fast, and you have to be smart about these picks and bans.
Listen, people are ready to jump on this type of stuff, but when it comes to champions, when it comes to GOATs like Carl Teasy, you have to always consider that there's a chance. And many people saying, just go back to what's comfortable for you. Clearly, this has been an uncomfortable meta for Team Liquid PH, but it also has to be mentioned that there's just so much to be proud of on the side of Entity 7. We actually had a chance to talk with Doom, who played a fantastic Mozkov in this previous game earlier before the set.
We are now here with Doom from Entity 7 before his elimination match. So we're gonna get a pulse check with him right now. Doom, how are we feeling? Everything okay with you?
Sí, solo un poco ansioso por la partida contra Liquid.
Yes, all good. I'm just a little bit anxious because of the match against Liquid.
Okay, a little bit anxious. What's going on? Is it because it's an elimination match or because you're up against Liquid particularly?
¿Es porque es una partida de eliminación o porque estás específicamente contra el Liquid?
Diría que me da mucha emoción poder jugar con un equipo que admiro mucho y nada, o sea, poder jugar contra ellos me da mucha emoción.
I'm really excited to be able to play against a team that I admire quite a lot, and so that just has me excited.
Oh wow, he's excited because he's admired them for a very long time. If you admire them so much, do you maybe have a message for Liquid before this match?
Nada, decirte que los admiro mucho, que siempre los veo y espero una buena partida porque son unos grandes jugadores.
I just want to say that I admire them a lot and that I expect a really great match because they are really great players.
Wow, that's beautiful, Doom. That's beautiful, Doom. Okay, we didn't get to talk to you after your match loss yesterday against Onyx. What do you think happened in that match?
Creo que no veníamos tan preparados como lo pensamos. Además que tuvimos un problema con el vuelo de mi amigo, que es el como líder del equipo, así que no nos pudimos adaptar tanto, pero bueno, intentamos dar lo mejor.
I think we weren't just as prepared as we thought we were, and we also had a little bit of hindrance because of one of the flight of one of our players that is basically the leader of the group. He wasn't here, and we just couldn't click on that match.
Okay, so wait, there wasn't a player that they needed. Is that what he said?
Dice que no había un jugador que ustedes necesitaban, que hubo un problema con los vuelos. Yeah, exactly. We couldn't practice because he wasn't here for practice.
Oh, okay, but you guys are now together, right?
Ahora están juntos, ¿no?
Sí, ahora sí.
Yes.
Okay, so what lacked in that preparation? Was it like comms that you had to go through, or maybe execution?
¿Qué es lo que faltó en esa preparación? ¿Les faltó comunicación o la ejecución? ¿Qué es lo que faltaba para prepararse?
Creo que un poco la comunicación, y yo no estoy seguro de mis amigos, pero creo que ellos sí estuvieron un poco ansiosos por la partida y creo que también no nos adaptamos tanto al meta, por así decirlo.
I think it's more about the comms, and I can't speak for my friends, but I think they were a little bit anxious because of the match.
Okay.
And I think we haven't really adjusted our gameplay to the meta.
Okay, so haven't really adjusted. There's anxiousness as well. I mean, it's understandable, right? You went up against Onyx yesterday, and then today you're up against TL. So everyone is handling it a little bit anxiously. Is that correct?
Es verdad, porque bueno, son equipos top, ¿no? Como uno de los mejores del mundo, ambos.
Yeah, because they are top teams, basically the best in the world, both of them.
So how do you reset? Like, who usually brings the morale of the team back up?
¿Cómo resetean? ¿Quién es el que regresa los ánimos al equipo?
Muchas veces lo hacía yo. Actualmente no estoy de la mejor manera, pero creo que de alguna manera cada uno lo lleva a su manera, porque no todos somos iguales, ¿no? O bueno, no todos son como yo en ese sentido. Que yo sí soy como más me adapto más al ambiente, a los temas, o sea, al ambiente en general.
Most of the time it's me, but I haven't been at my 100% this time. And I think everyone takes it and deals with it in their own way. Everyone has their own personalities. And I just feel like I have this tendency to be more cheerful and to adapt through everything that is coming to me.
I love hearing it. I love hearing it. Good luck in this next match. You guys got this, okay? Be confident, all right? Anything can happen. The meta is so flexible. All right, Doom. Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you so much for this translation. I'm going to throw it over back to you guys.
Thank you for that conversation, Eterna. Doom getting out in front in this game, never looking back here. Obviously, Teddy still getting the damage lead, but it was all E7 from the very beginning, and this scaling, it just worked in their favor. What was your takeaway after that conversation there,
Well,
Mar?
it's good to see that Entity 7, they did learn. They did grow. It seems like they finally got that practice that they needed, and you could see how it changed, again, from drafting to what they did in game. It feels like I'm looking at a very different Entity 7 from what I saw when they went up against Onyx.
I have to agree with you as well. I think they've definitely moved in the correct direction for where the meta is kind of at demanding where they need to be. But more importantly, I think they're also keeping their open-mindedness of how to actually play that red side, which is, again, something that we're probably going to bring up in just a little bit about blue side, red side, because I think this is going to be a very important argument to have throughout the tournament. And for now, I think it's red side taking the dub for today, where yesterday was blue side taking a majority of the dubs.
Yeah, I think coming into this series, it was about 63% win percentage for blue side, believe it or not. And that was kind of a devastating fact sometimes when you look at yourself on red side and you go, okay, what can we do? How do we play this? But that's the thing. Everyone has to answer that. The longer the series go, as we get further into this tournament, you have more chances to answer that question. But right now, best of 3, it's one game. One game in Entity 7 have knocked out our defending champs at MSC.
Yeah, it's shocking, really, and I feel like what's shocking to me is, again, the decisions in the draft. For now, I think it's time we look at Liquid. Entity 7, we've already talked about them. I put arrows on the priorities. First 3 picks on the side for Liquid and for Entity 7. Hirara as the first pick to me. As great as she is, and despite her very high win rate, I really thought Liquid was setting up for a Freya on their side and then willing to give up the Hirara, meaning that they'd end up with probably a Freya Ling together, and then they'll build around that, see whatever they could get to pick up for Teddy. But it seems like now, looking at the Esmeralda Phoveus 2 bans, it wasn't to set up for a Freya, but to set up for a Paquito that they already looked at as the centerpiece for their draft heading into this game. Well, for Entity 7, they flowed with it. I did not see that Selena pickup come in, and it worked out. Despite it going up against a lineup that can heal through the damage of the Selena, what are you providing with the Selena? Vision and that little bit of burst. That means that you'd have to spend a skill from the Uranus to regain, or just make sure that he gets his passive up so that he can heal through it, or maybe a quick little motivation roar from the Minotaur to be able to regain the health that you lost. But Shin on that Selena, what he provided was really just the vision and that constant little bit of crowd control that would make Liquid hesitate. And I feel like Liquid did hesitate in picking up the Moskov in the end, that we felt like, both for me and Gideon, was something that they needed. After seeing the Barretts and knowing that you're up against a Belleric, you cannot double fighter playing an assassin that isn't even basic attack based into this. You have to respect your opponents and acknowledge that at some points, you're gonna need basic attack to make this lineup work. Anything you want to add, Gideon?
Yeah, you know, I also wanted to add that, you know, the carry bank was the big indicator that this lineup was going to be so thick and beefy that you're gonna not, it's just well done, right? It's just too much to cut through.
Yeah, and them banning out the Yi Sun Shin Liquid, they banned out the Yi Sun Shin right there, right after they banned out the Guinevere. I felt like they did not see this Barretts at Red 4 coming. They didn't expect that a Barretts would be slot into the jungle instantly, making it such a difficult lineup to go up against for a lineup that has an assassin and 2 fighters in the side lanes, no basic attacks whatsoever.
It is a very difficult thing to anticipate all of this, especially in this position. You have to kind of feel for Liquid PH, who got up against Aurora and we're like, okay, what is this? No one's played that at all. We haven't seen it still. We haven't seen that come back out. And then you go and you look at a situation where you don't have a lot of time to iterate. You don't have any other tests. And now when you get a test, you're seeing something a little different as well, although it's a little bit more on pace, guys. I mean, this is going to be a masterclass in one way, or it's going to be an amazing story. The masterclass side is Team Liquid PH went back in there, for those 10 minutes, and they came up with a plan. How we're not going to get surprised, how we're going to get the edge in this draft, and getting it. If you're that coach, if you're looking at this team with the tools you have, what does that conversation look like?
A lot of it is going to come down to how much can we scale into this game. And I'm sorry, Carl, it can't be you this time. We are dependent on the side lanes to make this happen. I'm looking at Teddy specifically here in this particular matchup. And hopefully we're not going to flying clouds, because maybe then there will be a time that...
What'd you say?
Oh, man, you know what? Never mind. I'm out of here. Check it out, boys.
See you later, man. All right, Remar, what's your thoughts? Just kidding.
Flying Cloud. This is not going to bode well for Liquid, knowing that Entity 7, they have the momentum. They know that they have a chance to make history here and etch themselves in the history books of MLBB as the team that eliminated Team Liquid in Msc 2026 as the defending champions. That is nuts. Liquid, Coach Aeon and Coach Snap, they are running through all the permutations. They have to get creative. We know Aeon and Snap to be very logical dudes. Yeah. They have proudly proclaimed themselves to be huge nerds for the game. But this meta is about creativity. It isn't just about the permutations, it's how creative you can get with all the numbers here presented.
Not just creative, but also getting into the minds of your opponents. If you understood their top 5 list, that helps you so much walking into this draft. And immediately, surprisingly enough, Team Liquid said, you know what? One more time. We're going to go back on that blue side. We're going to contest. But interestingly enough, Entity 7 are the ones who are banning out the Freya.
Yeah, they don't pick it up for themselves. They opened up the Valentina that they banned out earlier, and I think this might be a Valentina Belleric. Unless they're thinking about it, they're taking their time, whether or not they have... they don't need to rush their Assassin. I think they're also considering what does Liquid have in store in their pocket that might come in as a surprise for Blue 2-3.
I want to say... I mean, they're changing things up, right? So if they're changing things up, I would only imagine that they want to kind of show their jungle now, just to keep it like really, really honest. Maybe give that Valentina over to TL and just overload them with really, really nasty ult to maybe unlock Akashi a little bit. But for now, at least they got the Eudora on their side. We'll see how that plays out.
I think just pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts here. The Esmeralda's gone. No need to go for double fighter. There's the Barretts, and then you... Okay, if it's not the Uranus you're getting... Oh, maybe they're... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you can get a gold laner. It's fine. Get a Moskov or something like that.
Or Cho, you know, just lead them on a little bit. Red herring them. Make them take purifies.
Yeah, that Cho was taken away in that second ban phase, so not available. This time it is available.
Oh, yeah.
The Barat's Cho.
Maybe prioritize the Cho and then adjust your mid lane and gold lane picks for later.
Liquid doing something. Kind of close to the edge you were looking for. Are we getting there?
I think we're almost there. I think now that
I like that they took the Barats away.
Yeah, getting rid of the Barats is already one thing, right? But the question is where exactly he goes into the EXP, and now you also have to make sure that this is going to be somewhat of a dead lane, right?
Yeah.
Because looking at the way that Team Liquid kind of wants to hold out is, can we get Carl back into the turtle site without getting messed up by like a bajillion different ults? I think the Valentina makes a lot of sense because Belleric is on the opposite side.
Yeah.
But right now, we need to make sure that at least the big ones, the Alices, are kind of out of the way, the hard divers.
And I think that's why they picked up the Valentina, that if ever, depending on the pick of Entity 7 and the Alice is still open, and if you cannot ban the Alice, I'm talking about Liquid here, at least they have the Valentina to steal the ultimate of the Alice away, just to balance things out.
Uranus and Belleric, another very good composition for roaming and handling team fights, giving space, disrupting the door on top of that. I like that 3.
Yeah, that was the trade up. Now,
what are the odds? What are the odds that we're going to see Uranus go flexed into the jungle? Like, we're really pushing the meta here at this point. We've seen it a couple of times.
100%. No, I'm kidding.
But even so, it's one of those picks where I don't think Hirar can actually deal with you even at level 2.
Wow. Unless, if ever they decide to invade it, that could actually be really deadly.
Cho taken away again in the second ban
phase. It'll work out. Yeah, if the problem of the Uranus against the Hirara and farming is speed, then why don't you take away that problem just by invading? You have the Belleric and Eudora together. Okay, yeah, I think Liquid do need to watch out for that.
Yeah, even a Paquito is kind of dangerous on either side.
So this could be interesting. These 2 picks at the very end determined a lot as well, but it was already looking good last game for Entity 7 after the first 3. It still looks good, but definitely by stealing that Barretts and then having the Hirara, the Valentina, Liquid playing with a little bit more of an option in case another surprise. The Spanner is thrown in the works.
Okay, with the Moskov taken out, Liquid and Entity 7 still have a pool. If ever Entity 7 decides to pick up the carry, you can still trade out Melissas, Brodies, Claudes. I think you have to be careful of when you pick up the Claude, because if you pick it up too early, it's going to be an easy Brody pickup.
I completely agree. At this stage, I think we're now stepping on like really dangerous territory for either side as they're looking to try and make sure that they get one over the other. Chobans make a lot of sense. I agree with the Claude at the same time, but now that we're getting rid of the high loss, it will give us an idea. It feels like Entity 7 might just be leaning back into, you know what, we need that scaling marksman just one more time if we're going to have that invade, because we know which side is strong, but if mid doesn't push out, it's not going to happen.
Look at that, 4 bans towards the heroes of JP. That's 4 roams taken away. It's a lot of respect on the side of Entity 7. Are they setting for a Melissa?
I feel like they're setting up for a Melissa.
Yeah.
Melissa with an 83% win rate coming into today after 6 games. Claude, you mentioned as a counter, actually only a 33% win rate, guys, despite being the most picked. So,
yeah.
Bit of a Ling Herrera conversation there.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not the Melissa, then it's something like the Ixia. There's not a lot of dive by Liquid, because if this Barret is going into the EXP, you don't have dive, and then you force picking up something like a God That Got You for JP just to access it. But then, yeah, Entity 7 can hold off onto their gold pick for last.
I think they just need to take a deep breath here. We need to see if this is going to be an assassin, or it's just going to be something else entirely, right? I think that's the one confirmation that we need, because the Ixia is 100% possible for TL side, plus they can add the Matilda on top of it to really tie this composition together.
Yeah, EXP Barret's, Matilda, and then close it out with an Ixia. I think that's what Entity 7 is waiting for. They're trying to decide whether or not they show their jungle or their gold lane already. It's a tough choice for them, and they're taking their time.
So they're showing their jungle.
Okay. So now the Ixia should probably be off the table, knowing that Link can actually just jump into the backline, take you out real smooth and easy. That means that you would have to lean into the Claude at least.
Yeah, it's either the Claude or the Brody, maybe.
Harith is up. Harith is still up.
Fine, yeah. But then with the gold there, no more carry. Is it going to be Liquid?
All tough choices. Deny the Melissa and then get the Hilda on top of it for the extra bit of shred. I'm okay with this.
They get to roam around,
Harith back.
get vision. Barret's is going to be their anchor through the EXP. You have the Herrera. This is Roman trio dependent. Very Roman trio dependent. I wonder if there's a pick Entity 7 can pick up that can just mess everything up in lane for the Melissa.
It's not a lot can actually do that. I would say that the Harith probably is safest. Claude would also be really, really good.
Yeah.
Just BMI on top of her, blaze into it, get it over and done with.
With such a heavy front, I wonder if Granger is viable. But then Muddles. Yeah, Granger, Sky Piercer, Muddles. They're not gonna do anything crazy like a Leslie, right? No, Claude.
Claude.
Play it safe, play it safe.
Go past Claude. Maybe one of the points that we prepared back in the green room before this, because of the win rate, lose rate in this case, 33% when a Claude is picked up. But ironically, Teddy had been playing a lot of Claude, helping to contribute to that. Now Teddy on the other side with Melissa, who has an 83% win rate. Will this trade in the gold lane make the difference as we send it to a Team Liquid and Entity 7 Game 2, that if Entity 7 win, they will knock out your defending champions of MSC and guarantee that MSC at EWC 2026 will have a new champion here lifting that trophy. Get ready, get excited, because we're Game 2 here. History could be made. It's Entity 7 versus Team Liquid PH.
History is already in the process so far with this one. After Game 1, surprising and shocking everyone around the world watching this one. Entity 7 gets Game 1. Now for Team Liquid Philippines to move forward, it starts here with Game 2. They brought a draft that I think it looks better, at least for them in this Game 2, Trex. They got to get it, and it's a Melissa, yes, that has a high % win rate right now. I like it better than the Paquito for Teddy.
Yeah, definitely better than the Paquito for Teddy. It gives the possibility to defend these big pushes. It gives some range. It adds a little more dynamic to the draft of Team Liquid.
Entity 7 also comes straight forward this time. They pick up the Ling, hide on Bush on the Assassin. The only game he's been able to win so far has been on a utility jungle, and that was the Barats that he played last game. So things are going to have to definitely be a little different this time.
Yeah, the different factor here too is, you know, there's a way for Team Liquid to approach these fights, whether that's depending on what ultimate Sanji decides to take. You know, most likely that Wrath of the Dryad will be the biggest value for him. Set things up around the team fight. JP provides this information on the Hilda, able to go ahead and kind of slow down or attempt to slow down Hide on Bush. You know, again, the previous game, Hide on Bush was just on point with the retributions. This is a challenge now for Carl TZ to make it happen on the heroic. Running it back, but the mid lane is also where things start.
Oh, a lot of damage on a Begin there. Is going to have to go back to base. Team Liquid definitely controlling the pace of this first 2 minutes. But honestly, it was similar in the last game, and Entity 7 was able to find the big punch back.
Yeah.
It's when those first few turtles came up, that's when we saw the difference happening. Akashi is on this Uranus. Uranus hasn't had the best games for a lot of teams, honestly. Can Akashi make a difference?
Yeah, that's a big question. As you see him at a quarter of the health here. Sanford burning that flicker. He's not going to have it available. He's trying to get that level 4, so at least he's got the Daytona's welcome. Turtle's going to already be started up, though, by Carl TZ. Pull off of it, though. Let it reset a bit. Some of the buffs are up. Oh, flicker.
Ooh, nice stun on to Shin. Shin gonna take a lot of damage. First blood going to the hands of JP. As Hide on Bush has to work on his purple buff. Team Liquid. Should get a free turtle here. It is taking them some time, though. If they can clean up this purple buff soon enough, maybe they'll go for a steal. No, they decide to back off as Akashi keeps vision.
Yeah, better for them to go ahead and just secure the buff for now and not get a little overzealous around it. It's just the first turtle there for Entity 7. Yeah, they lose that first blood over to TL, but, you know, they can adjust from it. We've seen this, especially with the Ling. You know, Ling able to go ahead and move around the map pretty quickly here. JP, again, this is going to be his job. And you can see E7's kind of dealing with it now. Whoa!
Ooh, another kill in the hands of Sanji. This Hide on Bush brings down the Tempest of Blades, doesn't connect onto Enemy. Now he's going to take a lot of damage, gets stuck with a double kill over to Sanji.
Yeah, JP, he planted himself in that bush. And he's like, you know what, I'm going to hide on this bush so I can heal back up.
Very well done. I like your way with words, sir.
Thank you.
On the top side.
You know what? That's what you do.
That's what you do when you have this job.
But yeah, dude, it's already an early lead for TL off of this composition. You know, this is a very different start. This is the flow that Team Liquid is usually used to. And really a big part of it is just the amount of damage that they can do early on and, you know, setting things up around, again, the information that is provided by having a Hilda in the hands of JP. Oh, he could be in trouble.
Nice hit on a JP there. Wrath of Dryad as well on a Sanji. Sanji's going to back off, get a couple free shots in as Carl TZ does miss the skill. Entity 7, TL, both go back to a standstill. But wait, no, Carl TZ, a lot of damage on a Shin. Is he going to go for the dive on the tower? Sanji tries to get another shot as well. Carl TZ going to move over to this purple buff. Doesn't have vision. JP's going to open it up for them. They push Akashi back. He does have the consecration. He can deal with a little bit of crowd control. TL just testing the boundaries right now.
Yeah, all that pressure for the purple buff, right? To take it from Hide on Bush if they can. But also TL can't risk it. You got to think every decision here up to this point, because you're down in the series 1 game and you're facing elimination here, you really have to stay calm and collected through this. You know, they can go ahead and kind of thread that needle as much as possible, but they want to maintain this lead they've already built. They want to go ahead and scale it up even further. The second turtle is up. And right now they're fighting for this space to work with. Hide on Bush is going to make his way here. Wrath of Dryad already used. Carl trying to run.
Carl looking for a way in. Nice send as welcome on to Hide on Bush. Sanford able to lock him down. Akashi will secure the turtle as JP gets brought down low. Tempest of Blades does come down on Sanford. Sanford just trying to walk away, but Hide on Bush doesn't want to let it happen. He's able to get the kill. Back in the mid, Carl Teasy's forced to go back to base, and on the top side, Doom and Teddy continue to battle it out on the bot side tower, though. JP's not going to be able to defend it. This should be a good tower for Entity 7.
Really surprised Carl Teasy didn't go down there. I mean, he had 1 HP. He tried to attempt to take the turtle, but E7 able to secure it, get themselves an objective too. So for Entity 7, they pretty much just dealt with that bit of a lead that TL built up. That was a 2,000 gold lead now taken care of. A Sky Piercer is picked up for Carl Teasy. So if he starts to get these kills, we've seen it before, those stacks can really build up and be devastating for Hirara. Conceal going to be used on JP. They're going for him.
JP will get stunned by Shin. A couple more free shots from Dune, and he will go down. Sanford and Sanji are forced to just watch from the tri-bush. A nice terrify onto Akashi, but he's going to continue to get vision for the team as Hide on Bush goes back to the jungle.
You know, that's the difficult part there, Trex, too. You know, you have these tanky heroes like this Uranus. Whether he's, you know, as nimble as the other XP laners, he just line. Carl Teasy will be able to get his buff, though. So E7 is pretty much mirroring what Team Liquid has done minutes ago when they had the lead. Now mid lane.
Nice Wrath of Dryad on Shin. Doom comes in with a blazing duet, though. Look at the damage on Carl Teasy. Doom gets the kill. And Hide on Bush comes out with a Tempest of Blade, securing the kill onto JP as well. Entity 7 popping off at 7 minutes.
Team Liquid is trying to make things happen. With the Wrath of Dryad stolen by Sanji, and then they get punished in the mid lane. 2 kills for E7 to scale up further. That last turtle of the game is going to be up here. Oh, we did see a stun alive cam. He's going to be able to get away, I think.
Should be okay.
Oh, they're still chasing.
Comes in. JP engages as well. Big Wrath of Dryad once again, able to lock up JP and the rest of the team. Sanford gonna come in with the detonus welcome, able to lock on to Shin. Get the spit out against the wall, and Shin still survives though.
How is Shin alive?
Bush keeps going. Sanford down. Entity 7 is pushing the Stampede away.
How was Shin alive again, TL? They try to make something happen and they get punched to the ground. Off the decision. That is not what you want happening with your backs against the wall in your tournament life. But for E7, looking to make history, they're a step closer at that point. Each objective that goes down, Entity 7 is looking to make a huge statement across the world of competitive MLBB.
You know, we saw them the other day, and I think everyone came in today down-seed Entity 7. Another ult lands down onto Sanford. Entity 7 are controlling this game, and this is match point.
Oh man, Hide on Bush. Here's Conceal.
Oh, Hide on Bush, forced to use Tempest of Blades, will be able to get away. Dennis Welcome does get wasted as well. There's nothing left in the kit of Team Liquid now for another fight.
That's so unfortunate for TL. You know, they're trying to expend what they can, a Conceal, a play, try to get the jungler of E7 down, and when you go for that, and then he just kind of Finch poisons away. That is unfortunate, you know, because what else can you find across the map? Entity 7 is doing such a good job
dominating
also just
TL,
protecting
man.
the core members here. You know, again, having a Belric, having a Uranus on your lineup, you can just give so much space. Mind you, Doom has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this Claude, man. 2-0 and 3. You know, when he hits that Trinity, which I believe he might have already, if we take a look at the items, there it is, on point. He does get the golden staff right around the 9-minute mark. So this is the thing to be cautious about now, because that power spike is available for Doom, and they've just been playing around the setup that happens here.
Oh, Akashi.
Damage onto Akashi, does pop the Consecration. Will get away to safety. Sanford does have the Dennis Welcome, decides not to use up on the top side. Teddy and JP just try to defend the waves. It's a tier 2 on the mid. Tier 2 on the bottom, an inhibitor standing at the top. Team Liquid getting brought down to their bones at this point. Orange buff is saved by Carl Teasy, but every time Entity 7 makes them fight for it.
Oh man, they're gonna make them fight for this Lord here. Purple buff go and taken by Hide on Bush. Carl Teasy's trying to get his. It is gonna be a reset on the Lord, but Doom will hold it there. They've got that small wave trying to push up top. That should be cleared out. Oh, they're gonna start this fight.
Akashi takes a lot of damage, pops Consecration once again. And Team Liquid still have ults ready to go along with Entity 7. It's a dance, and last time we saw this in the previous game, Entity 7 was willing to go the distance for these Lords. They don't need to rush them. They know they can slow play it. This isn't what we expected from Entity 7, but right now, they are bringing it to Team Liquid's face. JP looking for the tri-brush.
Oh, he's looking.
As Teddy's up in the top side. Carl Teasy takes some damage. Doom comes in with Blazing Duet. Does not capitalize too much with that damage. BMI's back, but it does the job. It zones them away. Sanford able to get Dead as well. Come around, the Dryad comes out. Begin ready to lose his life for the rest of the team. Hide on Bush comes in, doing some nice damage. Akashi does go down. Teddy shows up. Entity 7 backs off with the Lord.
Okay, they back off. Shin's still there. Carl TZ gonna be able to get away. Doom's just around the corner too. Did they want to go for this? Again, Lord was secured. They got one kill. But you're seeing how much of a struggle it is right now for TL. For these team fights, they still need a lot of time to kind of catch up here. Once again, E7 finds themselves with a healthy gold lead to work with. Against the defending MSC champions here, the Filipino champions. This is such a big game, a big series for Entity 7. And everyone else watching this, look at the item different factor here as they try to put some pressure on that purple buff. From Carl TZ, he's able to go ahead and secure it. They do have to go ahead and slow this down a bit to deal with this Lord push up top.
Entity 7 slowly taking it to them right now. A wave of minions down the mid. They're going to take this tier 2. TL on the defense. Good taunt on a Sanford. Asanji tries to come in. Sanji does have the Wrath of the Dryad. We got to watch out for that one. But there's one in the hands of Begin as well. Lord crashing in.
So lockdown?
Lockdown. Teddy able to get Begin. Lord does go down, and TL defend well, taking a member along with the Lord and losing no inhibitors.
It's one small step in the right direction for Team Liquid. They got to go ahead and scale up here on Teddy, especially this Melissa, again, has a great win rate so far throughout MSC. But you can see, you know, he's a bit behind. 2,000 gold, that's more than a bit, that's quite a bit of gold behind. You know, working on this fourth item. He's at least got the Trinity locked in. So that's why the damage, when they're able to go and set it up, it's there. But again, you're susceptible to being collapsed down on. You've only got your go away and you've only got your flicker. That's about it. So TL is really just, it seems like they're just trying to slow it down, keep things maintained in the base till that, you know, they're ready to actually fight into these fights right now. They just know that the power is in favor of Entity 7. They have to dissect these fights really carefully, especially with Hide on Bush on this Ling. As we've seen so far, a little bit of stun here on JP. He'll be able to tank that up. They want to go ahead and secure, once again, this buff for Carl TZ.
Sanford's going to try to bring it back. Begin does get pushed back as well, but Hide on Bush takes the purple. Now Carl TZ doesn't have the buff to go, and Lord is up in just 16 seconds. It's going to be a big advantage over to Entity 7. Not to mention as well, they're sending Doom up to the top side to create a slow push on the long lane. Team Liquid has to think very clearly about this next Lord.
This Lord is crucial. Approaching that 14-minute mark up to this point, Entity 7 with a 6,000 plus gold lead is in charge, just like they were in game 1. And now for this Lord to go ahead and start up, Akashi will pull it through. And Sanford, he's got to get those stacks. He's got to be that front line, and they got to allow Teddy that space to work with. And Sanji has been holding on to that Wrath of the Dryad. It's going to be crucial here. If they decide to fight, that's the main thing. Quarter the health on the Lord here. Does TL go for the Lord? It's just going to be secured by Hide on Bush. So they choose to defend again.
I think that's the right play, honestly. The thing about Team Liquid's draft is they do have good protection against a siege. They can huddle up. They want to try to fight in those little corners. When Entity 7 has to come through, they'll have the Wrath of the Dryad in response. They'll have the Detna's welcome, and they'll have Teddy just getting free shots from the base. That's where they need to look for the big mistake, or that's where they at least need to buy some more time to get to this 18, 20-minute mark to where gold is at a standstill.
Man, again, if this Lord making its way up top, Entity 7 with a 7,000 gold lead, maybe that's lucky for them as they approach the base. TL trying to clear this out. Again, they've got some key items picked up. Wind of Nature too for Teddy, so they can fight this if they need to lock it down here into the base. Lord's gonna charge in up top. Entity 7 looking to take out a base turret. Conceal gonna be used here.
Conceal is used. Entity 7 breakthrough. TL's tournament life on the line. One more fight could end it all. Carl Teasy tries to look for the engage. Begin as well, entering through the ward, crashes in. Doom forced back by the Muddles. Entity 7 just looking for towers. They know they can't brute force their way in right now.
And with that, that'll be a successful defense for TL. Yes, they lost 2 base turrets, but given the situation, how far behind as a team they are, they hold on to 1. They potentially buy themselves a minute and a half or so to go ahead and catch up. But we've seen this before, Trex. It might be one of those cases where it's like, do they just continue to let the Lord go and then try to get that miracle-based defense? At some point, though, especially when we get to that evolved Lord territory, it's almost better just to go for that play in the Lord, you know, and not let it come down to your base defense.
This might honestly be the one that they're going to have to fight for. Without 2 inhibitors, it's a very tough defense because, yes, they have the capability with Teddy now, especially having the Wind of Nature and everything. They can hold up for a little while, but it's not like Entity 7 doesn't have the dive potential either. They have the big
Can they get someone off guard?
They have Begin, they have Akashi who can harass. They have so many opportunities, and look at them now. They're just huddling outside. They're freezing lanes, but they're not giving much space.
And a big threat to just stop Team Liquid in their tracks is, again, Shin. And that's why this Eudora has been so deadly in the drafts. Whether it's Shin and just playing off the Wrath of the Dryad even, or that taunt that comes through the Balric, that could be an almost automatic kill. That numbers advantage that Entity 7 can potentially get is what's so deadly, and why Team Liquid has to pretty much just stay in their base unless they're all going to go together here. JP can spot some things out. He's tanky enough, has that magic resistance too. So now that this Lord is up, Teddy goes and handles that wave a bit. Doom will start this Lord. And this could be a crucial one. This could be the game-winning Lord take for Entity 7 unless TL could somehow, some way make this happen. The stun's coming through, plus that ultimate from Shin already.
I think they know this is going to be drawn out, so they're willing to use it just to force them away a little bit. It's a slow push on the boss side towards Team Liquid's last inhibitor. At some point, Entity 7 knows you got to send someone over there. That's your only option. You also have to worry about top lane. You also have to worry about mid. And look at Hide on Bush. He's even willing to commit. Listen, I'm going to force this thing in. You have to send someone now. And I'm quickly going to get back to the Lord.
And they know Teddy's got to go there. That wave pushed in. There's the conceal. They got to stop this here. It's on a quarter of the health.
Grab the Dryad, and Doom comes in with a blazing duet along with the Tempest of Blades. The Tona's Welcome does lock on.
JP survived, Sanford died, Scene died. Carl TG. Ooh, Sanji died.
With the double. The go away does come out, but Entity 7 doesn't want to give it up now. It's just JP and Teddy.
Did he use this
up
flicker?
against them all with Carl Teasy. Entity 7's not going to force it in. They're going to go back to the Lord. They want to make this a guarantee.
Entity 7 will be able to get this Lord. What a team fight. What a macro play to push that bottom wave. Make sure Teddy got it, and he was too late to the fight. So they collapsed down. Yes, TL's still going to be able to defend, but man, they expended a lot. Look at those battle spells. They're still down here. They got waves to deal with, and eventually Entity 7 will be looking to take down this base turret and take down the tournament lives here of TL.
I'm going to say this, Entity 7 better finish this here. I'm surprised they didn't go for the ending a second ago. No go away on Teddy. But once again, just to remind everyone, Team Liquid on tournament life. This could be the last Lord push we see from them. Can they make the Hail Mary play?
Oh, they're going for it.
Oh, Carl TG died.
Gets taken out by
JP.
Shin, diving too deep. Are they just trying to buy time? Those rest of Entity 7
JP died too.
A big blazing duet on Sanji. The Lord connects onto the base.
Ooh, Doom. Doom died.
He gets the shutdown to go away. Teddy is popping off right now, but is it enough to save the day as the rest of Entity 7 closes in? A tempest of blades to seal the deal, and Entity 7 comes halfway across the world to prove a point, to prove that the hunt's not over.
The hunt wasn't over from the start. Everybody watching this is going to be in shock. Team Liquid Philippines will not surprises, Trex. This might be the biggest one yet.
For those that don't know, Entity 7 came from the Development League of South America, worked their way on, took the Msc To Ewc champion, and now are sitting on the stage taking out the previous MSC champions.
Some people shared their thoughts if Entity 7 should be here in the tournament. Well, I'm pretty sure now it's been quieted and the doubters are not there anymore, because talk about adding one to the list, to the hunt. Tough loss here for Team Liquid Philippines and all the supporters that they've had up to this point, man, and still will have moving forward, but it leaves you wondering what went wrong. What happened here from the drafts, from the execution? Is the meta, again, that big of a difference matter and a factor now, where teams are just adjusting quicker?
It's an onion. The meta is unraveling piece by piece before us, and some teams are adapting quickly, some are adapting slowly. But let's go over to the stage. Rose, take it away.
To say I am shook on this stage is an understatement. Entity 7 actually eliminates the defending champions from MSC at EWC 2026 in a sweep. Wow, first of all, Shin, congratulations. How are you actually feeling right now after doing that?
Ante todo, Shin, felicidades. ¿Y cómo te sientes después de esta gran victoria?
Sí, me siento bastante feliz, bastante emocionado. No le ganamos un equipo fácil, la verdad era un equipo que a mí me gusta mucho, los considero muy buenos y me siento bien, la verdad, haberle ganado.
I'm really happy, I'm really excited. We didn't get a win against an easy team. There's a team that I really respect and admire a lot, and I'm really happy we won.
I agree. This is definitely not an easy team to beat. So what does this victory mean for your region, you know, South America as a whole?
¿Qué significa esta victoria para tu región, Sudamérica en general?
O sea, no sé si se puede explicar con palabras, pero esto es demasiado para mi región haberle ganado a un equipo de tan alto nivel.
I don't think I can put this into words, but it is immensely big that my region won against an opponent of this caliber.
I agree. You know, I think this match is a statement that the other regions are actually beginning to step up in the land of Dawn. So I have to ask you, after your loss up against Onyx in your opening match, what did you guys actually worked on to achieve such success today?
Después de su derrota en contra de Onyx, ¿qué cambiaron y en qué trabajaron para conseguir la victoria hoy?
Yo creo que el draft, porque nosotros no estábamos acostumbrados a este draft, fue totalmente diferente a lo que nosotros jugamos anteriormente y yo creo que si ahora cambiamos el draft, sí vamos a conseguir ganar también.
I think it was mostly the draft because we weren't used to the draft we were playing, but now we adjusted the draft, and I think that if we just keep adjusting the draft, we're going to continue winning.
Ooh, I like that. Very draft reliant, and I gotta say though, the meta this time around, it's crazy. So many possibilities. So of course, your next match will be up against Pro Esports, right? So how are you guys preparing for that matchup?
Tu siguiente enfrentamiento va a ser contra Pro Esports. ¿Cómo se están preparando para ese partido?
Pro Esports, no los recuerdo quién eran, pero bueno, obviamente ahora voy a revisar. Creo que sí nos vamos a preparar bastante bien. O sea, obviamente vamos a seguir entrenando y bueno, a darlo todo.
I don't really know who they are. I'm gonna check them out right now, but we're going to definitely prepare and study them.
Okay, now perfect. Before we crush some keys and some dreams, I want you to give a message to the South Americans watching back at home and supporting Entity 7's journey here at MSC.
Quieren que des un mensaje para todas las personas en Sudamérica que los están apoyando.
Bueno, que nos sigan apoyando. Yo había visto cuánto porcentaje teníamos y no mucha gente confió en nosotros, pero bueno, al final dimos una sorpresa y ganamos.
Please continue supporting us. I saw how much percentage we have and not many people were with us, but please, those who are there, continue supporting us.
Aw, so wholesome. And you know what? Are you ready to crush some keys? Are you ready?
¿Estás listo para romper unas llaves?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, can we please have Entity 7 here? First up, who will be the one crushing the keys? Can I have a, volunteer who wants to push the lever?
Can't get in.
He wants to go? Okay, let's go, guys. Follow me. Let's go crush some keys over at the Key Crusher. Oh, my. They are now considered the underdogs of the tournament after beating and eliminating Team Liquid in defending their title. Can we please have the LED to open up so we could actually proceed to crush some keys? All right. We are waiting. A little bit of a suspense. I think everybody was really shocked at what has played out just now in the Land of Dawn. Let us wait for a little bit longer. Oh, okay. Maybe we could ask Doom, how are you feeling?
Excited.
Right now.
I love it. All right, guys, it is time to crush some keys. There was a little bit of a difficulty just now, but don't worry, all is set, all is well. You may go, don't worry. All right, guys. Entity 7, you can go closer and watch. Feel free. All right? In 3, 2, 1, Entity 7 officially eliminates Team Liquid from MSC at EWC 2026. Oh, there you guys have it. And now we could pull the lever up so that we could see the keys of Team Liquid. All right, thank you very much, Entity 7. We will see you in your next match up against Pro Esports. And of course, we are gonna show the key to the camera before we throw it back to the studio. All right, guys, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, throwing it back to you guys.
Well, it's not Vamos Team Vamos, it's Vamos Entity 7. South America not only gets a win and stays alive in this tournament, they take down the defending MSC champions, which guarantees this year's MSC at EWC 2026 will have a new champion. But more
Well, GG guys.
Despite 92% of you thinking Liquid PH would take the win, only 8% of people thinking what just happened on stage would happen. It is important to
Bye bye, see you tomorrow.
Of Team Liquid PH. It was a meta that didn't obviously work out to suit them, and it was a meta that they felt a little behind in, but you cannot doubt the greatness of what they've done in the past. We are sure they will be back. A big salute to all of you. I know you might be hurting